You've been hacked by me, Chiaki Katsumi, PixelLink's resident cat hacker from first generation PixelStart. That is me. Hi. Hi. Hello. Hi. I was trying to make the summaries of like the first 2-3 books because we technically already went over them. On that Tatsu, which was unrelated to Fire Emblem Heroes, so it somehow ended up being about Fire Emblem Heroes. And I was trying to make them in a clear way, but I realized it's kind of hard to like make it in a clear way. Third, I think Fairy Book is 4. Fairy Book is book 4 because there's like book 1, there's book 2, which is the one with Fjorm and the ice people. Book 3 is the one about Alfonse getting cursed and dying. Well, not dying, but being close to dying. How many books does FA Heroes have right now? Oh god, it has like 8? I think it has like 8 right now. I believe so, yeah. Fairy is book 4, yeah. Dad gave it the I told you so. He was like, I told you so. But then he didn't die because, you know, they couldn't have killed him. I think book 9 is still on continuation. It's pretty early on development, so that one's not done yet. I think book 8 got finished not that long ago, I think. I have not been following FA Heroes in so long. It's kind of crazy. It's actually kind of crazy. But yeah, they're currently starting book 9. Yeah, I believe book 9 is the one with the lightsabers. Oh no. Yeah, that's the Ace Attorney. Isn't that the one where they have like lightsaber guns and stuff? It's like I saw the cover art and I was like, what are they doing? What is going on? What is this game? Like I don't know. I don't even know. I thought it was your favorite game. No, I don't stand for this. I don't stand for Heroes. The laser rifles and set of blade designs. Yeah. It's really weird. The saddest part of the plot of the Heroes might be better than modern Star Wars. Oh god, it's last time I dropped it for good was on book 5. I technically stopped mid book 3. I didn't reach the conclusion of book 3. I remember I played a little bit of it, but then I kind of like dropped off because the power creep just started getting really bad on that game. And I was like, I can't use the characters I care about. I gotta use I gotta follow the meta. I gotta follow the meta, or else I can't like fight in the Colosseum and like actually gain orbs. Like, I got so annoyed by that, and I was like, you know what? Nah, bye. I got so annoyed by it. I was like, I don't care about the meta. I want to be able to use the characters that I care about. Back in my day, Hector used to be good. Back when Hector was actually one of the most OP units in that game. Anyway. Oh god, that part is the power creep just kept getting worse and worse at this point. If you don't have the new emblem units, you literally can't play. Alright, Grandma, let's get you back to your retirement home. Book 3, if I recall, was when the first Fallen Banner released. There were a whole other level of power creep. Fallen Tiki used to be nearly invincible. Oh right, the Fallen units. So yeah, the evil possessed units. Hector was at least usable even during book 3. But he fell so off grace, it's actually sad. It's so sad, like... No. No. Like, I remember back at the beginning of the game, he used to be so good. Everyone wanted to have Hector. You would go to the Coliseum, and everybody would have a Hector in their team. And I'll be like, wow, this should be fun. Reminds me of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Where card effects have gotten so insane. In combo later, you need a magnifying glass to be able to read the text. I played from release. As someone who played from release, I can feel that, but I dropped it. Oh yeah, Takumi was also pretty broken. That's true. I remember that. I remember Hector and Takumi were like the broken units around the beginning era of the game. It was so bad. Everyone would have Takumi and Hector. Whenever you would go to the Coliseum, it was always those two. You saw that and we were like, oh god, not this again. I remember going to the Coliseum and like, it would always be like Takumi and Hector on teams. I was like, I hate it here. Because I didn't get Robin. I think Robin was a pretty good counter against Takumi. But like, I didn't get Robin. I was like, oh, god, man. Like, I would see that and I was like, oh, not this again. Did they actually nerf those units or just power creep? I think they just got power creep. I don't think they actually got nerfed. Like, nowadays, there's probably, like, better units than those, but they probably just got nerfed. So it's pretty typical for Gacha. It's probably more OP Hector versions. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one is, like, the OP one nowadays. I have not kept up with the game at all. I think last time I entered... last time I logged in, it was when there was this special Byleth. It was, like, the Sothis Byleth fusion thingy-majiggy that happened in, But yeah, that one. I remember there was an event for that. I summoned, I got it, and then I left. I was like, you know what? I'll get it. I got it, and then I got out. I was like, okay, I'm out of here. I got, like, 10 messages of, like, look, tutorials. I was like, ugh, get out of here. Yeah, I got, like... You get, like, attacked by so many messages when you logged in. Like, I hadn't logged in, like, ages. And I saw that, and I got a bunch of, like, pop-ups of, like, look at all this stuff! And I was like, ugh, get away from me. Yeah, Takumi was busted back in the day. He was. He totally was. Probably was really good against colorless units. Yeah. Takumi was nerfed because they added the ability to give skills from one unit to the other, so he wasn't good anymore since anyone could do his job. Oh right, the skill inheritance. I forgot that wasn't a thing at the beginning. Yeah, lightsaber's so mean. Takumi was strong because he has a ranged unit with through ability to counterattack at close range. These days there's weapons that give the effects plus 5 more effects. Well yeah, nowadays like there is like a bunch of other units that can do that. OP right now will be Brave Felix and Emblem Celica. They made Felix a Brave unit? Interesting. And we left. Really based. Yeah, I just left. I was like, you know what? I can't do this anymore. The amount of features they have now telling me to do new stuff. It's so bad. There's so many pop-ups. It's like, it's crazy. It's absolutely insane. You gotta buy currency. How else you gotta catch your favorite character? I didn't. I would just grind because I've always been free to play whenever I play gacha games. I've never swiped in a gacha game. I'm like, nah. I get the way to keep people engaged, but logging into a game and getting 80 notifications overwhelms me and makes me just log off. Exactly. Just makes me log off. I'm like, I'm out of here. Peace. How the feeling units with rifles and mech was like pretty OP? I don't even know, man. I have no clue. I have no clue if they're even good. Crazy how skill inheritance wasn't there in the beginning. It's gone basically 8 years without being improved or upgraded as a mechanic. So they haven't even done any upgrades for it. I think yours is pretty generous for 5 stars. I mean, the thing with FE Heroes, right, is that you can turn 4 stars into 5 stars. I think that's a big thing. Cause like in a lot of gacha games, you get a 4 stars, and like that's it. You know, you can't really turn it into a 5 stars. The thing with Heroes is that you could turn 4 stars into a 5 stars. I mean, you'll probably, like, some people would reroll because, like, stats and min-max and whatever. But there was the whole, turning 4 stars into 5 stars. Yeah, the feathers. I remember the good old days where Reinhardt reigned supreme. Oh, yeah, Reinhardt. I had Reinhardt. Reinhardt was pretty good. I remember I trained Reinhard. I don't remember which units I also trained. I think Erica was one of them, but I don't remember which Erica it was. Yeah, just Dire's under, yeah. I stepped on Effie Heroes a few times. I can't lie this week. I never understood the gacha of Effie Heroes, I'll be real. Like, the percentages, I never really got how they worked. And I was just like, I don't even know if I'm close to getting the 5-star I want. And then there were multiple 5-stars in a banner. So, like... And if they were, like, the same color that you were rolling for, you were kind of just cry, I guess. Because, like, even if you wanted, like, the 5-star of the banner, there's a bunch of other 5-stars in that pool. So, like, even then, even if you went for the same color you actually wanted, you could just end up getting a 5-star that wasn't even the one you wanted. And then the pity rate would just restart, and I hated it. I hated it. I left the Effie Heroes after the legendary Julia drop. I have never been happier. I had so many 5+10s, and they all... Yeah, they're all pretty much... They all suck right now, because the power creep is bad. It's really, really bad. I do prefer when you upgrade your lower star units to higher star, though. Yeah, at least you could at least do that, even though stat-wise, they're probably not gonna be worth too much. Multiple 5-stars, that's so stinky. Yeah, it was really bad. I remember, like, rolling for, like, 5-stars that I wanted, and then I'll be so excited when I see, like, the sign that you're getting a 5-star, and I was like, oh my god, I'm getting it! And then it was a different 5-star. That wasn't even the event one, and I was like, no, my pity rate! Yeah, I was just like, it's so over, I hate this game. And then I'll have to grind again to get enough orbs to actually roll again and hope that the pity goes up enough for another 5-star. Oh no, it did. Oh, we're stealing the world. Finally getting your pity point wasn't even the one you wanted. Yeah, we do love the random super low RNG. That's what we call losing the rate up. Yeah, because even if you get like the pity in your favor, you can still like not get it. Because there are other 5-stars that may be the same color of the one you actually wanted. It's just like, why do you do this to me? Because the more 5-stars in the banner, the harder it becomes to roll for specific ones. Yeah. Remember the old days, saw the heroes having a full cutscene that played every time you got them. Oh yeah, some of them did have that, didn't they? I built a +10 5-star Sophia, as much OP inheritance as I could get on her. She was a Rest Tang Red Tome. She got nuked by a +0 newly released Green Tome Mythic. Ah, no. The power creep is real, man. The power creep is real. Oh, yeah, it's pain. It's bad. It's really bad. You could have, like, something ridiculous, like a +15 or something. I forget what the max is for, like, the plus... And then, like, you just get a new unit that's not even, like, a plus anything, and it just, like, beats your super OP unit because the power creep is just bad. It's just real bad. So, yeah. I never been playing for years. I felt that one. It was bad. It was really bad. +10. So, +10 was the max. I don't think I ever, like, plus someone, like, that much. I think the most I did was, like, +5. Or, I think I might have done a +8 before, but I think I never maxed out, like, a +10. But, yeah, just like, +10 is the max. Oh, I see. So that was the max. Yeah, I never got to the max, so I never really knew what the max was. It's bad. It's really bad. I just love to live in this magical world where my favorites are somehow meta. I could feel that. As someone who liked Marth, and like, Marth is not good at Effie Heroes is kind of sad. Because I would want to use him because he's like my favorite lord, but like objectively he's not that good. It would just be like, well, guess I'll cry now. Like in the Colosseum, objectively he would get absolutely destroyed. He wouldn't even survive like 5 minutes in there. And when Marth is still pretty good right now, is he pretty good? Is he still good right now? Because I know like the other versions are not that good. They're not that good. Look, you really said the Marth is an OP unit. What can I say? Intelligent Systems hates him. Brought out Felix before. I built a +10 for her. Red infantry sword with a ton of inheritance. Felix has like 30 more stats than her. Can act 3 times a turn and attack twice. Oh, man. Marth is sadly not that good, even in main Fire Emblem games. Yeah. Yeah. That is true. What a legendary Marth. I don't even know if they released any more versions of him. I remember, like, back when I was playing, I would try to get every version of him, but I don't think I got every version, because I stopped playing, so I don't even know how many versions there are. FE Heroes. How many versions are there currently? There's that quote-unquote Marth, which is Lucina. Okay, this one I do have. Yeah, the Altean Groom, I do have that one. Do I have Hero King? I think I do. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I think I only have like up until Hero King. I don't have the other 4. Yeah, I don't have the other 4. Marth of Beginnings. Oh, this probably is just like Engage Marth. Alright, Groom Marth. Yeah, there's Groom Marth. Yeah, you know I gave her Marth is OP Super Smash Bros. He's not even that OP in Smash. Emma Marth's the last one. Yeah, it's the Engage one. Marth of Beginnings. That's a name. But yeah. Yeah, it's Engage version. Have you summoned the new Valentine's banner? I haven't like played Heroes in a minute. I haven't seen what the new Valentine's banner looks like. I did this morning. I got Edelgard Katsu. Gotta have the iteration. Gotta have every iteration of Edelgard. I'm even wearing a Black Eagles t-shirt right now. Ooh, she's a fan favorite. She's probably gonna have a lot of them, a lot of iterations. So best of luck in getting every single iteration, because I know she's popular. So for sure, she's definitely gonna have a good amount of iterations. I don't know how many she currently has though. I think I never actually managed to get her, because I know I tried to get her, and I think I got Dimitri and Claude? I don't remember if I got Claude. I know I got, like, Dimitri twice. Like, different versions of Dimitri. I don't think I managed to get Edelgard. I already have them all. Oh my god. You're fast. Haven't checked, but I hope Boy Alm has good characters. I don't know if there's any alternates of Alm. There probably is at least, like, one different one. I don't remember seeing that many. I think I only got base Alm. Brave Marth was good once upon a time, but he was released on 2021, a game where if a unit is older than a year old, they're not good anymore. Yeah. 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 It just gets sad. Oh wait, he had a release with Kaida. Wait, is this Kaida or Elise? Oh, it's Elise. Never mind. Yeah, it's Elise. I thought it was Kaida, because, like, it says, like, duo, and I would consider him more with Kaida rather than Elise. Like, I know Elise exists, but, like, I don't know. Like, no one not that many people remembers Elise. So I'm like, really? Like, whenever people think of Marth with someone, they think of, like, Kaida. They don't think of Elise, or Shida, if you want to go with a Japanese name. Elise who? Exactly. No one remembers Elise. So, like, having him, like, paired up with Elise is interesting. I mean, I guess it's like, hey, Marth has a sister, by the way. And I'm like, yeah, he does. But, like, not a lot of people remember that information. Kaida had a dual unit with the loot fairy from the book and said, why with the fairy? When I think of Elise, I only think for the one from Fates. Yeah, Marth's sister is called Elise, but instead with an S is with the C. Yeah, it's very confusing. It's kind of like the Leon situation, which in Japan, the names are flipped. So, Leo from Fire Emblem Fates, and Leon from Shadows of Valentia. But in Japan, it's the other way around. Leon is from Fates, and Leo is from Shadows of Valentia. So, it's a little funny where it's just like one letter of difference. And, like, if people like to call, like... Because I've seen some people that like to call the Fates characters by their Japanese names. Because it took a bit for Fates to release in the West. So people that knew about Fates, they call them by their Japanese names. So whenever I hear people like, oh, Leon, I have to ask, like, are you talking about Fates? Or are you talking about the other guy? Are you talking about Shadows of Valentia? Because, like, I know there's people that, like, still call like the Fates characters by their Japanese names. So I'm like, Oh yeah, Arthur, and Art. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That one's also pretty bad. The Arthur, or the Arthur. Yeah, that's also another one. I don't know why Fire Emblem does this. We have the Elise situation, we have the Arthur situation, and we have the Leo and Leon situation. Why does this happen? Are they running out of names? Are they running out of names? Maybe they need to think of more names. This has happened like 3 times. Maybe there's another time that I'm not remembering, but it's already happened 3 times. Oh no. I remember people freaking out with the first legendary unit drop. Oh yeah. I mean, those were the days. Those were the days. I remember the polls to get like the special units. Like they drew a poll, like the popularity polls, and then the guard one. The guy from Fire Emblem Three Houses one. Is this the Selena? Oh yeah, Selena from Fates and Selena from Sacred Stones. This just keeps happening. I mean, it might be. They can't just call Lord Tim. How do you know that? What? You don't want Timothy from Fire Emblem? I don't know a Fire Emblem name. Fire Emblem Light Dragon or something? I don't know. Lord Timothy or something. That was the name of a major genealogy antagonist. Oh boy, they keep repeating names. Is this Pokemon now? We get Shadow Dragon and Light Dragon? Maybe. I mean, we got the Shadow Dragon, which is the Shadow Dragon from Marth's game. Or if you want the Shadow Dragon from like, no, Engage had Fell Dragon. Right. We got Shadow Dragon, Fell Dragon, and like a bunch of other dragons. Fell Dragon twice, by the way. Oh no, they're running out. They're running out of ideas. Maybe this is why Fire Emblem Heroes is their little experimental pot for ideas. Oh no. Her Timothy is an FE, so... Isn't that just dragon? Yeah, just dragon. We're not gonna break our heads. Just dragon. That's it. The boss always an evil dragon. Well, usually. I mean, not always, but yeah, sometimes. Most of the time. Fell Dragon, Divine Dragon, don't give intelligent systems ideas. You forgot the mixed dragon that was a fallen dragon with the essence of a divine one. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's a thing. It's complicated, but I live in 3 houses. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense why you don't know about all the other dragons of all the other silly, goofy stuff that this game tends to have. Even when I don't think it was gonna be a dragon, it's a dragon. It's a dragon looking at you, Conquest. Anna and Coast would like to talk with you. Oh, yeah, just a dragon was the boss of Eli Wood's game. Sometimes you gotta go simple, just a dragon, you know? Yeah, if you only play 3 houses, all this is gonna sound so weird. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Especially because Heroes, like... It's a Fire Emblem multiverse. Like, it's not canon, but like, in this world, it's not canonical. But for the world itself, it is, I guess. I don't know. It's a weird series. Heroes makes Fire Emblem weirder, yes. Especially the later books. I'm looking at you, Fairy Arc. The new Engage characters got destroyed by OCs in the latest Choose Your Legend. Are they making like... Well, I'm assuming they're obviously adding new characters exclusively to Heroes, but like... Heroes takes bits from every other game, but adds their own weird stuff until they get treated with the same level of canonicity. Oh god. I never play a 4 until I get a computer. Aw, man. That really sucks. The Fairy Emblem. Like, in theory, fairies is still within fantasy, so... It's... You know, it could have been fine. But it was not fine. But it could have been fine because it's still within the realm of fantasy. And then we get mechas. And then it goes down the drain. And then it goes down the drain. Oh, Oh god, oh my god. The most toxic little unit in the current meta is the constantly inebriated Iamia in her New Year's. Who is Iamia? Who's this? I got something that said artificial intelligence. Fire Emblem Heroes. Who's this? I don't think you're... Is it Lamia? Because I feel like it might be Lamia. Lamia. Yeah, Lamia. Oh, it's from FE4. Yeah, for FE4. I haven't played FE4 yet. I've only heard stories of genealogy, but I never got to play genealogy. Because it's not translated, and it's too much of a pain to emulate. Oh, but this girl. She had a New Year's ult? Is she that popular? Lamia Snake Lady. I mean... Yeah, emulation give you a pain. Yeah. They're my Lamias. Like, actual snakes or the actual character? Like... Because there's a character named Lamia, but I don't know if you mean, like, the actual snake ladies or, like, the actual girl. The Advance Wars come out before Fire Emblem? I have no idea when the first Advance Wars came out. I'm really hoping for a release of genealogy. I know there's been a lot of rumors about that. I wonder. Like, I wonder. We will see. Not that I would ever do something so terrible, huh? Please and deliver your rifle. Are they just called Nidhogger? She's a snake lady. Oh, right. They're adding new animal people. I mean, how can we forget the cowgirl? Is she a snake? She doesn't have the snake body. Unless she shapeshifts. Oh, she's probably from the gold... The everyone can turn to gold arc, isn't she? She looks like she would probably be from there. She's probably from there, isn't she? I feel like she is. I feel like she is. She shapeshifts, yeah, but she's after the gold arc. Oh, she isn't on the gold arc? I thought she was in the gold arc. Like, she feels like she would be there. They were like, Fire Emblem has animal people. It's had a bunch of them. They do, yeah. There's the cow waifu. There's the bull guy. And obviously there's like all the ones in like not Genial, no. What's the name? Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn has a bunch of like animal people, the Lagoose. There's the oh god, what's the race that Panay is called? She's a bunny, but I forget the exact name of the race. But yeah, there's also that one. And obviously the Manakeets are another. The Tegel. Yeah, Tegel, that was the one. That was the name. From the book after the Gold Arc. Oh, so she's after the Gold Arc, yeah. Yeah, the Lagoose. Yeah, the Lagoose, which they have wolves, they have cats, and they have birds. Unless I'm forgetting another one. Because I never got to fully play Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. I only got to play until the beginning. But I do remember seeing their designs. Snake Medusa as character turning people to gold is reminiscent of Medusa, albeit with gold instead of stone. I could see it. I could see it. You ever could do what? They turn into gold. I just remember the trailer of that arc and I was like, what is even going on with this game at this point? Snake Lady is immortal enough to even do damage. Best tank RNG. Yeah, bird, wolves, cats, and dragons. Yeah. It's a thing. Oh, so hi, Malk here. Welcome, Malk. I mean, turning into gold doesn't sound that crazy. I mean, I guess it's not as crazy as other things as this series has attempted. Like, you know, the mechas. And the guns. The lightsaber gun thing. I don't even know what's going on with this series anymore. It's pretty crazy. It's a pretty crazy, The Gold Arc was also a giant time travel plot where you have a child with gold. I'm telling you, man. Yeah, compared to Mechas and Ace Attorney and lightsabers, why is there Ace Attorney now? Oh, god. You know, that's crazy. you imagine the next Fire Emblem was futuristic fantasy with mechas and guns? No! That takes away the essence of Fire Emblem! At that point, just play Xenoblade! If you want a futuristic, like, JRPG, at that point, just play Xenoblade! Like, don't do this to Fire Emblem. Putting himself involved in the latest book. Oh, is he? Oh god, I fell in love with every cute archer in Fire Emblem. Louise and Rebecca from Reckoner can come to mind. Does that mean that you like Noir? I remember Noir. She was something. Did you play Fire Emblem? Did you keep permadeath on? I have kept it on, yeah. It kind of depends how I'm feeling in the moment if I keep it on or not. To be fair, when we played Engage, I did keep it on, yeah. But yeah, it kind of depends how I feel, honestly. Her was crazy, but I did like her design. Kinda true, just play Xenoblade X. Like at that point, if they're just gonna make it futuristic, just play Xenoblade. Like, just play Xenoblade. Like, why do we gotta do this to Fire Emblem? I love time-traveling babies. Yeah, can't forget time-traveling babies from Awakening. And to keep it on, but if I wanna just chill, then I'll turn it off. Yeah, it's pretty much how I do it as well. I feel newer Fire Emblems are better with the permadeath mechanics, since it's not just getting bad luck with the RNG crits. Well, yeah. Display Advance War. It's literally futuristic FB. Fates is weird, but we learned to like it, kinda. Fates is a thing. Which, I forgot to mention, I guess the important character of Fates that is kind of important in the first book of FE Heroes. I forgot to mention him, because I kinda forgot. I kinda forgot he does have, like, a little bit more of an arc than the other heroes that you fight in the first book. It's kind of impressive that FE Heroes manages to make less sense than Fate's lore that didn't even bother to name the continent it takes place on. I mean, Fates does name the countries. It doesn't name, like, the full region, but it does name the countries. That's why Hoshido and Nor exist. Xander? Yeah, Xander. I forgot to mention he had, like, this weird obsession with Veronica, and I don't remember why that is, as it's been forever since I played that arc. I remember, my guess was that it was because she reminded him of Elise, and he's like, oh my god, my sister, I must protect you, something like that. Yeah, Xander just kind of adopted Veronica or something, but he kind of like protected Veronica despite everything, despite his contract being up. Wait, Xander? Like Fate Xander. Yep, Fate Xander is here too. Sister complex. Vaike says something like she reminds me of a younger sister. Yeah, I think it was because she just reminded him of Elise. You know Valentia? Totally not, because this isn't the name of the game. Totally not. But yeah, I forgot to add that, to be fair. I mean, it kind of happens. It's like, okay. You kind of just accept it and move on, you know? It's kind of like the thing with like that entire spiel on that. It's something, alright? It's definitely something. Like Xenoblade, I love Xenoblade. I played all the games to include the bonus stories. I've only played the first Xenoblade. I never played the second one. I own Xenoblade X, but I haven't played it yet. But I do own that one. I own the Wii U one. I don't, obviously the remake. I don't think it's out yet. But yeah, I played through the first Xenoblade. That's the only Xenoblade I played. Because you know, Xander just went and adopted Veronica's little sister. Gets is a thing. It's only a thing in the first book. It doesn't come up ever again. It's like FE Heroes does a lot of things and then they just never come up again. Like they won't mention it and then it just never comes up ever again. It's like, yeah, it was relevant for that book, and then it's just not relevant anymore. That's kind of just how it is. You gotta keep the story fresh. I guess so. I suppose. Then they get a duel with Veronica, so there's also that. I mean, I guess they kind of just like did the dual units. But other than that, I don't think it's ever brought up. Yeah. There's also, I forgot to mention Bruno. Like, I was doing this, like, little graphic. And I forgot to mention Bruno because I forgot about it. When I was trying to explain book 1, like, I honestly forgot about Bruno because he's, like, relevant during book 1. And then he's not relevant anymore. Like, they're like, oh, yeah, mysterious man. And he's like, oh, like, so brooding, mysterious. And then, like, book 1 happens. And then he's not relevant anymore. So it's just like, okay. I kind of just forgot he existed. But, yes, there's also that. The Bruno exists. Which is a shame. It's a shame because I kind of like Bruno's design. But then he's just, like not relevant. And it's like, what a shame. Because I thought his design was really cool. And I was like, that's such a waste. Anyway. I don't think Bruno matters again until book 6. Oh, of course. They were reminded that Bruno exists again. He was so mysterious and shattery that he literally bashed the plot. Too bad for not being the main character. He's there in book 1 and then like he just disappears and comes back like way later. But yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing this franchise does a lot. Heroes, that is. It's it is I mean, I wouldn't say well, it is a problem, but I'm really surprised if each book has different writers. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, Bruno actually had a nice design, and then they didn't do anything with him besides 1 or 2 units and nothing in the story before just getting rid of him again. Yeah. Someone dropped a sticky note of lore behind the desk, and they didn't find it again until chapter 6. It's like, Bruno exists. It's like, oh right, he does! And they just forgot. It's a problem, but if you're getting that deep into Heroes, you already know what you're in for. The thing is, if you were playing Heroes, like, back when it released, like, since day 1, right? And you were playing, like, the books just right as they released, maybe in your mind, it wouldn't matter as much. But if you go back, like, right now, you never played Heroes, like, at all, and you're trying to, like, play all the books up until now, right? You realize, like, what's even going on? Since there was, like, such a big time frame between, like, each book, in your mind, you think about it, and, like, it's like, oh, okay. But then, like, you look back on it, like, if you play everything from start to finish, and you're like, what even happened? Yeah. You would expect Bruno to keep being important, though. And instead, he goes missing for, like, 5 years. Yeah. I just saw his design. He seemed like a villain, alright. Has he any depth in the story? He's a character, alright. When does it play Gacha games for the story exactly? It's a Fire Emblem game. The whole like story. Fire Emblem games are known for story and for, you know, the gameplay. But story. Yeah, when I was going through the books to release, it was actually kind of fun. But now looking back, it's just like, huh? you go through it and it's like, what's even going on? Yeah, secretly, I just print to be evil because he has evil blood that can make him be evil. Yeah. I don't have to hear in the middle of book 8, and you can tell me this story is linear. In what world is it actually linear? In what world is it actually linear? It's never been linear. What happens in the other books hardly ever comes up ever again. Hardly. Maybe if you're lucky, they'll make a reference. But it hardly ever comes back up again. I have your life videos. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. It's quite something. Also, I noticed Ranger's off. Hold on. I only think Camille has a will or both dragons and beasts. Don't worry, they'll probably give her like an odd costume that does that. If the character dies, they'll be forgotten and get no alt. Gunthra. It's kind of sad, honestly. Because I remember my cousin liked her design and she was like, oh my god, Gunthra's so pretty. And then and then the game happens. It's so sad. I'm so sorry, Gunthra fans, if they exist. But like, it's so sad. It's actually so sad. Like, she at least got a swimsuit alt, I guess. Yeah. Oh my god. Hell still doesn't have it all. Wasn't she a recruitable unit? I could have sworn Hell is recruitable. So it's actually... Or... Is that the name of the villain, or is that the name of the daughter? Oh god, I don't remember the death arc. Gunthra isn't a thing anymore. I think Hell is the girl you recruit. Rather than the mom. Hell's... Oh, right. Hell's the villain. Sorry, villains don't get alts. No, I'm kidding. They probably do. Right. I forgot the name of her daughter. Hell, no. Ear, right. Her daughter's Ear. Hell is the mom, right. I honestly forget, like, I confuse the mom and the daughter a lot. Surtr has an alt? Surtr fans be thriving right now. But you could get the villains as units. I guess they have alts, yeah. I mean, you could technically get Grima Robins, and that's technically a villain. Surtr got one. Surtr fans be thriving right now. Hell fans in shambles. Oh, this is the only villain that has seasonal alt. I wonder why, though. Unit is Surtr Pirate of Red Sky. He has a pirate outfit? Surtr, Unit FE Heroes. Where's his pirate outfit? Every image I Google of him is just his default one. Hold on. I might have to just go to the wiki. Where is his seasonal one? I keep finding only his default one. Surtr Pirate of Red Sky. Can I get a good image of this? Oh! He looks like a Grand Blue character. I honestly feel this design doesn't even feel Fire Emblem anymore. It feels like a Grand Blue character. It doesn't feel... I don't know. It's too much. Robin isn't evil. He's just going through Toonie phase. Is he now? Doesn't have a one either, but he's not a major villain. He does, yeah. Doesn't exist. We gaslighted you. I had to Google the full name. Yeah, I found it. He kind of does look like a Grand Blue character. Yeah, I feel like he doesn't look Fire Emblem. I don't know. Like, even when on his default design, I was kind of like, like, it barely passes as Fire Emblem. But, you know. I always thought he was like, maybe it's a Grand Blue artist, maybe. Not sure though. I know they had like a bunch of different artists for heroes. A lot of FE just barely look like they should exist. Yeah. Yeah. Why don't you hold more Japanese culture banners and don't you know, is that how it is? I think it's because of the artist. Maybe? I honestly Surtr's design is like borderline barely Fire Emblem, I feel. But like it works, I guess. Fomortiis. Fomortiis? What is this? You spell it with double T's. It's not on the... It's not on the wiki. I can't find them on the wiki. Demon King from Sacred Stones. That's her. His bait design doesn't give off. Fomortiis. Oh, that's why. I was like, Fomortiis? I was like, what? Is she not on the wiki? It's not on the wiki. It's the main villain for Sacred Stones. Was that the name of the demon? I guess it was the demon that possessed Leon. Honestly, I don't... Like, I remember... I consider Leon the main antagonist. So, like, I honestly forgot the name of the demon. Because, like, kinda just, like... I don't know. Yeah, like, I remember, like, when I think about the antagonist of Sacred Stones, I think of Leon. Like, I don't, like... You know. But more like Fear Mirror. And then I forget the demon even had a name. I forget the demon had a name. Honestly. I honestly forget, like, that demon had a name. Like, I don't know. It's too... It doesn't roll off the tongue. So I kind of forgot that demon thing had a name. Or it's just like, oh yeah, like he gets possessed and he's the villain. Mortis is a pretty cool design, but he more or less lacks a personality. Now, when you think about it, Demon King was pretty bland. I only think Leon is the real villain. Yeah, that's pretty much how it is for me too. Kind of just like... Yeah. Yeah, this thing doesn't even look Fire Emblem. Like, what is this? It looks like too overly designed, I feel. Like, I feel like I'm looking at like something from a different game. When I look at this design, like, it looks too overly designed. Like, Fire Emblem has complicated outfits, yes, but like, I don't know, it's like, doesn't, I watched a video once that said he looked like a biblical demon. Oh, is that what it is? Interesting. You know, Fomortiis reminds me of a Yu-Gi-Oh card. I want Fomortiis to win CYL. His inclusion in the Christmas banner made me laugh. I can't find like his Christmas alt. This picture's funny though. This one's funny. I like this picture. This is very silly. Hold on, let me get the picture. It's a Weppy. Oh, Weppy hate. Okay. Can I get the image? Because I found this image and I thought it was really silly when I was looking him up. Look at this. Fomortiis Dark of Night. This was very silly. But yeah, I found this image on the wiki. And I was looking him up. Oh, there's his Fomortiis. See, I really feel they're running out of ideas or units to make for this series. I saw like I found the Christmas one. You just see like this big draconic creature that looks like he's from a different game. Like throwing presents. And they're like the tiniest Leon just kind of like sitting there with a little Christmas outfit, and he's just like, this is my friend. It's just like, what am I looking at? You saw the Tokyo Mirage Sessions units. Oh yeah, I saw those. I remember seeing those. I was like, no. He's such a really silly unit idea. Yeah. I feel like I'm looking at a different game. This doesn't feel real. It's good. It's been going for like 8 years. I'll run out of ideas too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's been going for as long as it's been going. I'm surprised they've been going as much as they are. This can describe why they made it, to be honest. Maybe. I don't know. It feels like a fever dream. It feels like a fever dream. It doesn't feel real. It does not feel real at all. It's like, what am I looking at? What is this? I had to be the people trying to come up with new ideas for heroes. I wouldn't want to be a writer for that game. I feel like you're just throwing darts at a board and being like, so what themes can we include in our story? And they're like, what's a fantasy theme? It's like, mechas. It's like, what? It's like, I like that idea. Hire that guy. It's like, not easy for me. It's, oops. Oh, mechas aren't even a fantasy theme. Exactly. There's gonna be like some guy that's like, they aren't even fantasy. It's like, well, do you have any better ideas? And then they would just like shut that guy up. And they'll be like, mechas it is. I would like to know whose idea was to turn it into Star Wars and mechas. They haven't even added all characters on FE. Still, only recently we got Vaike. The Vaike hate is real. They forget the Vaike. Is that what I mean with a guy getting thrown out the window? But the only guy with a good fantasy idea is getting yeeted out the window. Exactly. How much word text new weapons are compared to like 1 year into? Yeah. They kind of have ideas like Emblem Land. This unit can shoot you from 6 tiles away. I don't know, I think the writing passes might be funny. You just write a random story and then shove Alfonse in. It's like, we write a plot, and we throw Alfonse in it. Do you remember when you told us that story? Yeah, Vaike and the Vaike. Yeah. When I... because in Awakening, I pretty much like... Since Vaike always referred to himself in the third person, I thought it'd be really funny to make, I made a female Robin, I made her blonde, and I named her Vaike. And I pretty much married her off to Vaike. And in the headcanon was that, Morgan was also named Vaike. And they had like a little show called Living with the Vaikes. Because they were all named Vaike. If you could change Morgan's name, I would have done that. I would have named him Vaike. Yeah, there's also the fact that I really wonder how much time they had to write up the stories. Yeah. I would have done that if I was able to. Oh god. But no. Unfortunately, that's fantastic lore. Thank you. That was the lore. Vaike, I love naming for the units. Yeah, I just named her Vaike. And I had Vaike marry her. And Morgan was blonde, so he could have been named Vaike too. But alas. Very unfortunate. You know you got 1,000 hours in Awakening when you start doing things like the Vaike playthrough. Exactly. You know you got a lot of hours in Awakening. And I purposely just made Morgan the same class as Vaike because he had to be like his dad. Since I couldn't name him Vaike, I was turning him into a mini Vaike. We missed so much without Chiaki to play Awakening. Of Heroes writing hits weird because they have to do one book a year, but they only have like one regular FA game chapter worth of dialogue and writing space to pull the story off. Yeah, Vaike Jr. Yeah, Vaike Jr. had to be like his old man. I watched that show. I love to watch the Vaikes go on vacation. Exactly, like father, like son. Exactly. Had the Vaikes go on a vacation. Little Vaike was gonna grow up and be just like his dad. I don't care if he's supposed to be a mage. Well, technically tactician class, but you know what I mean. I don't care. He's gonna be just like Vaike. Another question. Which Chiaki married Donna with? On my first playthrough? Oh, I don't remember. I don't remember who I matched everyone with on my first playthrough. Because I kind of just like matched everyone with all different pairings. So I kind of don't remember who was Donald's like first person I paired him up with. Robin and Morgan can just be whatever they want. Exactly, they can just be whatever they want. I married Olivia. Olivia's cute. I liked Olivia. No son of mine is gonna be a mage. We're a fighter household here. The Vaike probably. Exactly. We were the fighter family. Exactly. We're the fighter family, you know. I married Maribel. I think on my first playthrough, I remember I married Maribel and Rickon. I do remember I married them off. Then it was a really funny unit to marry others. His characters were just too goofy. Donald was fun. He was also very OP. But you could make everyone OP in Awakening, technically. I should probably go get water before I actually bring in the... Oh god, it's such a mess. my little explanation thingy that I made for book 1, and I didn't finish the book 2 one, but yeah, you mostly remember book 2, I would say. Hey, I'm gonna go get some water, so I shall be right back. Where's my BRB? BRB. I have way too many sources in OBS. Okay. BRB. Okay, I return. Hi, hello. So, Ato, thank you so much for the super. Reaper, thank you so much for the super. Raps, thank you so much for the super. Twilight, thank you so much for the super. And Andrew, thank you so much for the super. Thank you. Oh, alright, I just saw that. Also, Raps, thank you so much for the tip. Thank you. Bruno. Oh boy. Alright, game mode and FE Heroes. God. I'm trying to remember. Okay. Let me see. I need to capture this. Let's see. Oh, is it cropped? It's weirdly cropped on my side. Oh boy. Let me see. How can I uncrop this? I just noticed it's like oddly cropped on my side. I like Tempest Trials. It's been a while, so like trying to like remember them. Yeah, since I increased the canvas size, I'm trying to like there you go. This should work. Yeah, OBS cropping stuff. Yeah, I kind of like cropped it before, so kind of like trying to like recrop it. Do I still have the picture I used before? I know I used like a picture. I do. Oh, I probably just need to like fix the recropping for this. Yeah, because I had to increase the canvas size, so... Okay, can I... Please allow me to adjust the sizing. And transform. Let me please adjust. That's not the right thing. Okay. This is so long. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay, how do I Okay. I hope I'll be able to zoom in on this. Oh god. Oh god. Here we go. I need my silly music for this. I feel it'll be necessary. Okay. Oh my god, the cropping is... Ooh. How can I get it to, like, crop appropriately? Oh, I think the image is just off-centered. Maybe? And... Yeah, I think the image is just off-centered for some reason. How did I made it work last time? Because right now it's like... The cropping is really weird. But I don't know how I made it work last time. Oh god, I don't know how I made it work. Made the goofy music. Yeah, I'm trying to like put it with the background, but I don't remember how I made it work before. Because I know I made it work before when I had the background. But it's not detecting the background for some reason. Which is really weird. Because I detected it before just fine, so... I don't know why it's not detecting it. But so hi Tao, welcome. Yeah, when I put the background like... above it, it just doesn't detect it properly. Weird. Very, very weird. Yeah, it's not detecting it. How do I crop it in a way that, like... It doesn't show, like, the black screen. And it's being weird, because, like, before, I kind of, like, cropped my... Clip Studio Paint, so, like... It would be... Just my canvas, and then the background. But... It's not detecting the background for some reason. Which I'm not sure why that is. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's the case. That's so weird. Am I just gonna have to crop it? Oh, I think I know what I need to do. That's a little bit annoying, but I think I'm gonna have to crop it from here. Yeah, maybe it's missing some update. Yeah, not sure because I cropped it last time too. I think I just need to crop it from here as well. Okay. Oh, is it cropped? It is kind of cropped. Oh god. This is so scuff. Can I... Hold on, I'm kind of like testing if like... Oh, it's cropped at the top. I see what the problem is. Yeah, I see what the issue is. It's like weirdly... Oh! That thing died. It's weirdly cropped. So it's cropping like some of the things that I wrote. Okay, please don't crop that. Then... Gonna... Just do this. Oh, now it's... Jeez, okay. Can you fit to screen? Why is it cropping so much information now? Oh, I see. Hold on, I need to like readjust this. It's being really annoying right now. Okay, there you go. Now, if you can just uncrop this like that, and uncrop this like this. Okay, I think it's cropped as good as it's gonna get. I had to change my canvas size because it didn't fit last time. So, technical difficulties. Okay, can you... Is it not detecting it now? Game capture. It's not picking it up for some reason. Oh, I see what the problem is. Okay. This is so scuff, oh my god. This is so scuff. We're trying our best here. Technical difficulties, yeah, technical difficulties. Just to get this to show in a way that, like, it's visible? Okay. Can I... Okay, that works, I guess. I'll just have to, like, scroll it like that. We'll just try with this. Okay. Now... I guess I'll just have to make myself really small. Either that or somehow just like levitate this. You know what? I'll just push it upwards. I think that works. We shall ball. I did say this wasn't gonna be professional in any sort of way. This would probably be easier to do in a video than doing it on a stream, to be fair. But this is by no means gonna be a professional thing. And about the overlay, it would only work if it wasn't so long. I made a very long a very long canvas in order to actually fit this. So we're just gonna have to roll with it. I am gonna have to turn off chat on the other screen though. Where are you, chat? Where are you, chat? Chat. Window. No, this will be even much better than a professional one. I mean, you said you wanted to do our videos in the years. I don't think I want to do a video on this thing, no. I have the giant canvas, yeah. And this is just book 1. This is just book 1, by the way. Because, this is gonna be like a very condensed, version of book 1. Because I pretty much went over book 1 on a different stream, so... Yeah, this one would just be very, very condensed, book 1. Okay. I'm setting up the music. Okay. I'm gonna turn off this. There you go. Okay. I should probably get a cursor, actually. Hold on, let me get a cursor. Curses I can use for all this nonsense. Okay. Give me a PNG cursor that I can use, cause you guys can't see my cursor. Dewey music. Yeah, Dewey music. Okay, this works. Okay, it's an actual PNG, thank God. I just had a yelling picture. I gotta use his original Fates portrait. Okay, cursor. Okay, obviously I'm gonna zoom in on this so you can kind of like ignore the fact that it's actually kind of transparent. Okay, so this is book 1. This is the start of this game. This is the start of before, you know, everything went the way it's currently going. So book 1. We have the Kingdom of Asker. These are basically... Okay, let me zoom in. Let me go up a little bit. For the Kingdom of Asker, of course, we have Alfonse. He's right there. This is Alfonse. The Lord. It's Alfonse. And we have Sharina. They're not twins. They're not twins. It's not a twin situation. I'll probably zoom out a little more. Here's Alfonse, Sharina, main Lord duo. You know them. She's nice, I guess. Personality traits. Honestly, I don't think they have too many personality traits. But yes, these are the main 2 lords that you're gonna be seeing in every book. These are the 2 that are gonna be consistent in every book at the very least. Until something happens, I guess. Your music tastes are immaculate, thank you. And these 2, they're best buds with the Summoner, aka Kieran is technically his canonical name, but, you know, you can name him whatever you want. He's got a gun, yeah. He's got a gun. I'm weird just because I've been playing this game since day 1. Hi. This is not gonna be professional by any sort of mean. So... The gun, yes, this is the summoning gun. This is how you get your waifus and husbandos, thanks to this gun. The summoner doesn't appear in every book. Technically he does. She does, yes. But technically these 2, the 2 lords, Alfonse and Sharina, are gonna be the most important ones. These 2. Yeah, the braid the Blake. Yes, pretty much. They have very convoluted names. They don't... Yes. They are best buds with you. This is you. This is the player character, pretty much. Personality trait, gun. He has a gun. And there's Anna. She's the general of the group. And she's here too, I guess. She's the multiverse Anna, you know? Because you gotta have... Every Fire Emblem game has to have Anna. She's here too. Honestly, I feel like she's not that important, but I guess she kinda is, but she's not that important. But yes, she's the general of the group, and she's there too. She's the obligatory Anna for the multiverse, you know? So, yes, she exists. And these are the good guys, yes, so you're playing as the good guys. What a shocker. But yes, and these guys, so basically the Asker Kingdom can open the portals which lead to other worlds. But they can't close them. You can only open them, and they can't close them, so that's an issue. But we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there in a bit. They also free people from contracts. You're probably gonna ask, why contracts? Well, you will see with the opposing kingdom that this book basically tackles, which is the Kingdom of Embla. This is the girl that the internet fell in love with back when the first book released. If only that plot was still relevant. Yup, if only that plot was still relevant. If only it was. And we have the bad guys, pretty much. We have Veronica. She used to, well, I guess back when she was considered a bad guy. I don't know if she's still considered a bad guy nowadays. But we're talking about first book, so first book canon. Everyone on the internet fell in love with her. Everyone loved her. So yeah, everyone's little sister Veronica. She's siblings with this guy, Bruno. Also going by Zacharias. There's an entire spiel about Zacharias, and he's either possessed or has an identity crisis or both. But Bruno is he's a character. He's here too, I guess. And then well, I guess we addressed the elephant in the room. There's Xander. Xander's here too. So the thing with Xander, why is he here? He's not like an original character. Like, yes, he's technically not an original character of the Fire Emblem Heroes lore, but he's technically important in book 1. He basically gets forced into a contract by Veronica. But instead of like actually, you know, joining Asker when he got freed, he decided to stick with Veronica because reasons. Because he thinks of Veronica as his little sister. So basically Xander becomes like Veronica's right-hand man. He's here to sell you on fates. I mean, did it work? But yes, Xander kind of like sees Veronica here and he's like, oh my god, you're reminding me of my sister. And he kind of just sticks by because of that, I guess. But yes, basically, in retrospective, pretty much these are the bad guys TM. They're the ones that can close portals. So if they don't want to close them, then Asker is just kind of like, well, GG. And they also bind people from other Fire Emblem games through contracts. And basically the contract pretty much forces them to fight for Embla. And they can't just be like, yeah, I don't wanna fight, because if they do that, they die. So obviously they gotta, if they're binded by the contract, they can't just say like, no, I don't feel like it. Because they will die, they would just die. So yeah. That's kinda like the thing here. Which is kinda like why these guys are like, yeah, we're gonna help you guys. We're gonna like break your contract so you're gonna be free and whatever. And during book 1, Zacharias or Bruno or whatever name he wants to go by, he's kind of like the brooding, mysterious guy, and he's doing his brooding, mysterious things. And like, while Veronica tries to kill Alfonse, he saves Alfonse, he's like, my name is Zacharias. And then like, they're like, oh wow, he's so cool, thank you. But then, like, he shows up later and he's like, I killed Zacharias, my name is Bruno. And they're like, okay. He's okay. He's like, yeah, my name is Bruno and I'm like siblings with Veronica. He's like, okay, bro. I believe he's possessed. I believe he's supposed to be possessed. Like, the story arc for Bruno is, well... He's a guy. He's relevant on book 1. Because he does save Alfonse from Veronica trying to kill them. But then he kind of just like goes 180 and is like, nah, I killed Zacharias. Zacharias is dead. And he pretty much reveals himself as Bruno. It was really exciting, but like he went undercover, so to speak. Yeah, the explanations are, well, him and Vera both have the blood of evil god that makes him do super evil stuff. Pretty much, yeah. So he was doing super evil stuff because blood of super evil god. But he wanted to use an alias to like save Alfonse for reasons. He felt nice that day, you know? He was like, you know what? I'm gonna be nice. I was like, oh, thank you. And, you know, he's there too. But that's basically like a very condensed version of book 1. It's like the very, very condensed version of book 1 because I went over book 1 before on different streams. So this is like the condensed version. He knows he can be possessed. He doesn't want to be near anyone. Bruno doesn't even have regular alt yet. He only has one alt that it's Oldest Hills. He has the Easter one. Yeah, when I was looking for pictures of him, I kept getting images of his Easter alt. Like, surprisingly, there's more images of his Easter alt than of his regular outfit. So I'm just like, man, they hate him. Isn't that a holiday, y'all? I found, like, more images of his Easter alt than his standard outfit. Like, this is one of the few images of his standard outfit that I found that wasn't just, like, the full body art. Because I was looking for, like, images that wasn't just the full body art. And this is one of the few ones that I found. So, yeah. I really do hate Bruno, to be honest. He gets nothing. He's there. Never coming out with regular Bruno and Veronica. Yeah. Yeah. That's kinda like the very condensed version of book 1. Book 2. Well, I didn't finish my graphic for book 2. So the graphic for book 2 is kinda incomplete right now. But it's all over the place. So yeah, this is still incomplete. This is still incomplete, so there's still incomplete information here about the Ice Kingdom arc, or the Nifl Kingdom. Is there I love the pictures of Surtr you use. Most of his pictures were just his full body sprite. This is one of the ones I found where he wasn't the full body sprite. It's Haha Evil Man. Yes, the Haha Evil Man, a Surtr. But yeah, there's some stuff missing here. I haven't fully like added. I think there's characters missing on this side too. But yes, that's why there's this big empty void here. But yes, this is where we meet Fjorm. I'm missing Fjorm's brother too. He's not here. Honestly, I kind of forget his contribution to the cause. Like, he's there, but like, he's there too. Obviously, Alfonse and Sharita's supposed to be here, but honestly, I don't remember anything relevant she does in this book. So she's, just imagine she's here. Like, she still appears in this book, but she just doesn't do that much. But yeah. Reed existed too, that Yelger wasn't Yelger. So yeah, Sharita's supposed to be here, but she doesn't do that much in this book, so just imagine she's there. Okay, so we need to zoom out a little bit. But yes, so in this book we have Surtr's Kingdom, which God, the names are hard. The names of like of the kingdoms get really hard to pronounce. But yes, this is the arc where Surtr Múspell. Yes, Múspell. I forgot to write Múspell there. But alas, Múspell or Múspell. But yes, I forgot to write the names there. Cause this is unfinished right now. I didn't get to finish this in time. But yes, this is where Múspell, commanded by Surtr, invades Nifl. And pretty much Alfonse gets to find out about this because they find a guy that has like really bad burns. And they're like, oh my god, what happened to you? And he's kind of like a messenger of sorts. And then they found out about that Nifl kind of got destroyed by Surtr. And Fjorm pretty much, where's my cursor? Fjorm here goes out of her way to look for help. She kind of asks Alfonse like, oh, like, I need your help because Surtr is like, you know, he burned my place and he's gonna burn your place too. Like, you're next, bro. So Alfonse is like, oh yeah, we'll help you. And she's like, no, I don't want you guys to help me. I want to join you guys. And so she joins them. And she tags along with the team. And while she's tagging along, they get to meet Loki. This girl over here. And she is the eldest daughter, is Surtr's eldest daughter. She's kind of like a trickster of sorts. Like, she can shapeshift. She can, isn't related to Surtr, is it? Is she not? I thought she was related. That's related. Oh, they do the she's not actually related sort of thing. But, yeah. Loki works under Surtr, I guess. Loki just kind of like works under Surtr. She's a shapeshifter. Well, not a shapeshifter, but she's a trickster. She can shapeshift by using magic, but she doesn't actually. She's not like a shapeshifter. You know what I mean. But yes, she kind of like works for Surtr, and she pretty much approaches these guys. Well, Gunthra was a later thing. And she's not a Laguz. Yeah, she's not a Laguz. She's just able to like transform using magic. But yes. She's kind of like the one mainly stopping the team before Surtr shows up. And also, during this, there's also a Gunthra here. Gunthra, they kind of know about Gunthra because she speaks to Kiran, which is the summoner, in a dream. Kiran has dreams. He has funky dreams where like Gunthra just speaks to him and just like, oh, summoner, please help us, yada yada yada. And then she later just dies. He kinda just died. But she's the eldest princess of Nifl. There's that. You know, she's kind of like the one that kind of like informs about like what's happening. With Surtr, because she speaks to Kiran in a dream. And that's how they like find out, because Kiran has a funky dream about this lady and she's like, oh, summoner, please help us. She has a dream and die. She doesn't have a dream and die. She gets off screen. She gets off screen later on, but these are just like bullet points of like their contributions to the plot, if that makes sense. Yeah. That's kind of like the thing. She doesn't get to do too much before the plot just kills her. So these are pretty much just... She's like, oh, summoner, please help us, you know. Yeah, she was off screen. She dies. Kinda just die. Yeah, she kinda just dies. But yes. And over here, over by the Múspell sort of thing. I still need to delete this, but we'll... We obviously have the leader in this, which is Surtr. He's the big bad of book 2. He's unapologetically evil. He's evil because he can, and he will, you know? He's low-key immortal. Like, he's actually pretty hard to kill. They struggle quite a bit to kill him. They have to do, like, an entire spiel to kill this guy. And obviously, she planned to kill Veronica since the start. So this goes back to Veronica, because Veronica was the one that kind of let Surtr in. She was like, you know what? I'm gonna ally myself with Surtr. I think it's pretty cool. And like, he looks pretty strong, you know, so I'm gonna ally myself with him. And like, I guess she didn't consider that like this guy just was not gonna play nice. He's not gonna be friends with anybody. And so Nifl's gone because she let this guy in. And she was obviously allied with Surtr and helping by providing heroes for Surtr. But Bozo gets betrayed and almost dies because Surtr was planning to sacrifice her. So yeah. Yeah. She almost dies, but obviously like the good guys save her, but yeah, I think she got saved by Leviathan, not by these guys. But yeah, Bozo almost died. Yeah, there was that entire thing because like pretty much Surtr reveals in his little evil monologue to Loki that he was planning to kill Veronica. And like obviously Veronica didn't know about this, but yeah, just like Bozo gets betrayed and almost dies. Because like she didn't have the insight to like see that this guy wasn't gonna play nice. Even though it's like, you know, he's up perfectly. Yeah. It's just like her fault Nifl's gone. She was allied with Surtr. Bozo gets betrayed and almost dies. But in the Surtr army, you know, besides Veronica and Loki, we have Leviathan. She's the daughter of Surtr, but Surtr, I mean, I'm pretty sure you can guess you can put 2 and 2 together that this guy is not winning Father of the Year by any not even if like all competitors drop out. So yeah, she's treated as a weapon, and she's like, well, if like I don't kill you guys, well, my dad will probably kill me. So he doesn't care about his kids. Doesn't care about his kids. Like pretty much disposable in his eyes. So yeah, Leviathan is it's kind of sad. It's actually kind of sad. But Yeah, especially when he in Father of the Year, there was literally 0. No. No, he's something. He's definitely something. It's definitely quite something. But yes, chapter 3 is like around the time when Surtr reveals to Loki that he was planning to kill Veronica, but Veronica was none the wiser. Veronica was none the wiser, she didn't know. But that's quite something. Dictomy between Leviathan being really sad when she gets betrayed and just Boza gets betrayed and dies. Oh, Alfonse told you so, his Father of the Year. But yes. If we go chapter by chapter, because I didn't finish adding all my notes for this, so Veronica was just too gullible. Yeah, she was definitely lacking the insight that it could be a possibility that this guy just didn't want to play nice. But alas, he also, well, Alfonse, one of the things he does, one of like the big things he does in this book, is like he galaxy brain outsmarts Surtr by pretty much just like not taking his deal, because he basically offers him a deal later on. But that's a little bit later. Like the whole like, oh, you either like leave these people to die and like I spare Asgard, or like or you pretty much like get in my way and all the people in Asgard die. Veronica's like 12, so I can expect her to be that smart. I don't think they ever canonically mention ages in Fire Emblem, other than like 3 houses. Usually H's in Fire Emblem tend to just be implied rather than like canonically mentioned, with the exception of a couple games. I don't think Heroes is one of those though. The very favorite deal he clearly was intending to keep. Yeah. We're supposed to be pretty young, but they're never actually said for sure. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. They never really mention. So, yeah. Also, I guess during chapter 4, he has a little... He opens up about, like... He opens up about, like, his family, like, his role to, like, Fjorm. They kind of just have, like, a talk of, like, oh yeah, like, do you often, like, go out of your way to help people? And Alfonse goes into, like, this, like, really, like, emotional of, like, well, my family wasn't always so hands-on. You see, back when I joined the Order of Heroes, like, my people didn't really want to, like, help others. And, like, he goes on, like, this entire spiel. He kind of, like, opens up about, like, his past to Fjorm, which, like, Fjorm's just like, okay. Like, she literally just kind of, like, says, like, oh dear. Like, like, Alfonse just kind of, like, opens up about his past. Opens up about his past to, Fjorm, which, you know, kind of puts Fjorm on an awkward spot, but, you know, man is trying to, get through it, I guess. He randomly reveals his family's backstory. Opens up about his past to Fjorm. And Fjorm is, Fjorm's there too. Alpha's going around to Fjorm, she's just like, oh, okay. She literally just says, oh dear. Yeah, he kind of has, like, this entire, like, spiel about this, oh dear. I was trying to ask if you wanted dinner, bro. I mean, I guess she was the one who asked him about, like, oh, do you often, like, go out of your way to, like, help people? Like, do you help people outside of Asgard and stuff? And, like, that's when he went on his entire spiel. And Fjorm was just like, well, forget that I asked. She didn't say that, but she probably thought that. Oh, God. It was definitely something. They kind of have, like, an emotional moment. I feel like this happens in every book. It's like, low-key, it kind of feels like they're trying to, give Alfonse a love interest with, like, each designated, waifu of the book. I feel like this is gonna become a thing. Oh dear. Thank you for the tip, Tias. You help your people proceeds to trauma dump. Yeah, she's just like, oh, do you always help people like outside of Asker? And then he's like, well, you see, my kingdom wasn't always this way. And like, he goes on this entire spiel about it. And Fiorma's just like, oh dear. You're not wrong. They have Alfonse constantly trauma dump on each of the new girls. They do. Yeah, I feel like they do. They have just like constantly him just have like an emotional like moment, and like the other girls just like, okay. It's just like, okay. It's odd. It's really odd. Unfortunately for Alfonse, as if he ever gets his waifu. Yeah. It's oh right, the hay! Right. This is that hay that comes that oh, not this. I need to get Sharina's picture from here. She receives the magic hay. It becomes relevant like later. Serena's the one that gets the magic hay. That's her contribution to this book. Okay, Sharina. Oh, oops. This one's to trauma dump. The hay, yeah. This becomes like important like on that one chapter. Only doing every lure will you ever hear Chiaki say Surtr like, oh right, the hay. Yeah, Fear is odd because there's this scene, but they also heavily push her having a crush on Karan. It's weird. It's really weird. If you think this book is bad with trauma dump, just wait until we get to the next book. No, I think book 2 is honestly just I feel like when we get to the fairy one, that's when things start losing it. I feel like the fairy book, book 4 is a lot of things. So hi Andrew, welcome. Who is your favorite Grand Order battle and Tempest Trial character? I don't remember the Tempest Trial exclusives. I know they definitely offered quite a couple depending on the season, but it's been a while. Probably just put her here. Oh wait, no, but I still need to put like Fjorm's brother and his single contribution. I guess I'll just put the brother like underneath Gunthra. The very book is definitely like her retcon. Yep. I guess I'll just put Sharina here. She's I don't think she's gonna have like too many relevant things she's gonna do this book. Except the hay. Her one contribution, she got the magic hay. But yeah, Sharina. Her main thing is she got the hay. She got the gets funny. Oh. Okay, gets funny hay from old man. This sounds really odd out of context, but but yeah, basically they save a village that was gonna get burned by Surtr. And one of the villagers, one of the townspeople, gives Sharina this magic hay, this funny oddly colored hay, as she names it. Opens up her says if your gets funny from old man. Yeah. I know it sounds weird. I know it sounds weird, but the thing with this hay is that it gives a colored smoke. So it's kind of like you could say it's kind of like a signal. You can use it to like signal people, right? I remember the funny hay at all. That people like you help us remember. Yeah, Sharina gets the funny hay from the old man, which when you burn it, it pretty much works as like a smoke signal. Yeah, it basically gives off colored smoke, so you can use it as like a way to like, I guess you communicate or like signal other people. But yeah, this is gonna be relevant later. That's why I put that's why I added it. That's why I added gets funny hay from old man, because it's gonna be important. The funny hay is gonna come back. Like I know right now you're just like, what? Yeah. This is the funny hay that like releases the colored smoke is gonna be important later. But right now it's just very out of nowhere. I still don't know why it had to be magic hay instead of special torture. Effective but yet a plot relevance. Yeah, it's plot relevant. It really is plot relevant. I know. Surtr, curse you, funny hey. Yeah, because what the funny hey was like one of the things that actually like messed up his plan, which is actually kind of funny. The funny hey was actually one of the things that messed up Surtr's plan, which I think it's really funny when you think about it. That was the plot point of all time. Like, imagine being this evil Mac bad and like you're so powerful, low-key immortal, and like one of the things that messes you up is funny colored hay. If I was him, I wouldn't show my face ever again. It's just like, you know what? I'm done. Like, imagine just being like this imposing man and like your plan, part of your plan gets ruined because funny hay, funny colored hay that gives funny colored smoke. Oh, it's a plot point. It's a really funny plot point. Oh my god, Surtr just goes to cry in a corner. Yeah, it's really something. That's just public embarrassment. That's just public embarrassment. Your plan being foiled by RGB hay. I did have a perfect plan. Literal immortality, imposing physique, and funny hay stop too. Yeah. Yeah. It's something. But yes, once they get the funny... Once Sharita gets the funny hay, Fjorm wants to take them. She wants to take Alfonse and, like, the entire gang to, Nifl. Unfortunately, it seems like she doesn't have enough energy to do so. Because, like, she had to, like... pretty much do a rite in order to like be able to like, even go to ask her and ask them for help. So she pretty much did a rite to go to ask her. No surprise she had to draw a listen to Alfonse. Sierra's literally dying. Yeah, she's literally dying. I would just put like literally dying. She's literally dying. That's the best explanation. She's like literally dying. So she's like, oh well, like she didn't want to tell them that she was literally dying, even though she was literally dying. But you know, she's like, yeah, I think I'll need, like, a few days, you know? I think I'll need a few days to, like, open the door. So you got kind of just dies and literally dies. They're going through it. The princesses and Nifl are going through it. As you can see. So, yeah, they decide to, like, camp for the night because, you know, Fjorm doesn't have enough power to open the gate. Which is, yes. But it ain't that easy. Of course, they're not just gonna be able to go to sleep and stuff. Because guess who? Guess who interferes? It's him. There he is. He interferes again. Whoa. That's so surprising, am I right? Yep. So, obviously, they obviously had to fight this man. Because he interferes. But alas, that's when Surtr threatens Alfonse. It's our boy, there he is. He threatens Alfonse by pretty much telling him like, you see that town? That town with your people? I'm gonna burn that. You wanna know what Alfonse's like great comeback is? After this guy's just like, you see that town? You see that town with your people? I'm gonna burn that. Like, everyone's gonna die. And the only thing Alfonse says to that is just like, Surtr, probably clenching his fist. Surtr really is a pyromaniac, yeah. And then he kind of just decides to, like, while he's telling him that, he kind of just, like, tells him, like, fun facts about, like, how, you know, being burned alive is one of the most painful ways to die. So weird fun facts about burning. You know, he kinda, you know, just kinda add that in. Surtr! It is. So after that, after he's just like clenching his fist and being like, Surtr! This guy's just like, by the way, so let me tell you something about how being burned alive is like one of the most painful ways to die. Is this he just drops like the random trivia, random fun facts. Alfonse is literally Arthur fist clenching me. He is. He really is. We haven't gotten to Helbindi yet. We haven't gotten to her. She hasn't shown up yet. That's why she's not here yet. I haven't added her yet. But that's why she's not added here. This is not complete yet. Yes, 808 Surtr just hit Alfonse. Yeah. And obviously, other than her contribution of getting funny hate from old man. You know. Helbindi's a guy? Oh, I see. I don't remember who Helbindi is, to be fair. It's been a while since this book. I don't remember them. Yeah, the scenario is the heavy hero ready to smoke. I don't know. I don't know. That's what I wanna know. And so, I don't know if this is relevant, but she kinda has a fight with Alfonse. I mean, it's a sibling fight, so it's like, I honestly don't think it's that relevant. She kinda has like a fight with Alfonse because of what Surtr said. So, she's kinda against Alfonse because like, Surtr just kinda like threatened to burn Asgard. And like Alfonse is like, nah, I'll go to Nifl. My waifu here told me I must go. So like, obviously she's upset. Obviously she's just like, what? Like, you're gonna go protect like them instead of like the people of your kingdom? So obviously she's mad. I don't think it's that. I mean, it's kind of important, but also like not really. So it's not like the big. This is not such a big contribution, but they kind of had a fight. They kind of have a fallout. Yeah. Yes, to I see Alpha has clear his priorities. Into the Edelgard discourse. I'm only covering like the main books. I'm not really covering like any side books. So if she doesn't appear in like any of the main books, probably not. Oh right, Xander is still important here. Oh, he's still here. I forgot he's still relevant in book 2. I thought he'd stop being relevant in book 1, but apparently he's still here. Yeah, I forgot. I don't think he does too much though. See, there's obviously Edelgard here. Yeah, this is Fire Emblem Heroes. If she doesn't appear in like Fire Emblem Heroes, then well, she does appear, but like part of the main books, then yeah, probably not gonna cover Edelgard. Then somehow gets persecuted to Bruno. Xander's just here. Hold on. Still has Xander as bodyguard. I guess he's still here too, but I don't think he's gonna do anything too relevant in this book. If he was still here, why didn't he save Veronica? Anyway. And like, if he was still in this book, why didn't he just save Veronica when she was like about to get sacrificed? Anyway, that's for later. That's for later. Because the sacrifice doesn't come in until like closer to the end of book 2. He tried to sort of beat him. Oh man. Not bait enough. Yeah, that's the later. Not bait enough. I think he doesn't save her because Surtr kick his butt, man. Man. But yeah, this is kind of like when Surtr and Veronica have a fall off. Because like, Surtr's like, oh yeah, I'll kill the Asgard people myself. And Veronica's like, no, like they're my enemies, so I should get the kill. But he's very selfish. He doesn't like sharing, you know, because he's evil. So why would he share? But Veronica didn't account for that. But Surtr here doesn't like sharing. So kind of gets into like a little discourse with Veronica because Veronica doesn't want Surtr to get the kill. But Surtr wants to get the kill because, you know, he wants to... He's like, I want to burn them. And Veronica's like, no. He's like, well, I don't care. What are you gonna do about it? Oh my god. Like, Veronica didn't want it to burn everyone alive. She kind of was just like, I want like, Asker to like perish, but the people. I don't want the people to perish. And I'm like, you can't have your cake and eat it. So like, it's one or the other, girl. So like, she's like, no, I don't want like the people to die. But like, I do want Asker to perish. But I don't want the people to die. It's like... They gotta have like this entire like discourse. And like, she's like, no, kill the people. But like, are you really gonna tell this guy to not kill the people when he's like obsessed with burning stuff? I don't think so. So they have their little fallout. Surtr and Veronica have their little fallout. And obviously, maybe I could add Xander here. He does like one thing, which is like try to protect Veronica. That's like his bullet point. That's like his one bullet point. He tries to protect Veronica, but then he gets his butt kicked. So I don't know if that's a very relevant point. But like, I mean, he does one thing, if you can count that one thing. Farah being like, this is because one to destroy Asker is the evil blood thing, but she's actually a good girl. I see. The bullet point gets butt kicked by Surtr. I mean, that's like the one thing he does. It's like the one thing he does, so I don't know. It is Xander to Tower. Oh man. Yeah, it's like, oh no. But yeah, I would say, where's Loki's points? She's kind of working more as like, she's kind of like the spy. She's like Surtr's eyes. So like, she's the one that tells Surtr like everything that like Alfonse is doing. So let's say she's like Surtr's. Put it eyes in quotation marks, but it's like, I say eyes in the sense like she is like the one spying on Alfonse and the others. She pretty much like tells what, you know, what they're doing, right? It's like, oh, like they ran away, there's no point in doing this, or like, you know, stuff like that. She's pretty much the one that keeps tabs on them, if anything. Because, you know, Surtr's too busy burning stuff. I just spied on Alfonse, he's trauma dumping again. Yeah, it's like, you know, that's pretty much how it is. But yes. Well, right now, I think this is basically like it with her. Like, she's obviously daughter of Surtr. She acts as a weapon to him. I guess she like later tracks down Alfonse and like his team, but like, so far I would say these are like the 2 bullet points more important to Leviathan. Be careful, boss. They have weird hay. Yeah, the weird hay. Yeah. We can start to have Surtr do all her dirty work so she gets what she wants. But yes. He's pretty slick. A Surtr's easy to manipulate. I mean, would he though? I wonder. Yes. This is still book 2 stuff. Oh man. But yes. To be honest, yeah. Really. Really. Oh, right. And then, chapter 5. Chapter 5 is where they meet, Edelgard? But before they get to meet Largen, they get to intercept this, Leviathan again. I don't have a good picture of Largen, though. Let's see. We thought about Conquer. They didn't have much besides that. Just Conquer, you know? Try to see. Yes, daughter, older sister. Yeah, like Jorn. I need to get a good picture of her. Can I get a good picture? Hopefully not a full body one, because I'm trying to get to kind of just keep them as icons. Yeah, there's not like a good like, not that many pictures that are not just her full sprite. Like darn. I found one, but she's kind of like where she's happy. There's not a lot of like pictures of her. Oh, but this is a costume. This is not her cat. This is not her main one. There's a New Year's costume, but I can't find like one that's not her full body sprite. Yeah. Having to hunt down portraits for all of them, it is hard. Yeah, having to hunt down portraits for all of them is hard. There's the one where she was like the logo of the game back when she was like, she first joined. You know what? I'm gonna take that one. It seems to be like the easier portrait. Cause like, I can't find one that is just not her like full body sprite. Yeah. Electron. Yeah, there's just like her alts, but I want like her default outfit. I'm not looking for her alts. Can I get one where it's just not like her alts? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, gotta work with what the internet gives us. Yeah, because otherwise I would just have to crop the image. You know how many arts in the game? Usually is the most popular thing I got to. Yeah, there isn't that many, like... Especially for characters that don't really, are not really relevant outside of, like, their respective books. Yeah, the most I find is just, like, her full body art. Like, her full sprite. Am I just gonna have to crop it? I am. Yeah. But when they actually changed the logo a bunch of times, do they not do that anymore? Bro, what's the point? What's the point if they don't even change the logo anymore? Okay, I'm gonna just have to crop this. Because I couldn't find one. Okay, Google. Resize image. Oh, that's not on resize. Where's the cropping feature? Ah, that's not the copy feature. They do, not so often though. They change the logo on a yearly basis, more or less. Oh, I see. I guess now they do it yearly. Is it a common thing to change logos? They used to do it more often, but I guess they don't do it as often anymore. Yeah. They mostly give the same person the logo for most of the book now. I mean, I guess that's easier to keep track of. That way. Right now it's Balder for the 8-year anniversary. I see. They kind of changed like the image settings and I'm struggling to find how to like crop images. Settings. Where can I find my cropper? So I don't have to like go in a photo software just to crop this image. I don't want to include like the full body. I could do something and just like, no, because that's too much of a pain. Also, I think I might have to increase actually, no, I could include her at the very top. If I move Surtr up a little bit, I could actually include her at the top. Could actually do that. That might actually work a little better. There's a lot of people here. Because like there isn't that many important people on this side. Technically there's 2 more, but like they're not as important. But they have their moment of relevancy. But I can't fit her. Maybe if I move Surtr up a little bit. But I do need to put Kingdom of Múspell here too. Yeah, I should be able to still squeeze her at the top of the screen so it doesn't have to do a ton. Maybe. Maybe. But I still need to write that this is, I might have to just expand the canvas a bit. I feel like I might just have to do that. Yeah, I like the... I think the top next to the title will be fine. Otherwise, you might have to just extend the canvas. Yeah, it's getting out of control. Like I said, it's getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand again. Is that a really small? Oh, right. The Fire Kingdom. Need to go with an orange. This is, Kingdom of Múspell. This is how you spell it? Really, a book too? Yeah. I didn't have this one prepared beforehand. I didn't have this one prepared beforehand, unfortunately. Do I have any space? I'll just extend the canvas, honestly. It's gonna become a really long canvas. Surtr approved TM color for his kingdom name. Yeah, change canvas size. It's gonna have to be longer. Yeah, just go longer. Just go longer. Maybe like this. There you go. We have a bit more space on that side. Oh god. Let's see, I'm having so much fun. I'm glad. I know I didn't have like the book 2 stuff fully ready beforehand. It's just ultra wide. It just becomes ultra wide. Yes. Maybe I'll push Sharina up because I think Sharina's not gonna be super relevant. Like she's not gonna have that many contributions in this book, so I think I'll move her up a bit. Oh! Oh no, I put too many things on like other layers. Okay, hold on. I just do this. There you go. She's gonna be here. And I'm just gonna make the title a little bit smaller. Yeah, just hiding Sharina in the corner, yeah. I'm gonna make the title a little bit smaller. Title... This. There you go. Okay, there you go. There it is. The numbers of the season each book is probably going to be needed for the later books too, like book 5 has 6 OCs. It definitely gets pretty crazy for sure. I love how like their pictures just get 20 hate from Odan. As Sincere mentions about his contribution for the plot, she just hasn't done anything. She hasn't done like anything relevant. She kind of just like tells like plot relevant stuff and that's it. But she doesn't really like actually do like something like super important. So like that's the problem. She hasn't done anything. That's kind of like why I don't really add her. She's just there to exist. Yeah, she's kind of just there to exist. She doesn't do too much. Unfortunately. And literally it's never important in any book. Yeah, I feel like we're just gonna forget she's here. A lot of the times. I added her in the first book because she gets introduced there. And that's the only reason why I added her. Literally less plot relevant, that kind of just dies her. I mean, she is important though. Even if she kind of just dies, she does have plot relevancy for book 2. Oh god, how do I crop this picture? It doesn't allow me to crop it for some reason. Oh, I found it. Okay. Let me just, make her into portrait mode. Okay, let's go. Save. Nice. I love Sharina and Anna. I wish they were used more. I thought Sharina's design was really cute. It's kind of unfortunate she doesn't really like get too much. Okay, there she is. And then put her in here. My god, her picture's massive. Okay. I need to shrink her a little bit. Under to Kieran. The final message, farewell. Okay, need to shrink. Shrunk. Okay, I'll put her here. And I need to write her name so I know what this layer is.
I'll have to leave, as tomorrow I have to assist my niece's birthday. Thank you, Chiaki, for the entertaining summary. If I can be honest, I do really think your summary is better than professional ones. And if I got to choose, I would always choose yours.
Aw, thank you. That's really sweet. And bye-bye, Flynn. Take care. I appreciate it. I know it's like very scuff, but either way, it makes me happy to know you guys still enjoy it. Okay, so her portrait's very tall. It's very tall. I just noticed that. So her name is just gonna like pop up all the way up here. JJ, it's fine. Sometimes that happens. Maybe I should have cropped her horns a bit more, but I don't know. I don't really like cropping like the top part of like an outfit, but I mean, having so much fun. I barely noticed any of the scuff. The real scuff. Okay, this is Lake Yarn. Really fun so far. You really do make explain this wild. Really do make explain this stuff a ton of fun. Even with how wild this game gets, it really does get pretty crazy. Okay. There she is. She is the eldest. Eldest. We got the eldest. Oh, whoops. Eldest daughter. She's the eldest daughter. Eldest daughter of Surtr. That's her. Yes, basically chapter 5. I think this is chapter 5. Yes, I believe. Yes, this is chapter 5. Yes, it is. Yes. So chapter 5 is the introduction chapter of Lake Yarn. This is where she shows up. And she kind of like mentions teaming up with her other sister, Leviathan. Because Leviathan is kind of like having second thoughts about like what Surtr's doing. And like she feels guilty. She's like, oh, like I don't really want to do this. And like she kind of like mentions setting herself ablaze, which, you know, because that's what the dad would do. Like she kind of doesn't want to do this. And she's still like, oh, like if I were to like not do this, I would just set myself ablaze, which Lecter doesn't really want that, obviously, because, you know, that's her sister right there. Yeah. So they kind of want to like team up. They kind of like want to like team up to pretty much take down the dad. Yeah, she pretty much like she's kind of like reeling in from the failure of like being unable to kill Alfonse and the team, because she intercepted Alfonse and the team, but she couldn't kill them. Leviathan couldn't kill them. And she's kind of like still reeling from that. And Lectern is like, no, don't do that. It's like, you know, her siblings, she doesn't want that to happen. She gets like really concerned about her. And naturally so. Cause yeah, Surtr is a character, and like he treats his daughters not very nice. To the point that like, just the same way that he considers, you know, their lives disposable, they consider their own lives disposable. So yes, they definitely go through it. They definitely are going quite through it. Not winning any Dead of the Year's awards. Nope. They're definitely not. Like, she's kind of like low-key. Low-key kind of like giving like... How do I even explain what she's doing? Because it's kind of like... Leviathan is like having like a mental breakdown because she kind of like failed to do the one task that her father told her, which was kill Alfonse and the others. And like, low-key just kind of like... philosophy? It's kind of low-key feels like she's giving like a philosophy lesson to like Leviathan. It's like, tell me, why is the enemy here? And she's like, I don't know. Like, it's like... she's kind of like trying to like, a morals lesson. Rightfully concerned that Leviathan might be in a pretty bad mindset. Yeah, she's kind of like... real concern. Ours. Our sis. Because honestly, that's what it is. She's like, you know, this is pretty bad. It's pretty bad, pretty bad. Yeah, it's like real concerned hours, yes. Oh god. Basically, yeah, it's just like a real concerned hours about her sister. Okay, access 11 for him. Okay, basically, yeah. Really needs to get away from Surtr. I mean, yes, but also, I guess bigger thing is like views her own, but they're family. And then because it really needs counseling. That too, actually. Yeah, actually, yeah, needs counseling. Sounds about right. She actually really needs counseling after all this. After really needs therapy. Yeah, after all this, yeah, she kind of needs therapy, which, you know, fair. Honestly, yeah, she kind of needs therapy after all this mess. Real concern hours about her sister. Pretty much she tries to, honestly fair though, considering her dad, teams up with her sis to take down Alfonse. He kind of like tries to help her, you know, strategize about like how to take down Alfonse. This is still pretty early, so this is before they team up to try to betray their dad. But yeah, she kind of notices her sister's going through it, so she's like, okay, I'll help you out. Like, you see Alfonse over there, you see the hope in their eyes, you need to know how to crush that. Like, she really learned from her dad about the sort of stuff, I feel. But yes, right now she's still trying to help her sister because she notices she's going through it, which honestly, that's fair. Yeah, first she helps her, then she notices the evil. Yeah. It's like talking to your sibling to get some ice cream. So instead of ice cream, it's crushing the hopes and dreams of your enemies. Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Oh no. She's pretty much trying to help her. She's a good sister, you know? I would say she seems to be a good sister at this point in the story. She's like, okay, I'm not gonna let Dad find out because I don't want you to like get hurt. Oh, and then there's chapter 6. Guess what? Gunthra does a thing. She has another dream. She speaks to Kiran in another dream. But this time is for them to meet. Except they're probably not gonna meet. They're probably not gonna really meet. But yes, she kind of like she asks Kiran to meet her. And there you go. She asks Kiran to meet her because they're like, wow, you did such a great job in like defeating like the other Múspell, like the other enemies. But the thing is that there's still more. It's not over. Sage Nifl, my final message, goodbye. Yeah. So since Kiran sees her in a dream, obviously he tells the others about Gunthra. And like Alfonse is like, oh yeah, we have to meet up with your sister because she could be the key to like defeating Surtr. But they're not gonna meet up with her. They're not gonna meet up with her sister. Because Gunthra goes through it. Where do you learn this info? Keep to me in a dream. I should have added Kiran here and just added he has funny dreams. I actually should have added him. Hold on. Honestly, I think that's kind of plot relevant. But there's technically 2 siblings of Fjorm that haven't appeared yet. But I feel Kiran having funny dreams about this pink-haired lady is actually kind of... It is plot relevant, but like, there's not enough space. There's not enough space for this. Oh my god. Yeah. You know, him seeing things in a dream. Look and hear it. Yeah, they haven't appeared yet. Kiran has funny dreams about a pink-haired lady. Yes, Kiran has funny dreams about a pink-haired lady who pretty much tells him what to do. And he's like, hey guys, I got new info. Where do you get that? I got it in a dream. I got it in a dream. It came to me in a dream. The dreams are relevant if she just, you know... I mean, they are relevant because they kind of like guide them on where to go. So, I would say they are relevant. They are. I would say they definitely are. But, yeah, they kind of decide to go to the sanctuary where Gunthra is. Because, you know, Kiran got the address in a dream, you know. He kind of just, like, remembered the address. And then tells Kiran leaks about the next book. Yeah, she just, like, leaks the entire next book to him. You know, bro kind of, like, wrote down the address of the tree. Yeah, like, she's like, oh yeah, go west and, like, meet me up in the sanctuary. And he's like, you probably, like, remember that dream, just wrote down the address. And they're like, okay. Like, we're gonna go meet up with your sister. And, obviously, the address was very vague because Kiran was pretty much going off of a dream. So they're like, okay. So, we gotta, like, figure out how to get there without, obviously, like, Surtr noticing us. Alfonse is just so excited to drop a dump on her. No, Alfonse was not talking with her. It was, the player character Kiran that was talking with Gunthra. So they're like, okay, so... if we go to the sanctuary, Surtr can probably, like, intercept us. How do we as a player just magically remember that? I don't know, we just do. We just remember the address, I guess. It's like, yeah, go this way. We're like, okay, I'm gonna write down the address. And we're just gonna get there, somehow. But, yes, pretty much, they pretty much try to, like, figure out a plan on how to get to Gunthra. Without, obviously, Surtr getting in the way. Because Surtr has been following them! Oh my god, it's not like Loki's always keeping eyes on them. But they don't know that yet. But, yes, Anna's just like, I wonder how they predicted our movements. Which, they kind of just immediately forgot about the fact that Loki can shapeshift. Even though they saw this in, like, the earlier chapters. And I'm just like, how did you forget? But they forgot. And obviously they're like, I don't know how they figured out our movements. That's very odd, very surprising, I believe. So they gotta find another way to meet up with Gunthra. Because, you know, Surtr already knows where they're going. And obviously Fjorm is worried about her sister because she doesn't know. She doesn't know what happens to Gunthra, but she will soon know. You know, she's kind of worried about her sister because Surtr knows where she is. So Sharita's just like, so how do can we like get in contact with her and like ask her to meet up in a different place? And I'm like, I don't know how you think they're gonna do that because like, are they gonna just send a letter? Are they gonna like, how are they gonna get in contact with her? But Sharita's like, yeah, just call her, like just tell her we're gonna meet up somewhere else. But like, obviously any sort of scout would get intercepted because Surtr is already keeping an eye on them. So it's just like, what do you do? Like, there's nothing to do. She's doomed. The plot is already calling her name, and she's gonna be gone soon. But yeah, obviously Sharita's like, can't we just like change the meeting place? But obviously that can't happen. And well, it be what it be. And Alfonse is just like, well, it be what it be. I don't think we're gonna be able to meet up with her. I think the meeting is cancelled. I'm sorry. He's just like, sorry guys, we're gonna have to cancel the meeting. It can't happen, not today. Until red flags for Gunthra. Gunthra's going through it. She's gonna be going through it. But yeah, Fjorm is just like, oh, if we can't meet up with my sister, what do we do? And like, she's like, well, what are we gonna do? Because like, we can't meet up with like my sister right now. We can't meet up with Gunthra right now because, you know, little evil man here is keeping track on them. So instead of like, Alfonse is having his big brain moment. He's like, Fjorm, tell me about the geographical features of your home. And she's like, okay. She's like, tell me about the geographical features of like your homeland, you know? Because, you know, I don't know this stuff, but clearly you do. You studied the geographical features of your homeland? I would assume so. I would assume so. You know them by memory? So like, she's like, oh, okay. And they start trying to think of a plan of like, what are they gonna do? How are they gonna meet up with Gunthra? Alfonse is being a weird nerd. He's like, tell me about the geographical features. Yeah, oh my god. It's they're trying to come up with a plan to meet up with Gunthra. Yes, set up a conversation. Tell me the geographical features of your home. Yeah, the geographical features. It's definitely something. Alfonse craves the knowledge. Alfonse really craves the knowledge. But obviously, since they have eyes on them, Ledyard and Leviathan, they're kind of like, they're trying to like play 5D chess. They're trying to like find out what are they gonna do, you know? It's gonna be like, we're gonna predict your next move before you even do it. They're like big braining right now. It's a battle of the big brains. Of like who intercepts who first at this point. So pretty much Leviathan and Ledyard are trying to like come up with like what are they gonna do? Cause like they're thinking they're gonna head west to meet up with Gunthra. Like, would they head west or would they do something else? They're playing 5D chess with Alpha's already 6D chess. Alphonse, I request geographical features. You receive my trauma dump. Yeah, predicting how Alphonse is gonna trauma dump right now. Alphonse is just that guy. He's just a guy. He's just a guy. What are you gonna say? So Ledyard starts like going through all of the options of like, oh, if they go this way, then they could do this. They're like, you know, they can't easily defeat Dad because, you know, he's low-key immortal and stuff. So, you know, if they're looking for, you know, help or any sort of stuff, then they could go to like the sanctuary. They're putting it together. They're connecting the dots. Oh no, Alfonse is gonna lose. But yeah, they're putting the dots together. And they figure out that they're looking for the surviving members of Fjorm's family. So this is not looking good for Gunthra. Oh no! They put 2 and 2 together. They know that they're looking for Gunthra, so it's not looking good for them. So they start figuring out where Gunthra is because they know they're looking for her now. So it's like, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. It's looking pretty bad. Oh my god, this is fun, man. But yeah, they're putting 2 and 2 together right now. They kind of figure out that they're looking for Gunthra. And they're like, okay, so Gunthra has like a lot of magical power and stuff. So the next person they're gonna look for is for her. So now it's just a race to find Gunthra right now. It becomes like a race of who finds Gunthra first. Because if they find her, they're obviously gonna kill her. But if they find her, well, Kieran gets to meet the girl of her dreams. Like, actually, literally, because she's been in his dreams. But, yeah, so it's a race. Right now, it's a race of who finds Gunthra first. That's pretty much what it becomes. Trying to, like, figure out where Gunthra is and trying to find her as fast as possible. Whoever finds her wins. We're physically at that point, yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much what it becomes. It's just like, whoever finds Gunthra first. But unfortunately for them, Ledyard already knows the sanctuary where she's at, so unfortunately Alfonse seems to be losing. He's not winning the race. She's like, oh, she's at the sanctuary. At the north part of Nifl. But unfortunately, she gets like this weird feeling in the back of her head. She's like, no, she's probably not there. And then like Leviathan just confirms like, nah, she's not there. So like they're cracking the code. They're getting there. They're gonna get there. Alfonse gonna need to try my dump like 5 more hours. Yeah. Oh yeah. He's not gonna emotionally recover out this one. It's not looking good. It's not looking good for them. The race is on. The race is on, and whoever finds Gunthra. But unfortunately, Ledyarn and Leviathan don't have like the home advantage, right? Because they're not from Nifl. They don't know the home advantage that Fjorm has because she learned the geographical knowledge. She memorized the geographical knowledge. So, unfortunately for Leviathan and Ledyarn, they don't have the home advantage that Fjorm and the others do. That's why they need the geographical knowledge, exactly. If only they knew the geography, they don't know the geographical knowledge. Exactly, they don't know that they have the home advantage. Fjorm has the home advantage. So they're like, that might be a bit hard. Like, they may know where she is, but they don't have the geographical knowledge. They don't have the home advantage. So Alfonse may stand a chance. So do Alfonse. Yorm is just a map. It's kind of sad, but it might be. That might be the case. That might be the case. Yeah, unfortunately, because they lack the geographical knowledge, Alfonse manages to catch up with them. Unfortunately, the geographical knowledge ended up coming in handy because apparently they got intercepted. Alfonse loves his geography. I feel like geography nerd kind of like, it kind of comes in handy. Geographical knowledge buff came in clutch. The geographical knowledge wasn't enough. Unfortunately, they caught up to them. And to his bio, I feel it's important. I feel like him being the geographical knowledge comes in handy in here. I feel like it's actually pretty relevant in this particular case. It turned out to be useful. Exactly, it turned out to be useful because they were like, they did not have the home advantage, so Alfonse and Fjorm and pretty much the team managed to catch up to them. So they fight Alfonse and his team, but Leviathan, pretty much Ledyarn just tells Leviathan to escape. And Ledyarn decides to just like fight them on her own. And she kind of has like monologue that low-key sounds like she's gonna die, but she doesn't die here. She doesn't die here. But she low-key kind of has like a little monologue that makes it sound like she's gonna die, but she doesn't die here because, you know, the book's not over yet, so she can't die in this book. But yeah, she pretty much decides to fight Alfonse and his army on her own. Yeah. Oh yeah. And she thinks that she's gonna die, you know, because like Surtr kind of like ingrained it in their brains that if they like failed at their one task, they're gonna just like die. But instead of that, Fjorm just lets her go. Fjorm kind of like gives her the option of like, you know, we beat you. You could fight me again, or you could run away. Like, if you run, we will not chase you. But if you fight, you know, we will not go easy on you. You know, pick your poison, you know? Fjorm is too nice. She's too nice, even though she's literally dying, and these people burned her homeland. Like, Fjorm, girly, why are you giving them a chance? Like, I'm like, Fjorm, these are the people that burned your house. Like, she's like, yeah. And obviously, because, you know, they can't back out of a fight, they fight again. They fight again. What do you expect? You really thought she was gonna run? Does she look like a girl that will run? No, she doesn't. So obviously they fight again. They fight again. Because of course she was not gonna take the easy way out. They could have literally captured them here, even if they didn't kill them. Why would you let them run? She's too nice. Garen, please, these people literally burned your hope to the ground. Burned your house, places your crafts. You really thought they would just give up? It's like, I'll give you one chance because we're gonna win. Like, you guys literally are not gonna win. Like, we're so OP. Like, she was pretty much talking big. She was like, listen, like, you guys ain't gonna win. We're gonna beat you. And like, you have the option to leave, or like, you stay and we fight, and we won't go easy on you. And obviously they fight, because what do you expect? Of course they were gonna fight. And like, obviously because she loses, she's like, oh, okay, just kill me, you know? Because she obviously lost the battle. She's like, just kill me. Like, at that point, like, if I go home, my dad's gonna kill me, and he's gonna tell me the little fun fact about how burning alive is one of the worst ways to go down. So she's like, you know what? Just do it. Just do it. That's pretty much what she says. And Fjorm is like, no, I could never. You know? Because she's nice like that. She's nice like that. We are mystery all this. Well, she's magic ice. Well, yeah, she also remember Fjorm is dying. Nah, best 3 out of 5 lecture got this. Yeah. It's just like... And obviously Fjorm is like, we already like achieved our goal here, so like there's no point to like fight anymore, you know? Because there's no point. So she's kind of like just being nice because Fjorm is nice. So she's like, I just want to ask you like one thing. Like, I know like you seem different. I feel it in my soul, in my heart. You're not evil neck bad like your dad is. So Fjorm is having this like heart-to-heart with Lecjarn after, you know, she got defeated. And she's like, I feel you're different. You're not like your dad. And like, she's like, you did not wish to invade my homeland and like burn the people, right? Like, you're different. I can see you, your heart, your soul. Like, she sees the good in her pretty much. And she's like, she's obviously like, I'm not answering questions. Like, my dad is the flame itself. And she goes into like that whole spiel that Surtr likes to go on about like fire and stuff. She obviously she parrots the same speech that her dad always does about like the fire and like I burn everything until nothing continues and yada yada yada. She pretty much goes out of her way to just repeat that same spiel. She parrots that spiel. And she's just like, yeah, I just follow my dad, that's it. But I hit him with the pyromaniac speech. Yeah, but I hit him with the pyromaniac speech. So yeah, she parrots the same thing that her dad does and just like, yeah, I'm not gonna join you guys. And Fjorm is like, but I see the goodness in you. You're different. You're not like your dad. Like, I feel like we could have been friends. And she's just like, okay. She's kind of like weirded out as to why Fjorm is like being weirdly nice to her. She's like, okay, why you keep this up? Yeah, it's like, you're not so different after all. Yeah, she's kind of pushy. Like, Lectern's just like, girl, just kill me or let me go. That's pretty much how she is. Probably not even let me go. She's like, literally just kill me. That's like the only option. She's... I literally burned out your homeland. But now that it's chapter 7, what's the evil monologue for being good? Yeah. But yeah, it basically ends with like Fjorm. Chapter 6 ends with Fjorm just being like, I see the goodness in you. And Lectern just being kind of weirded out. She's kind of just weirded out about it all. She's like, okay. But yeah, pretty much like chapter 6 ends up with that entire spiel about Fjorm seeing the goodness in her and Lectern just being kind of weirded out about it. And chapter 7, it opens up with our favorite girly. It's Gunthra. She's not dead yet. Obviously, she decides to communicate with Kieran again and tells him about like how happy she is that they will meet soon. Oh god, I feel so bad for her. She's like so excited. She's like, oh my god, we're gonna meet up soon. The plot really doesn't like Gunthra. And she's like, no, like, yeah, she's like so happy about like the fact that they're gonna meet soon. But she is also the one that mentions the Rite of Frost, which does become relevant. Because this is a very important thing. This rite is also one of the things that defeats Surtr. Other than the funny hay. But yes, she reveals the Rite of Frost, which is relevant. This is important. She tells Kieran about the Rite of Frost. This is an important thing that comes later. She's the one that tells him about it. She Rika has a dead from her stuff. She kinda does, I just noticed. But yes. The Rite of Frost is basically, it's a rite so powerful that is actually able to extinguish the flames of Múspell, which originally they claimed that they couldn't be extinguished. So it's a very OP thing, you know? You wanna know this info. So Kieran better be writing that down. He better be writing that down because he can't forget that. How are they gonna win? So yes, she kind of like tells Kieran about the Rite of Frost, which is very OP. And so you better be taking those dream notes because that's also one of the things that will help fight against Surtr. Yeah. And pretty much, she mentions this important detail that maybe Kieran forgot to mention, or like they kind of just like, he kind of just crossed it out as like a side note. But this is like a very important detail that like, you know, maybe Kieran forgot to add it when they mentioned the Rite of Frost, but Gunthra mentions that the last person who did the Rite of Frost was her mom. And she died when she performed the Rite of Frost. So that's kind of important because that implies that whoever performs the rite is gonna die. And like, I guess Kieran forgot to mention that. But yeah, she kind of mentions like, yeah, my mom did the rite and she died when she did like the Rite of Frost. But like, it basically made, thanks to that, pretty much like Surtr thinks that like he's untouchable, right? Because like her mom died trying to do the Rite of Frost. So Surtr is like, aha, the Rite of Frost got nothing on me. So like Gunthra mentions like, you know, this is like a very strong rite. Like a very strong thing. But like, it can also backfire and kill you. So she's like, it's very powerful, but if you mess up, it's all over. So although this child with the Rite of Frost, so they could have just deployed their +10 radar. Yeah. Kieran, you fumble a detail. You know, he might have forgotten this very important detail that, like, you can't mess this up. You can't mess this up, because if you mess this up, you die. But, like, Gunthra is like, but don't worry, because I think my mom was having, like, a big galaxy brain moment, and, like, in fact, she died doing the rite because like she thought this would throw Surtr off like her back, and like she's trying to like explain that like, trust me bro, you're not gonna die if you do this. But like, you know, she's kind of like trying to tell him that like, don't worry, like if you guys try to do this, you're not gonna die. Even though she kind of mentioned her mom died doing it, so it's like, it's not very reassuring. She's kind of like going like, trust me bro, like my mom, she didn't die because she messed up. She died to throw Surtr off her back, and like, you know, she tried to do a big galaxy brain move. But like, she's really trying really hard to convince Kieran that like, you know, the rite is the thing that they need to do. And oh yeah, you guys totally got this. I was just trolling Surtr. It sounds like pure cope. It kinda does sound like it. I'm just like, are you sure about this? Oh god. Yeah, it's like, she's like, trust me guys, like she was doing this just to throw Surtr off her back. Like she did not like mess up, and like, you guys could not die if you do this yourselves. But she mentions that the rite needs a special artifact that she has. So it basically needs like 2 artifacts. One of them is the gun. Don't ask why you need the gun for the ritual. But yes, Kieran's gun is necessary for the ritual. Which makes you wonder what type of ritual this is. But yes, the gun. Kieran's gun is necessary for the ritual. Gun. Yeah, we're just here to feel so confident against this goof. We already died and came back to life. No, we haven't gotten there yet. They need Kieran's gun? Yeah, they need the gun. They need Kieran's gun and they need an artifact that Gunthra has. But they basically need to meet up with her in order to do that. She's like, oh, I'll entrust you with this artifact. And with this will be with my artifact, which is apparently like a stone of some sort. And like your gun, the braid of Blake. But I just call it the gun because it looks like a gun. But with these two together, we'll be able to do the ritual and get enough power to, you know, get enough power to finally beat Surtr. Anyone remember Anna? She hasn't done much in this book. She kind of just like drops like plot and that's it. She doesn't have like too much relevancy. Oh god, but yeah, it's a... I mean, it's just a gun. Yeah, it's just a gun. Yeah, for sure. But yes, after that funny little dream where Gunthra was trying to convince Kieran that the Rite was totally safe, they obviously go on their way to meet up with Gunthra, and Alfonse is very impatient. He's like, how long will it take us to meet up with Gunthra? And Fjorb is like, well, it'll take us like 3 days. It'll take us like 3 days to get there, so odds are not looking good for Gunthra. She's gonna have to wait 3 more days. But yes. Unfortunately, okay, so 3 days later, they get there. But unfortunately, when they get there to the place where they're gonna meet up, it's filled with soldiers from guess who? Surtr. So Gunthra, guess who actually got there first? Who would have thought? It's not like they have someone spying on them. Anyway. So yeah, they get there, but they get there a little too late. Because Surtr was already there. His soldiers were already there. So, who could have predicted it? Who could have predicted it? They got ahead. They actually got ahead. And guess who's there? Guess who is there? Who is over there at the area where they were gonna meet up with Gunthra? It's your boy. It's Surtr. Look, he was a menace. Yeah. Of course, he was 5 steps ahead, and he was already there. And pretty much, of course, Loki pretty much told him everything. It's your boy, it's Surtr, yeah. Obviously, since Loki hit Surtr's eyes, she pretty much like told him. She told him like everything they were doing. And Lord and behold, to the surprise of nobody, he was already there when they got to the sanctuary. So, yep. Is Gunthra. Gunthra is dead. She's dying. Like, pretty much he did the one thing he likes doing the most. Take a guess what it is. Anyway, so yeah, Gunthra got, she died. I can't believe the story of the words being so reversed. Yeah, it really puts everything into perspective, doesn't it? Yeah, so, yep, Gunthra dies. She meets her Melthra, no! Yep. And obviously, she after all those dreams with Kieran and like wanting to meet with him and everything, she dies. The other after all that, she's gone. She's dead. And obviously she has to have like her little speech of like, do not worry about me, you must live your life and be happy, you know, while she's, you know, burning, which is quite the image. Fire Emblem really likes that method of death for some reason. It's happened in quite a couple of games, but yes, obviously quite the image. But yes, obviously she kind of does like the little message of like live your life and never brutal death. Fire Emblem really just likes that method of death for some reason. But obviously Fjorm is angry. She's clenching her fist because she just saw her sister die, which yikes. Man, that's really brutal. Actually, giving her death speech while literally burning, pretty much, yeah. And remember, the flames don't go out, so Surtr's flames, they pretty much cannot be extinguished, so that's even worse. But yeah, the writers just really hated Gunthra for some reason. Like, what did she do? Like, what did she do? Why do you hate her so much? Anyway, it's like, it is the worst way to die, introduced by Surtr himself. He made sure to give us all that spiel in a couple chapters before, about how that is one of the worst ways to go down. After giving her like several other like death flags, and obviously Fjorm is having her little anger moment, obviously justified. Unlike, like, why would you do this? Like, how could you do such a thing? Which is, you know, it's a little bit silly trying to ask for reasoning from this guy. I feel like he's literally evil mech bad. He doesn't have a reasoning. He's just doing it because he can and he will. I'm just about to use Surtr dirty out of fire. Like, what a Chiaki Katsumi. He's just like, he just gives like the weird and fun fact about burning alive, which is kind of okay. But it's quite something. I really just hate Gunthra. They just hate Gunthra. Like, what did she do? Like, what did she do? Oh god. It's like, they just hate her, man. And obviously, Fjorm wants to beat up Surtr, but you know, you can't do that. You can't do that. You gotta do the Rite of Frost. So you gotta wait a little bit more before that. But obviously Fjorm wants to like beat this man up, but she can't do that because or else she's gonna end up like Gunthra. So Anna pretty much has to drag Fjorm at this point, low-key, because like Fjorm doesn't want to leave. She's like, no, like how could you do this? And she's like angry, and obviously, like it's like, you know. And then Gunthra appears. She's like, she gotta has like one last thing. Because we can't just let her, like, after that entire speech while she was dying, she kind of just, like, speaks to her. Like, with the last bit of her power, before she fully dies. She speaks to Kieran because, you know, I guess they talked a lot in their dreams. She pretty much speaks to Kieran and doesn't even address her sister, which is crazy to me. But she talks to Kieran instead of, like, actually talking to Fjorm, like, with the last bit of her power. But she pretty much entrusts her last bit of power to the summoner, to Kieran. Pretty much giving Kieran the artifact needed for the Rite of Frost. Talk to her dream boyfriend instead of her literal sister. Yeah, which I'm just like, okay. Yeah. Like with the last bit of her power, pretty much she gives Kieran, the summoner, the last thing they needed for the Rite of Frost. So yay, they got the things. And Surtr's just kind of like looking at the entire scene and he's like, did she really just survive for that? Like, he kind of was just watching everything going on and he's like, did she really just survive just for you? Like, he kind of looks at Kira and is like, did she really just kind of like survived? Like, she held off dying for you? And he's like, maybe you're kind of interesting. I'm kind of curious about you. That could be anything, yeah. Yeah, Surtr, after seeing all that, he's kind of just confused. He's just like, I can't believe she actually, like, held off dying because of you. So he's like, you're kind of interesting. You're fascinating. He literally says the word fascinating. He's like fascinating. So he's like, you're an interesting critter. Surtr's just in a lawn chair watching all this happen. Yeah, he's just like, you're a fascinating critter. That means you're the next one on the burn list. Yeah. Yeah, and obviously after that entire spiel, once that entire spiel with Gunthra giving the last artifact is done for, and Surtr is like, summoner is fascinating, they run away finally. After that is finally over, they finally decide to run away from Surtr. Got the burn note? Exactly, got the burn note ready. Yeah, there's to burn you to death, you have to run away. Yeah, he's like, you're next on the burn list, and then you run away. And then you finally run away. And obviously with like that entire mess going on, you forgot about a certain somebody that you defeated in the last chapter. I wonder who that somebody could be. You kinda were like a little too busy with the entire Gunthra thing that you kinda forgot about a little somebody. Oh, you forgot about a little somebody. And obviously she's gone now. She's gone now. She escaped. You kinda just forgot because you were too busy about the Gunthra thing. And they're like, oops, guess she's gone now. Oh yeah. Oh, Fjorm's friend. Fjorm's quote-unquote friend. I think it was a very one-sided friendship. Yeah. And obviously Fjorm is like, oh, I goofed. She's like, I'm sorry. I was supposed to watch her, but like, everything happened, and she's kind of like, she's going through it. She's kind of going through it because, the whole thing with her sister, and then she kind of like goofed by letting Leg Yarn escape, so she's going through it right now. Lost a dream girlfriend, lost the prisoners. Yeah, she's going through it. Whoops, guess we let a mass murderer escape. Oopsies. Yeah. It's quite something, yes. You're just suffering at the moment. She's going through it. She's really going through it. But luckily for her, she's not going through it for much longer because the artifact that Gunthra gave them, it starts reacting with everyone's divine weapons because Alfonse has a divine weapon, Sharina has a divine weapon, Fjorm has a divine weapon. The important people have divine weapons, except Anna. Anna is there too. But yes, the divine weapons start reacting with the artifact that Gunthra left them. Meaning that if they follow the light, they'll be able to do the Rite of Frost and finally defeat Surtr. But don't worry, there's still a couple more chapters before that. I thought you might say, luckily she doesn't have to go through it for love because she died. Anna just has an axe. Yeah, she didn't get the cool divine weapons like everybody else. She just has a regular axe. But yeah, pretty much chapter 7 ends with everyone realizing that the artifact that Gunthra left them is reacting to their divine weapons. So luckily that means that they'll finally be able to do the Rite of Frost soon. Which means they're on their way to defeating Surtr. Oh man. Wish it was a magic axe. Anna couldn't have nice things, unfortunately. She was not allowed to have nice things. I just bought a really sick axe and forgot the memo that it was supposed to be divine enough. Yeah. But before we go to the next chapter, I gotta be BRB. So let me get my BRB. Okay, I'll be BRB. Alright, be right back. forgot how goofy this story is, honestly. Oh my god. Also, Reaper, thank you so much for the super. Ato, thank you so much for the super. And Colt, thank you so much for the super. Thank you. This isn't peak so far, not gonna lie. I forgot how goofy this story is. It is! It's very goofy for sure. Honestly, it's been really fun just explaining this entire plot, just because how crazy it is. It's kind of funny if you think about it. it's kind of very silly, goofy. Okay, so we are currently on chapter 8. This is the Rite of Frost. We're finally here. Finally at the Rite of Frost. Surtr, you might be in danger right now. This is the Rite of Frost. So chapter 8, it starts with everyone finally getting to the temple where they're gonna be able to do the Rite of Frost. It's time. It's the one rite everyone's been waiting for, the Rite of Frost. But funny thing is, Fjorm has never seen the Rite of Frost, so the only information they have to go on is Kieran's dreams. So that's gonna it's gonna be something. It's gonna be something because the actual princess from the Ice Kingdom of Nifl has not seen how the Rite of Frost goes. So that's concerning. But yeah, she's like, oh, I've actually never seen it before, so that's that's a little concerning considering we're supposed to like do this to defeat Surtr. But you know, I guess we'll do it. This could never go poorly. So all we have to go off is Kiran's dream notes. It's Kiran's dream notes. So that's not very reassuring. Oh man. What could go wrong? Exactly. What could go wrong? We ball, so we're pretty much gonna have to ball. And like, I think Fjorm is just trying to hide the fact that she's like kind of nervous because she doesn't know how the rite looks like, because she's never seen it before. So she kind of starts talking about like the summoner's like gun and like how he's able to like summon people to the other, you know, able to summon the characters from other games. And like Alfonse starts low-key nerding out about this. He's like, oh, could it be that the power of his gun was able to like summon the heroes? And like he's kind of like low-key kind of like nerding out about that with Fjorm, and Sharina just kind of like shuts them up and she's like, let's just go to the inner sanctuary. We don't have time to contemplate this. And then kind of wants to start nerding out about that, and Sharina's just like, we got things to do. Marina go to the Cosmos so show up to take the final exam. Ran literally just doodling Fjorm the steps of the Rite of the Frost in the snow. Yeah, he's just kind of like thinking of it like, oh, could it be that the power of his gun was able to summon the heroes here? And so it's like, Alfonse, right now is not the time. What's up, bye-bye, Oris. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, say bye-bye, Oris. Thank you for stopping by. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. So after Sharina kind of like interrupts their nerding moment, they kind of just go to the inner sanctuary because, you know, they gotta do the Rite of Frost. That's the reason they're here, you know. So they're too busy like going to the inner sanctuary in order to start performing the Rite of Frost. But meanwhile, with our favorite villain team, Veronica is having a conversation with Loki. Loki actually has some stuff to do other than just being the secret spy, I guess. But yeah, Loki kind of like relays the orders that Surtr gave her, which was like, hey, I need you to get over here. Surtr's like, hey, go to Múspell right now. Over here, right now. And she's like, why? She's like, why? Like, why? Oh, is that Bozo almost died? Yup, I think we're on our way to actually reaching the Bozo gets betrayed and almost died arc. Because Loki's just like, Hi, Surtr called you. He wants to see you. He's just so grateful that, like, you know, you helped us before. And he wants to invite you, probably to a feast or something. And she's like, well, I don't want to go. She's pulling like the, I don't want to go, so I don't have to. And like, Surtr shows up. He's like, he just manifests and he's like, listen. He's not having any of this. He's not having any of this. He's like, you're gonna go to Múspell, you want it or not, little brat. So like... like, Veronica's like, I don't want to go to Múspell, because like, Asker hasn't been destroyed yet. And, you know, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. And like, Surtr's like, listen here, you little brat. Like, I'm not inviting you. I'm pretty much ordering you. This is not a request. This is an order. And he's like, oh man. Like, he's like, okay, little brat, listen. I'm no longer asking. I'm demanding. Or more like, I was never asking. I was demanding. Like, he's like, listen, you little brat. He's like, I'm not asking you. I'm pretty much taking you. You want it or not. Like, he pretty much threatens her. That's like, you either go with me or I drag you over there. And like, she's like, what? Literally, her reply to this entire threat was just like, what? Which is kind of crazy. Like, if someone threatens you to drag you somewhere and like tells you that they're gonna break your legs if you don't comply, I think you have like more to say than just what. He pretty much threatens to drag her over, yeah. So it just picks her up by the hair, yeah. And obviously Xander, because Xander's still here, he casts like 2 dialogue, like 2 lines every like 3 chapters or something. Probably more. He kind of says something. He's like, how dare you do that to my sister? Except they're not sisters, but in his eyes, it's Veronica's probably his little sister. But he's like, how dare you say that to her? And then Surtr literally calls Xander a dog. Which I'm like, he's not wrong at this point. But yeah, he's like, okay, Veronica, calm down your dog. Oh my god. He straight up is like, okay, Veronica, can you calm down your dog? We're trying to have a conversation here. Oh my god. Hey, he wasn't wrong, and I'm like, at this point he isn't wrong though. Which is really funny though. He's just like, Veronica, please tell your dog to stop interfering. He's like, calm your feral dog, Veronica, like... Like, he straight up just says like, ah, so you're the dog that is with Veronica. And I'm just like, oh, shots fired. Pretty much Surtr just straight up calls him a dog, and I think that's really funny. Oh my god, we're having to keep Xander on a leash. He pretty much, Surtr's like, okay, Veronica, keep your dog on a leash. Like, we're trying to have a conversation here. Like, Xander, the adults are talking in his eyes, because I don't think Veronica is an adult. She's probably a teen. I'm assuming she's probably like teen. But yes. But after that entire spiel, after that I didn't mean to go for a crown prince to nor to a dog. He is really far away from his game. Xander, coat of shade. You just have Xander just sitting in your corner there, just like, Wait, it's like 13 or 14 at most during this part of the story. Really? I guess preteen then. I was assuming she would be like 15, 16. But yeah, I just see sort of funny. But yes, after that entire spiel of like Surtr threatening to like drag Veronica to Múspell, probably to, you know, reach that point where it says Bozo gets betrayed and almost dies. But before that happens, after that conversation happens, we are pretty much taken back to the inner sanctum, where, you know, they're about to like perform the rite. And they've arrived to the area where they can perform the Rite of Frost. So they see like these runes on the walls, you know, as you usually see in these types of scenarios. And they're like, so we gotta start reading the runes and figure out how we're gonna do this. Like we gotta wake up the Dragon of Ice. And like Fjorm is kind of like nerding out, just looking at the runes and trying to like read the ancient language. And like Anna just interrupts. Anna's just like, I know like you're busy right now, like, you know, with your history lesson and the ancient language of Nifl and like all that fun stuff. Like, yeah, I get it. But like there's the enemies here. They get attacked. They get attacked again. Why Zacharias is a big nerd in this game? They're all just nerding out. They're all just like doing their little nerding out. Yeah. But after they beat like those they beat the enemy, they're not important. Honestly, it's none of these guys. I think it's honestly just like random Múspell soldiers. So they're not important. They're not important. So after that, you know, with the enemy, you know, after being the enemy, you know, Fjorm obviously starts doing like the reading the runes, doing the incantation and all, trying to summon the God of Ice, which is obviously, you know, named after the kingdom Nifl. So obviously it's just doing like the chant to summon the God of Ice, and she's offering herself to be the vessel for that, which, you know, that's pretty much how Gunthra is and Fjorm's mother dies. So I don't know if Fjorm was never told this information, or like, you know, she kind of just like said, you know, I guess I have to do it. But yeah, she does that, and she offers herself as a vessel for the God of Ice. Nifl does not actually appear here, but eventually got added to the game. I guess it's the years they just takes control over Fjorm, yeah. Yes, offer yourself as a vessel to the God always goes well. Yeah. So yeah, she attempts to do that, and like, I don't think it goes very well because the summoner's weapon freezes when Fjorm attempts to summon the God of Ice. So they're like, oh boy, I think we messed up. It's like, well... It's like, are you sure about this? They like look at the braid to Blake and was like, I don't know about this. I don't know about this, boss. I don't think it's supposed to work like this. But like Fjorm is like, no, we got this. That's supposed to happen. She's like, no, your weapon is supposed to be frozen. That's supposed to happen. That's part of the deal. She's like, no, it's fine, guys, we got it. She's like, thumbs up, guys, we got it. That's supposed to happen. Your weapon is supposed to be imbued with the power of ice. It's supposed to freeze like that, you know? And then like Alfonse is like, okay, so does that mean that we're ready? Like, does that mean that like we can just go? Like, do we just go now? Do we wait? Like, what's the plan here? Because he kind of just sees that, you know, the braid of Blake freezes, and he's like, okay, so do we go now? Do we wait? And like, Fjorm is like, yeah, the next time we see him, we'll beat him up. Like, she pretty much says like, yeah, we got this. Like, next time we find him, we win. We 1v1 win. Like, that's what she claims that will happen. But, Fjorm, obviously all this time she's been hiding that she's sick and literally dying. But this is the first time that it shows. Like, she actually starts like coughing and everything. And like, she obviously tries to like play it off. It's like, oh no, the altar was so cold. And I'm like, dude, you literally live in the Kingdom of Ice. No one's gonna buy that. Literally, no one's gonna buy that. If anything cold, you're used to the cold. You probably go outside like wearing like a short sleeve shirt. Like, no one's gonna buy that. Yeah, it's like the magic ice are even worse. Yeah. But she's like, nah, guys, I got this. I was just cold inside like the altar, and I just got like a silly little cold. Like, I'm fine. And you know, the Sharina and Alfonse are a bit skeptical. They're raising their eyebrows like, I don't know about this, boss. I don't know about this. This doesn't seem legit. You know, I'm buying that one, girl. Yeah, it's like, we don't buy it. We don't buy it, you know? But obviously she keeps like trying to deflect the fact that she's like low-key dying. And she's like, no, don't worry guys, Like, now we got the power-up from the Rite of Frost. So like, we're good, we're Gucci now. But everyone is like, I don't know, Chief, I don't buy it. But since she's like trying to deflect and everyone here has like the intelligence of a brick, they buy it. They actually believe it. They actually believe her. And like, they're like, oh yeah! They start celebrating. A little too early. But they start celebrating. About like, yeah, Surtr's gonna lose! We got this, guys! Yeah! They start like celebrating a little too early. Now we got the power of Frost. We're Gucci now. Exactly. They start celebrating a little too early. But Fjorm pretty much says like, I'll kill him myself. She kind of says like, no. You see, you guys are not gonna kill him. I'll kill him myself. She kind of like goes all serious and it's like, I'll kill that man myself. And they're like, oh, okay. So, wants to kill Surtr herself. The character intelligence levels vary widely even within a single book. They do. Yeah, she's out for blood right now. She's like, I'll kill this man myself. That's pretty much what she says. She's like, I'll kill him myself. And they're like, oh my. They're like, oh, she went from 0 to 100. And Anna's just like, well, you're kind of, you know, she starts being a little concerned. Because, like, Fjorm is usually very nice, as we saw a couple chapters ago with Ledjarn. Where she was like, oh, I see the goodness in you, and I want us to be friends. But, like, when it comes to Surtr, she does a 180. She's like, I'll kill that man, and I'll do it in, like, the most painful way possible. And everyone's like, oh, scary. So Anna's a little bit concerned. She's like, you know, you're a little bit different when we talk about, like, Surtr, you know. Yeah, literally the girl who saw the goodness in the girl who burned her down her homeland. Yeah, she's acting, you know, quite differently. Bro, Fjorm is terrified now. Yeah, but Anna like makes like one comment about it. She's like, oh, you're kind of, you know, you're kind of different when we talk about Surtr. And then she just like completely brushes it off. It's just like, you know, the girl that sees the goodness in everybody. And then like when it's about Surtr, she wants to kill him slowly. But she's like, okay. She kind of just like makes a comment and brushes it off, you know. And then, you know, they leave. They have to like leave the altar now because they did the Rite of Frost. It's over now. It's over now. So there's like no point. Oh, probably I should have. Oh wait, I think adding Xander might be important. Hold on. Cause he does kind of like he does like some things, I guess. I will add it. I'll add him. Let me get his picture. Cause I feel like he's been having like 2 contributions, and like I've added characters that have less, so I feel like I have to add him now. Where are you, Xander? There you are. Okay. Let me add him. There he is. There he is. The dog is actually, yeah, he's been appearing a little bit more now. Oh god, I apparently okay, I need to just like copy this because apparently I wrote some other things on his layer that I shouldn't have written. So I would just like straight up just circle him. Okay, just circle this, copy here. Okay, there you go. I got him. Yeah, he's kind of doing things. Barely, but doing things nonetheless. Okay, so Sanders' contributions to this. They're very minimal, but they're kind of plot relevant. At least when it comes to Veronica. So I feel so far his only contributions to the plot. Where is Sander's Slayer? Oh, did I add him on the wrong book? I did. I added him on the wrong book. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. He keeps getting added to book 1 for some reason. Why do you keep getting added to book 1? I can't add his properly. Oh my god, I put him like twice. Oh, I see what the problem was. Okay. Oh, it keeps copying the entirety of book 1 instead of copying like the actual like picture for some reason. That's annoying. Oh, it's fine. Can I just... Yeah, it just copies the entirety of book 1. Of his own book, yeah. Picture he looks like he's barking. I mean, it's kind of fitting considering what the plot is currently is with him. Yeah, Xander just kind of wants to stay in book 1, it seems. Where, I mean, but I need his picture. I don't want to find his barking picture again. I might just have to find it. I think it might be easier that way. Hold on. Let me find his barking picture again. It isn't that hard. Xander, Fire Emblem. Okay. It's one of his popular portraits, so it should be easier to find. But we need Xander. You have relevance. He has little relevance, but he still has relevance, so I do need it. I need to add him. No, I can't find his barking picture anymore. I only find like one picture from like Fates where he's trying to be brooding and mysterious. You know what? I'm gonna put this one. He looks silly. I know he technically doesn't wear this usually, but he looks silly here, so I want this picture. Yes, I couldn't find his barking picture again. So, oh, this one. Okay. I couldn't find his funny picture. For some reason, it wasn't popping up, so... Here you go, here's Serious. Okay, this is Xander. Is that the character for a character in Kirby? I think so, yeah, but it was one of the pictures that... It was one of the pictures that popped up. I couldn't find his barking picture again. I don't know why it doesn't appear anymore. I was like, where is it? Even though it's like a very popular portrait of his. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Oh. And just comes the Kirby song too. What a coincidence, am I right? Okay, this is Xander. Xander, also known, AKA Veronica. Okay. I feel that's very straightforward. Very split. I realize currently what his contribution has been. But we do get to see him again in this chapter. In chapter 8, which is the Rite of Frost chapter. Because Veronica, you know, Veronica kind of decides to let him go. He's like, you know what? Go! Go and never come back. She doesn't say that, but she tells him to escape. Because she kind of knows that Surtr's... Well, she doesn't know, but she kind of just doesn't want Xander to be involved with Surtr anymore. And he kind of like refuses to escape. Veronica fired him. He doesn't want to let her go. He doesn't want to let go. Chat. He doesn't want to let Veronica go, pretty much. And like, Surtr's not having this. He's like, okay, Veronica, listen. Listen, girl. He kinda is already like thinking of like killing her. He's like, okay, so you kind of refused to go with me last time. So what's it gonna be? And like, she obviously bows down to Surtr because she doesn't want to die. And she's like, okay, I'll go. And she's like, okay, fine, I'll go to Múspell. She stops being, bratty. She decides to not be bratty anymore because she doesn't want to die. She doesn't want to give Surtr more sass because her life's on the line. So she decides to go. She decides to go to Múspell. She's like, okay, fine, I'll go. Gotta give this sad face. Yeah. Oh man, but yeah. And like, Loki is like, So no, all it took was a threat to go to barbecue. The thing is, as to why she agreed to go to Múspell is because he noticed, Surtr noticed she is kind of a little attached to Xander, and Xander's a little attached to her. And he was like, okay, fine, I'll burn Xander then. And he's like, no, don't actually do that. And like, Loki's like, I see you're attached to Xander. She's like, oh my god, I see what's going on here. So she's like, It's like, she's kind of like, she notices. She knows something's up. He's like, I see you're a little bit attached to Xander here. Like, you shouldn't really be attached to, characters from other games. But yeah, she's pretty much like telling her like, well, look how it is now. And like, she pretty much has Xander rest. Because like Xander suffered like quite a bit of damage by protecting Veronica from Surtr. Because Xander tried to protect her and he kinda got scorched. Boy got scorched. Whereas a little Carson Xander got his butt kicked by Surtr. Yeah, there you go. He kind of got his butt kicked by Surtr. So Veronica kind of like agreed to go to Múspell just so Xander wouldn't have to go through it more. And, well, Veronica is separated from Xander because, Xander can't do anything right now. He's too busy, being scorched. And, like, healing from his wounds of being scorched. And, like, Loki kind of leads Veronica to Surtr. It's like, okay, get over here. Literally just so Xander could quit the kick house, pretty much, yeah. And obviously, Surtr's not a forgiving man. Surtr's not a very forgiving man. So, obviously, he starts attacking Veronica because, he did not really like it. He did not really like it that Veronica was standing up to him. On the last chapter, he was like, you're standing up to me, huh? And obviously, he starts, like, hurting her. And Loki just there. Loki's just watching. She's just like, oh boy. Like, Loki's watching, and even she's like, even at this point, even she's like, okay, I think that's enough. Like, even Loki's just like, maybe he's a little bit too far. Which is, Loki's just standing there. She's kind of just there. She's standing there, like, looking at the entire thing going on. She's like, maybe it's a little too much. Maybe we should stop. Like, maybe this is the right time to just stop. Oh, God. And, like, he tries to, like, get Surtr to just stop and, like, to get Veronica to kind of, like, agree to, like, you know, go here. Even though it doesn't matter if she agrees. It doesn't really matter. Because it's not like she has a choice. It's that, like, illusion of choice momento. Because she doesn't have one. It's like, oh, like, Veronica, like, after all, Surtr invited you himself. Like, isn't that great? Isn't that, like, so cool? It's not like he just beat you up not that long ago. And here, this is the moment where Loki lets her in on a little thing. This is where he lets her in on the fact that she's gonna be sacrificed. So this is where she, you know, she drops the little tidbit of knowledge that, like, by the way, yeah, you're gonna be sacrificed. You're next. So yeah, it's like, aren't you so excited? Like, you're gonna get to Múspell and you're gonna get sacrificed. And so, like, JG, you're gonna get casted into the fire. Isn't that so exciting? You've been chosen! Like, yay! And it's just like, well. So chapter 8, pretty much ends with that revelation. Ends with Loki just kind of like telling Veronica, like, by the way, you've been chosen. You're gonna get sacrificed to the fire in Múspell. What an honor! Aren't you so excited about it? And of course, she is not very excited about it, as no one would. So yeah, this is reveals 2. Basically, she's the one that reveals to Veronica that she's getting sacrificed. To Veronica that she be Zacharias. Oh, I'm gonna have to zoom in to be able to type this smaller. For some reason, Veronica was not excited about this revelation. I know, that's crazy. Who would have thought she wouldn't be excited about this? There. She'll be sacrificed. She's the one that lets her in on the little tidbit of knowledge. It looks so weird that there's this empty space over here. The data size, yeah, because I gotta fit the text and I don't have a lot of space. I mean, I don't think there's gonna be too much with Loki, but you know, if she gets any other big plot relevant moments, I'll have to add them. But yeah, that was chapter 8. Chapter 9 is it's called Hellfire, where we're going towards the fire side this time. Now that Veronica's gonna be taken to Múspell to get sacrificed, and you know, Rite of Frost, weapons got frozen, we got the power of ice. Yeah, we can scoot over, yeah. So, our team, chapter 8 starts with them figuring out that obviously Surtr has gone back to Múspell because he's so eager to sacrifice Veronica now. So they're trying to figure out how are we gonna get back to how are we gonna go to Múspell? Like, they're trying to, like, put their heads together to figure out how they're gonna get to Múspell. And Fomortiis is like, oh, I know the way. She knows the way, and she tells them about this gate. There's this gate that they can go through. Because they opened the gate and they forgot to close it. They could have just opened the gate to their kingdom, and like they forgot to close it, which is so funny to me. But Fjord knows the geographical location, and she's like, "Oh, that's easy. You see, when Surtr invaded Nifl, he opened the gate and he left it open." Which I'm just like, he left it open? Like, he didn't think about, like, I don't know, maybe they'll, like, attack me back because I did this to their place. So, like, you know, they'll be angry, they'll fight back. No, bro left the gate open. And Fjord is like, oh, that's easy. We can just go through that gate because Bozo forgot to close it. So they go through that gate. They're like, oh yeah, we'll just go through the gate. And reach Múspell because that's easy. The door's just open, might as well. Surtr really was just that cocky. He didn't think he was immortal at this point. Yeah, he was just like, I would just open the door for you. But yeah, right. Boys have forgot to lock their front door. Boys have forgot to lock the front door. He just left the gate open when he invaded Nifl and burned everything. But after that silly, goofy revelation, not so silly, goofy things happen as Fjorm's condition starts getting worse. But she keeps deflecting because, you know, we gotta take advantage that the gate is open, you know? We gotta take advantage that they left the front door open. We can't let them know or else they're gonna remember and close the door. So Fjorm is like, no, I'm fine. Even though she's kind of like getting worse and low-key dying. But yeah, she's like, no, guys, that's not important. We gotta go. And they get to Múspell. They actually reach the door. Like, they got really lucky that Surtr ain't the sharpest tool in the shed and he's brute strength only. And they managed to get inside to Múspell. And they find out it kind of looks like hell on earth because everything is burning. It really was just risking it all. Yeah, it was their one chance. They couldn't miss their shot. It really, but yeah. The Smash Mouth starts playing. Yeah. Like, they arrive and they get intercepted. Should I even add this guy? I feel like he's not really that... Is he really relevant? I don't think this is Helbindi's chapter. This is where Helbindi appears. But I don't know if he's really, like, that relevant outside of, like, this chapter. But yes, they get intercepted by Helbindi. Which is, a general under, Surtr. But yeah, Helbindi appears here. He's a general under Surtr. I honestly don't know if he does do something important. I guess if he does do something important, I gotta add him. I guess if he does an important thing, he has to go. I added Xander even though his 2 contributions are being Veronica's dog and getting his butt kicked. So I guess if I added Xander, I guess at that point Helbindi's gotta go here too. Okay, I might need more space. We ran out of space on the Kingdom of Múspell. Just because I added Xander. Oh man. And I still need the space for like the other 2 characters on like Fjorm's side, so I can't add them here. I mean, hypothetically, there'll be one here and one here, but their info would be like here and here and here and here. So yeah, I do need to extend it again. I need to extend it again. There's so many people in the Kingdom of Múspell. Well, it's Kingdom of Múspell plus, you know, plus Veronica and Xander. But, you know, mostly, this is the evil side. This is mostly the evil side. How Xander has become a test to see if you're relevant enough to make it on this sheet. Yeah. The lore grows. Yeah, I guess Helbindi is relevant, so, I do gotta add him. I'm trying to find a good picture of him that is not, like, the full body sprite. I only found the Hawaiian one. Wait, no, I think I found one. I think I found one. Múspell plus Embla really has a ton of characters this chapter. It does, yeah, it really does. I might just have to extend the canvas again. Okay, I might just have to do that. I've been having to extend the canvas a lot, I feel. Okay. I feel like I might just go extend it a lot. Maybe not that much, because I think like we're getting closer to the end of book 2, so I feel like just this. I think this should be fun. Okay. The here is nerd, funny, hey girl, dead, dying. Meanwhile, the enemies, literally the entire Smash Bros. Roster. Yeah, like there's more enemies rather than like and heroes. I feel, but like we haven't gotten to like the other. I feel like there's 2 more, but we haven't gotten to them yet. I think they appear around the end. I think Helbindi is the last person you need to add, so you don't need much more. Don't I technically need Fiorm's brother and the other kid, whose name I forget, but I think so. A lumberjack Anna. I didn't add her because she hasn't been doing too much. At this point, I might just add her just like she's there too. But like she hasn't been doing too much, honestly. Okay. Helbindi. What's this? What is this? I don't know what this layer is. Oh, okay. This is a Múspell. I forgot to name one layer, and I was just like, what is that? Not that many heroes, so the title was a lie. Secret and Ilger only really do one thing, though Ilger's actions be nearly sacrificed by Surtr. Man. This picture is absolutely tiny. That's fine. I don't think he does too much, so I think his picture being tiny is okay. Her brother and little sister really don't do much, but they do exist. Yeah. Oh, Bindy's tiniest picture. He looks fine. Okay. And I got his Angie picture. He doesn't have a lot of pictures that are not just his whole body sprite, so this is How do you spell this name? Helbindi. He is a general, so general. I'll just try Múspell general. So he is he's a Múspell general. There you go. There isn't much we know about him yet. But oh right, he does a third person Chuni. Yeah, cause he's like, oh, guess you were hoping to get slaughtered by Helbindi. Oh right, I should probably write that too. He is Chuni. I should write third person Chuni. See, I don't know how unicorn cosplay. Yeah. Oh, he's one of those. Yeah, he's like, you wanna get killed by Helbindi? You wanna get slaughtered by Helbindi? Yeah, it's Chuni. He does the third person talking. Yeah, he's kind of Chuni, but he's the first person that like intercepts them when they get to Múspell. So they have to fight. They have to fight Helbindi, and after they defeat him, he runs off. And he kind of just like Fjorm just kind of gives them like fun facts about Helbindi. He's like, oh yeah, like he was leading the invasion of Nifl. And like he must have been really brutal that he got like a, you know, he got a promotion. He must have gotten a promotion from Surtr because he was like so spooky scary skeletons that Surtr probably like give him a rank up. And like his temper is kind of like foul. He, you know, giving them like the fun facts about like how Helbindi is. Because Anna just looks at him and she's like, are you sure this guy's a general? Yeah, they all sure love their fun facts, yeah. For sure. Yeah, Surtr gave him a raise, so he must be good. Yeah, Fjorm is just like, Surtr gave him a raise, so he must be good, right? He must be good. And they kind of just like, after that, they kind of just like leave. They move on to like fight. You know, they move on to try to find Surtr. Really, when like who? Anna was just like literally who. Yeah. Oh right, I forgot. This is important. This is important. This is important. He is also right now on babysitting duty. Should be seriously too talking like this. I might have really forgot I'm gonna get afterwards, yeah. So, after Helbindi left, he goes back to Ilger. He is currently on babysitting duty, babysitting this is Ilger a girl or a boy? Oh, I think she's a girl. Babysitting Ilger. Babysitting Fjorm's younger sister, Ilger. So I need to add Ilger. I don't know if she has any other contribution, but let me add her. Ilger. Is there contributions? Like, keeps an eye on Ilger. Yeah, I'm trying to find a good picture of her. Ilger, medium. I need a good picture. I feel no, this is a side picture. I can't find good pictures of her that are not just like the entire sprite. From waiting for Bruno to babysitter. Yeah. Those are like the three important points of Helbindi right now is that he's a general. He's kind of toony. And he's on babysitting duty right now. I think it's really important, to be honest. She was also supposed to be sacrificed that basically. Man. She doesn't have that much relevancy, huh? I can't find like a lot of good images for her, to be fair. I might just honestly have to take like her main sprite and just crop it. Kind of like what I did with Lectjarn. Because with Lectjarn, I kind of had to just like straight up take like her main sprite and crop it. Because I couldn't find any good pictures. Oh, this is kind of cute. I want to take this one. I think this one's kind of cute. Even if she's kind of like irrelevant. This is cute. Kind of big. I'm gonna shrink it though. Yeah, I might just have to crop it. Okay. Then we add this. Okay, might have to move her a little bit down. Lily actually does super cute design. I love her, even if she's not important. Yeah, Helbindi. This is Ilger. She's baby. She is baby. Okay, so this is Ilger. Oh, I grabbed the rum. Ilger. Younger sister of the worm. She was the original sacrifice of Surtr. His weapon spell Silver. I don't really write their weapons because they like barely mention their weapons that much, so I honestly kind of don't mention their weapons. Honestly. But yeah, she's currently being babysat by Helbindi because she's currently being kept captive. So this guy is babysitting Ilger. And obviously Helbindi is just like, he's kind of like, he's evil, but he's also like not that evil, right? Like he's like, oh, like, are you eating and stuff? Like, and like he's actually looking after her. Like he doesn't want her to starve. Like, yeah, she's gonna die because like, you know, because like Surtr wants her dead. But like he's also like not evil. As a base of an extra babysitter. Yeah. And like he's actually like trying to like get her to like get revenge on them. Low-key. King. Into. Like he's actually low-key like telling her like, yeah, grow up and get your revenge on us. Like you're not gonna be able to beat us if you don't like eat and like grow and like one day just come back and beat us. Hope someone's ready for Helbindi's world famous chili for dinner. Yeah, he's a bad guy, but he's not like a bad guy. Yeah. And like Ilger's just like, okay, why are they all ally with Surtr if they all hate him? I mean, it's either that or being burned alive. So I think it's mostly like they don't want to be burned alive. Honestly, so basic. He's telling Ilger to go so they can beat him up. Yeah. Yeah, and even Ilger, she's like, she kind of like is getting attached to Helbindi. So Cause she kinda is like, you're not too bad. I feel like she's kinda getting attached to Helbindi. You gotta eat up your protein. You wanna beat me up in the future for taking away your iPad. Yeah. Or kinda getting attached to I mean, compared to her real dad, no wonder she got attached to Helbindi. Yeah. So just sending all of them. It's just working with it for people. Wait, why was Helbindi babysitting the main heroine's sister? Because Surtr kidnapped her. Surtr kidnapped her to use her as the sacrifice originally. But now I guess he changed his mind. He was like, nah. And he wants to use Veronica now. And then he decides to... He's told Helbindi is ordered to send Edelgard to the castle. And like he tells her like, hey, gotta go to the castle. You're gonna get killed. So yeah, Surtr was like, just like, nah, I gotta cool her sacrifice now. Yeah. So basically, he's like, oh yeah, you're gonna go to the castle now because Surtr said that you gotta go now. And Edelgard's like, can you come with me? And he's like, no. Edelgard's just like, but can you go with me? And he's like, no, I'm not going. I'm just sending like that guy. We're gonna send the intern and he's gonna take you. Like, I'm not gonna take you. Cause like, if I don't beat up Alfonse, like, I'm gonna get fired. And by fired, that means dying. So he's like, you're gonna go there. You're gonna go on your own. You're gonna be a big girl. You're gonna go with the intern. The intern's gonna take you to the castle. And you're gonna behave. And she's like, but why would you actually obey Surtr if he kills you if you disobey? Like, she doesn't get it. Doesn't get it. He's gonna get fired, literally. He'll get really giving Helbindi the puppy eyes. She's just like, but why would you obey someone that like would hurt you if you like don't listen to them? He's gonna get fired, literally. He's gonna like legit get fired, like literally. And she's kind of like, why would you actually? And he's like, stop being boo boo baby. Like, we kind of have to do this to survive. And like, he gives her like the entire spiel of like, you know, this is the only way to survive, and we kind of have to climb up the rank or else we die. The weak ones die, and like, if you want to make it in life, you gotta listen to Surtr. And she's like, what? Yeah. And Helbindi kind of mentions his family. He's like, my family is weighing me down. Like, I gotta climb the ranks. And like, Edelgard's just like, oh my god, I have a family too. Like, you have a little sister, don't you? And Helbindi's kind of weirded out as to how she knows that information. She's like, what? How do you know that? Like, somehow she kind of like connected 2 and 2 together. And she's like, oh, you didn't kill me because you have a little sister too. And like, you're a good guy. And he's like, huh? He's like, me a good guy? Nuh-uh. No. Like, I'm not a good guy. Like, ew, goodness, ew. Like, I will kill you. Like, I'll do it. Trust me, I'll do it. And he kind of like leaves Helbindi because it kind of leaves Edelgard. He leaves Edelgard because he kind of has to go. He has to go, but he was kind of weirded out about that. Real fear the dream, yeah. So he leaves to go and fight Fjorm and the others. Edelgard's and Helbindi are actually so adorable. Yeah. But yes, Helbindi is like, I gotta go. The boss gonna have my head if I don't go. I gotta go. So he goes to fight Alfonse and the others. And Fjorm intercepts him. Fjorm is like, no. Like, you ain't gonna do that. You ain't gonna beat us. You don't stand a chance. She's like, you're gonna gather your forces. I'm gonna fight. But no matter what you do, we're gonna win. She's like confident. She's like weirdly confident. I guess the Rite of Frost not only increased her ice, it also increased her confidence. And Lord and behold, Helbindi got beat. Helbindi got beat. And he mentions his younger sister. Yes, Ilger was right. He did had a younger sister. But too bad because Helbindi is dead. So, yes, Fjorm killed her. Fjorm killed Helbindi. He's dead now. He's gonzo. He's donezo. Rite of Frost plus 10 Frost plus 10 Eek. Helbindi really stood a chance. Yeah, Helbindi got his butt kicked and he's dead now. And with Helbindi gone, they kind of just checked on Ilger. Man, it's going to be really sad. Yeah, so with Helbindi now dead, they go check on Ilger. And she's like, oh my god, and you know, the sisters reunite. Fjorm reunites with, you know, with her sister. They're like, oh my god, like you're fine now. And obviously, now that they meet Ilger, oh my god, this song distracted me. Now that they have met Ilger, Fjorm decides to introduce the rest of her family because, you know, this is a good moment to mention how many siblings we are missing. So yes, she mentions like, oh yeah, like in my family there's me, there's Ilger, there's Gunthra, there's the guy here. I don't know how to say his name because these names are so hard to pronounce. Curate or something, I don't know. The song's right to into Harmonica, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, she kind of like explains that we're missing one sibling. We're missing the brother now. And pretty much she mentions like she doesn't know if they're alive or not. Well, we know Gunthra is not alive, but you know, Arid, yeah. We don't know if he's alive or not. Yeah, I don't know how to say half the names. Yeah, at this point, I give up because these names. Oh, they're just gonna get harder to say as the books go on at this point. But yeah, so we're missing one sibling. And Ilger notices Fjorm's condition is getting worse. So she can't hide for very long. But yeah, even Ilger notices it. She's like, they're all like, oh boy. And like, Ilger decides to join. She's like, I wanna join you guys. You know, I wanna fight too. And the chapter basically ends with Ilger joining the team. Ilger joining the ranks. Names get way worse once we get to the fairy arc. Yeah, I feel like they get worse. I remember like the fairy names. So yeah, chapter 10 ends with Ilger joining the team. But yeah, Helbindi is gone. He's dead. He is dead now. That's the end. Yeah, it basically chapter 9 ends with Ilger joining. They kind of just like disregard Fjorm's condition for the gazillion time. Because that's what they always do. They keep disregarding the fact that she's getting worse. Because Fjorm always pushes it away. So, yes. In chapter 10, which is called The King's Demise. Uh-oh, Surtr's gonna die soon. So, yes. Chapter 10 begins with Ilger telling them about the volcano to which she was gonna be sacrificed. So she's like, oh yeah, I think I know where this place could be, because like they told me one of the soldiers, that's Helbindi, told her about the volcano where she was gonna be sacrificed originally. And they're like, okay, alright. So they decide to go there. They're like, oh yeah, that's probably where they're hiding right now, right? Of course, Surtr gotta have the most heroic sacrifice of 3 making it to the volcano, yeah. They really just let Fjorm suffer this whole book. She's sitting there coughing her lungs out, and everyone's just like, if she says she's fine, then she's fine. Yep. She says she's fine, I guess she's fine. Yep. But yeah, they decide to go there to, you know, hopefully find Surtr. They're like, oh yeah, if that's the mountain, like if the castle is like around where that volcano is, then like, you know, that's probably where they are. And they decide to go there to do the volcano sacrifice. So they go there, they prepare themselves. They're like, prepare yourself. And they head over there. And obviously Surtr is also preparing himself, because, you know, it's big boss battle soon. And And finally, we have the confrontation. Once again, Alfonse versus Surtr. He's like, I'm here, Surtr. I'm about to beat you up. They all got the big ego boost from the Rite of Frost, it seems. What is this bouquet to sacrifice for? They haven't mentioned it yet, but I believe it's probably for like a power-up of sorts. Kind of like the Rite of Frost, but probably a version for the Kingdom of Múspell. But yeah, and Fjorm, like, she's going crazy. She's having like her monologue. She's like, laugh while you can. You'll be punished for your sins. So like, she got that ego boost from the Rite of Frost. Yeah, the sacrifice is like he can truly be immortal, so just mostly immortal. It's how Surtr maintains his immortality. Yeah, so it's for it's to maintain his immortality, so it seems. But yeah. And then Fjorm kind of like she pushes Alfonse aside. It's like, let me handle this. Like she's ready. She wants to pretty much have a 1v1 with Surtr. And she kind of gives like this entire spiel. It's so funny because she gives like this entire spiel of like, it's not my hope, it is our hope. Like, we'll defeat you in the future of Nifl. Like, Nifl may have perished, but like, we will save everybody. She says like all this entire spiel. And then you wanna know what she does? You wanna know what she does? It's so funny because she's like the one talking really big. And then she's like, okay, summoner, shoot him. It's so funny because like, it's not like Kieran / the summoner is saying anything. It's like Fjorm is talking big. And then she's like, okay, get him. She just like tells like Kieran to shoot him. He's like, okay, Kieran, get that guy. It's just really funny to me. I'm like, why are you the one talking big if you're not the one actually doing the killing? He's like, okay, it's time. Kieran, shoot that guy. Oh, which is so funny to me. It's really funny. But yeah, obviously Kieran shoots the guy. He shoots Surtr. He gives the epic speech about how they gotta defeat him, and then just says, alright, Kieran, now shoot this man. She talks big, then tells someone else to, yeah, pretty much pull the trigger. We're literally just sitting there, not paying attention to her speech until she says it's time for us to shoot, pretty much, yeah. Shoot me in the face with your special summoning ice-infused gun, exactly. So they shoot him, Kieran shoots him, and they realize that his flames are disappearing. Oh no, he could actually die now. And now that they notice that his flames are no longer, like, protecting him, then Fjorm is like, okay, this is my time. It's showtime. So they finally fight him. And he's gone. Yeah, he can actually be defeated now. He's defeated now. And they're like, oh yeah, baby, we did it. They're like, oh yeah, but guess what? He's not gone yet because the immortality thing. So they thought they won, but they didn't. Psych! He's born anew. He comes back. She's like, what? And he's like, haha, you always come back. Yeah, but wait, there's more. He doesn't die yet. And she's like, everyone's like, what? What? How? This cannot be. And everyone's just like, huh? And Fjorm, who was pretty much very overconfident about the Rite of Frost just being the win-all, the cheats-on that will win this entire thing. She's like, what? This cannot be! Like, the Rite of Frost, it was supposed to, like, kill him, but it didn't. So, like, that was not, like my only plan. What do I do now? So, like, the only plan just kind of failed. So, things are not going well. And she kind of is taunting Gunthra, which I'm like, come on. Gunthra already suffered enough, bro. Like, can you go for, like, less low-hanging fruit? Obviously, because he's evil MacBad and he goes for the very easy low fruit, he starts taunting her about Gunthra and how Gunthra was wrong. Gunthra catching strays. Not even Gunthra can escape the strays she catches from the dead, man. Like, not even, man. Like, just leave her be. But yeah, Gunthra's catching strays because Surtr is like taunting Fjorm that Gunthra was wrong and like, oh, your sister died for nothing. It's just like she just keeps catching strays. Like it's really bad. And just as like Surtr is like about to kill her, Anna just says, "We ball, let's get out of here." So they're pretty much like, you know what? Out of here. Anna's like, we're bolting out of here. Because Surtr's like ready to kill. He's like, well, your little Rite of Frost fails, so who's next on the chopping block? And Anna's just like, let's book it. Anna's just like, let's book it. Let's get out of here. So they book it. Surtr for Asker 0. So they book it. Yeah, so just book it. And like, meanwhile, you know, Fjorm and everybody else is kind of like fighting for their lives right now. Legjorn and Leviathan are just having a talk. They're like, oh, did you hear the news? It seems like Alfonse lost. They lost against Dad. Like, what a shocker, right? They're like just this, you know, just having afternoon tea, just sitting in the living room, just discussing the latest news about like how Alfonse's group just lost to their dad, to no one's surprise. And Leviathan is just like, yeah, I knew they were gonna lose. I mean, no one can defeat Dad. And Legjorn is just like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. If it wasn't because Dad has the Rite of Flames, which is the thing that keeps him immortal, I think Dad would lose. And Leviathan is like, you make a good point. And like, since they mentioned the Rite of Flames, Legjorn mentions the Rite of Frost. She mentions like, well, our dad does the Rite of Flames. And I know Fjorm did the Rite of Frost. Like, do you think Fjorm is gonna last long? So she's just kind of onto it as to the fact that Fjorm might be on her way out. They're talking about this like it's their favorite sports team. Yeah, the guys just discussing this over the living room table. Their team lost, but it was only because they had LeBron James. Yeah. But like, after Legjorn is kind of just like contemplating if Fjorm is alive, Leviathan is just like, shouldn't we like, are you okay? And Legjorn's just like, oh, no, forget about that. We need to like find Hyrid. We need to find the last sibling. The last Fjorm sibling. It's kind of funny how the Rite of Flames is just outright stronger than the Rite of Frost, despite the fact they're counterparts. Pretty much, yeah. But yeah, Legjorn kind of like presses the issue that they need to find Hyrid, because apparently he's a dangerous man. But as she says, Hyrid is a dangerous man, allegedly very OP according to her info. Which, I don't know, I hardly used Hyrid when I got him. But anyway, that's besides the point. She's like, he's OP. We gotta watch out, you know. And Leviathan is just like, nah. Probably not as bad as Dad. And she's like, oh no, I think we need to go find him before Fjorm finds him. And then they go. They decide to go and find Hyrid. Chapter 10 ends with Leviathan and Legjorn going to find Hyrid. Hyrid really wasn't that good in game, though they hyped him up for this story. Yeah, in the story they hype him up as if he's like the strongest sibling from like the Nifl family, and he's not even like that strong. But yeah, this is Hyrid's chapter. This is when he finally shows up, even though there's like 2 chapters before the book ends, so I don't think he does too much. But yeah, so Leviathan and Legjorn go to look for Hyrid, and in the meantime, the team, the Asker team, who is currently on a losing streak, Because they have not gotten any W's right now. They're not been getting those W's. They're kind of like discussing what to do. They're kind of like, what do we do? Like, what's the plan right now? What do we do? You know, and of course we gotta remind everybody that Fjorm is dying. So of course, we get another scene of Fjorm dying. Fjorm is currently coughing and it's getting worse. And like, everyone's getting real concerned. It's real concern hours about Fjorm because Fjorm is literally dying. But Alfonse is like, okay, Fjorm, hold on. Can you like not die until we beat Surtr? Can you hold on for like 10 more minutes? We need to beat Surtr. Alfonse is like, I know you're dying, but like, we got a goal here. We got a goal to accomplish. Can you like not die? And I'm like, okay. Like, Sharita's just like, oh my god, she's getting worse. And Alfonse is like, we can't give up. We need to fight Surtr. And I'm like, yes, but also Fjorm is dying. Like, Fjorm is literally dying. And he's like, nah, we need to fight Surtr. Fjorm, can you like not die for 5 minutes? We need to beat Surtr. This is important. And Anna just hits him with an Alfonse ... Fjorm, please stop dying. Get your head in the game. Like, we need to beat Surtr. We need to show them that our team can actually get a W. And like, they're like, okay, we get it, Alfonse. Like, we do need to do that, but like, what do we do? Like, they still haven't decided what to do. Like, because they got distracted by Fjorm dying again. But yes, they're like, okay, so what do we do? And Alfonse is like, well, you see, I noticed that the enemies are trying to keep us trapped in this area. They're like, I wonder what that could be. So Alfonse is like going Giga Brain, Galaxy Brain again, and he's like, I wonder why they're trying to keep us trapped in here. And then he concludes that they're chasing somebody, and that somebody is Hyrule. That somebody, it's Fjorm's older brother, who just happens to be in the area. So no, Alfonse, this isn't all about you. They're trying to keep everybody boxed in the area because they're trying to get Hyrule. But in his little brain, Alfonse is like, they're trying to keep us boxed in. I wonder why. But yeah, in reality, it's because they don't want Hyrule to escape. This isn't about you, Alfonse. No, this isn't about him. This isn't actually about him. This is because Leguard and Leviathan are currently chasing Hyrule. And luckily, they find Hyrule. But Hyrule is in a very bad state. So I guess I have to add him now. Because I did find him. Hyrule Heroes. But yeah, this is about Alfonse, even though he's making it about him. He's like, they're keeping us boxed in so clearly. But no, this wasn't about him. This is about Hyrule. Even though Hyrule like literally has 2 chapters to be relevant. But I guess since he is part of the siblings, I guess I have to add him. I guess so. Alfonse actually did get a 10+ ego boost. What could I say? The Rite of Frost gives you 10+ ice and 10+ ego. It seems... It seems like that's how the Rite of Frost works. Gotta actually add him, like he's just in the last 3 chapters. You not even the last 3 chapters, I think it's the last 2. But yeah, I gotta add him just because he shows up. And like, he's part of the siblings, so I guess I'm legally obligated to add him because of that. Okay, Hyrule. Can I just copy and paste him? Yay! Okay, nice. I can just copy and paste him. I'm gonna make him really tiny, because honestly, he's like very irrelevant. He's like very irrelevant. It's gonna be like microscopic. He's gonna be honestly low-key kind of microscopic because he's not very relevant. I suppose you can just copy and paste. Yeah, it's Hyrule. Oh, did I drop my stylus? I did. I like actually pretty we don't have to fight for, but yeah, finally. Okay, so this is Hyrule. A tiny little Hyrule is how important he is. He's just not very important. He's like one of the least important siblings. Actually, I think he's the least important because even if Gunthra like just dies, she kind of like gives a lot of like big revelations for the story. But Hyrule is like, he's just hyped up and then he's just like, his stats are not even that good. So I feel Hyrule is like a little, you know. I mean, I feel even you could argue that it's between Ilger and Hyrule about which one is like more irrelevant to the plot. I say Ilger and him are tied. Yeah, pretty much. I would say both. This is the oldest sibling of Bjorn. Yeah, because technically Ilger is also kind of like irrelevant. I think Zacharias just to Nifl's copy of Xander. I could kind of see. I don't know if he's like that attached to his siblings like Xander was. Okay, so yes, they find Hyrule. He's finally found. Oh my god, I bet he's gonna be as OP as everybody claimed he would. You would be surprised. But yeah, they rescue Hyrule. Hyrule gets rescued. Another member to the team. And they notice that he has the fire. He has the burn wounds. Of course, we can take a guess as to who was the one responsible for that. I wonder who it could be. But he's fine. He survived. He survived, don't worry. Like, even if he has like really bad burn wounds, he's okay. He's okay. And like, apparently Hyrule was not supposed to be here. Cause even like, cause he was supposed to be back at Nifl, but Nifl is kind of just like nothing at this point, so... Fjorm is like, oh, what are you doing here? And I'm like, where would bro even go? Nifl is kind of like non-existent anymore. Like, where would he go? So like, Fjorm is just like, oh, what are you doing here? That's kind of weird. And I'm like, it's not like bro has a lot of other places to visit. So, yeah, he's like, yeah, I made, after, Nifl burned down, he pretty much, like, he secretly made it to Múspell. Oh, I'm losing brain cells. Yeah, this plot is, something. So, he did a little funny, and he faked his death. So, when Nifl burned down, he kinda made everyone believe he was dead. But he wasn't. Yeah, bro faked his death in order to sneak into Múspell to kill Surtr. Irregularly is where Les leading Gorilla against Surtr. Yeah, he faked his death. My death was greatly exaggerated. That's pretty much what it ends up being. He faked his death in order to sneak into Múspell and kill Surtr. Even at the cost of his life. Again, I guess, because, you know, second time dying, but this time for realsies. Yeah, but obviously, bro didn't account for the fact that Surtr is technically immortal. And obviously, he got his butt kicked. What was Hyrule even planning to do? He didn't even have the Rite of Frost. Exactly! He didn't even have the Rite of Frost. He was just like gonna brute force it. I don't know what his plan was. Yeah, because of his life. Yeah, because of his life again. Yeah, he was like, I'll get him. Even at the cost of my life. Again. Rumors of his death were greatly exaggerated because he literally faked his death. And like, even Fjorm is just like, oh, Hyrule, you're silly, goofy. But no, yeah, she's like, oh, Hyrule, ... But yeah, Hyrule in his copium mind, he's like, trust me, he can be killed. Because Hyrule is the one that reveals the Rite of Flame. So, actually, he might be revealing, like, more important stuff than Ilger did. So, he basically reveals... the source of Surtr's immortality. Basically, reveals the source of Surtr's immortality, which is the Rite of Flames. He's the one that basically tells them about the Rite of Flames, which allows Surtr to always be reborn like a phoenix even if he dies. They had to whip out the names so much. Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. So yeah, Hybrid is the one that reveals about the Rite of Flames, and the team is like, oh, we can just like cut his way of like, you know, doing the Rite of Flames over and over so he can't be immortal anymore. And then, oh, Zacharias. Nah, I'm not bringing him in here. Literally, Hybrid just says that I got this information from, guess who? Zacharias, aka Bruno. But he's not, I'm not putting him in here because he doesn't even show up, so it's not important. he just got his source from Bruno. But yeah, nah. Well, he's not getting added. He just got his source from Bruno, and that's the only Bruno mention that gets dropped in this entire book. So, he's not important enough. Bro ain't important enough to actually warrant being here. Yeah, Bruno's not getting added. He's not good enough to be on the board. Literally would just be like, told Hybrid about the Rite of Flames. Like, he's not that important. Like, nah. But yes, they pretty much, Hybrid also tells them about where the rite takes place, so they decide to go there. They decide to crash the party. And now that that entire spiel is over, and they're on their way to crashing Surtr's sacrificial party, we go back to Leviathan and Leghorn. They're back to having their regular lunch combos. Bruce always forgot even school design. Unfortunately, he doesn't really do much. He just doesn't really do much. It's really sad because I really think his design is cool, but unfortunately, he doesn't really do much. Blame intelligence systems for not using his character that much. But yes, Leviathan and Leghorn just have their usual lunch talk, and they're like, "Okay, got new orders from Dad. Gotta go." And apparently, Helbindi didn't die. Either that or he got revived, because apparently Helbindi didn't die. Back at the other battle, because Helbindi's back somehow, in some shape or form. He survived. The rumors of his death were greatly exaggerated. He didn't die by Alfonse and Fiorm's, weapons, I guess. Because he's back, and Helbindi's joining the girls, going over to hunt down Alfonse. Yeah, the casual gossiping over lunch. Let's go wait for the unicorn cosplay babysitter's back. Yeah. And like Leghorn's like, okay, Helbindi, you're getting here. You're coming with us. And he's like, nah. Nah. So it turns out that Helbindi would have died if he wasn't saved by Leghorn and Leviathan. Because Leviathan and Leghorn saved his life, otherwise he would have died. It's revealed that apparently he survived because he was saved by Leghorn and Leviathan. That's the only reason he's alive right now. Yeah. So, obviously, Leghorn decides to go for the throat and threaten his sister by going like, oh, if you don't fight for us, then I'll just get your sister. And it turns out that she found out because Loki... because at the time when Leghorn and Leviathan arrived and he was on his deathbed and he pretty much mentioned his sister's name. So that's how they found out about that. So whoops. So a little bad for him. But Leghorn just kind of says like, if you don't fight for us, then Dad's gonna find out and then you're just gonna burn alive. So I'm just saying, if you don't want us to tattletale to Dad or Loki, I think you should tag along. So they kinda just put that little reminder on that. And he decides to tag along. But then at the very end, when Leghorn and Leviathan are fighting, they're fighting Alfonse. They intercept them. Helbindi just runs. He's like, you know what? Nah, I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna die here. Get out of here. He's like, goodbye, bozos. Yeah, guess I learned from their dad. Trying to snitch. Do they know snitches get stitches? Yeah. He just ditches them. Yeah, once they notice, like, once he gets a chance, he just ditches them. But yes, back with the good guys TM. Back with these guys. Hybrid is leading the way to the area. As to where the Rite of Flames takes place. But apparently a direction to where, you know, a little bit, sketchy at best. And like, Sharina, she trusts people really easily. Despite the entire spiel that there was with Zacharias in book 1. Zacharias / Bruno in book 1. She's like, oh, Zacharias would never lie to us, which is, but debatable. But yeah, she's like, oh, no, like the address has to be correct, because he would never lie to us, right? And yeah, how about that? But you know, she's just like that. She trusts people too easily. He literally lied about his name, exactly. But unfortunately, they get ambushed on their way there while trying to decipher what the map even says. And, like, Sharina's like, what? Zacharias, like, lied to us? That would never be. That's crazy. Like, that's actually insane. Like, how would Zacharias' map would lead us straight into an ambush? That's insane. It's not like he was part of the bad guys in book 1. But anyway. So, everything seems, kind of bad. They're surrounded right now. They gotta fight their way out. And they find once they've managed to fight their way out, they find an opening through the ranks and they book it. This chapter has a lot of people just booking it. But yes, they just book it. They managed to make their escape. And like, Sharina is in shambles right now. Because, she didn't think that Zacharias / Bruno could ever lie. Like, it's not like he lied about his name. It's not like he lied about his name. But like, yeah, she's like, no way, he actually lied. Our heroes really do go from Giga Brain to rubbing two stones together in the blink of an eye. They really do. They really, really do. It's actually crazy. They're like, no way. Like, they would never... he would never lie. And like, while Sharina is in shambles at the, you know, possibility that Zacharias could have lied to them, Hybrid is like, something's afoot. I think there's something more to this. He thinks like, maybe Zacharias was trying to give them like a sign. Oh, whoops, I opened this by accident. How do I close this? Ah! How do I... Okay, there you go. Okay. He thinks that Zacharias was trying to give them, like, some sort of subliminal message. We're done with book 2. We could probably only fit book 3 at most today. Yeah, we're not done with book 2 yet. I probably should have written more notes, beforehand so we could get to book 4. I don't think we're gonna fit book 3, but at least book 2 is almost done, though. But yeah, Hybrid also doesn't believe that Zacharias could have lied. Because I know Ray. We did start from the beginning. Yeah, originally it was just gonna be like short recaps, but to be fair, I didn't really like do a proper recap of book 1 and book 2 back then because I was still trying to find like the proper info to make the notes. So yeah. And I had the summary for book 1 at least ready, and it was less convoluted than this one, to be fair. So, yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, sure, became a full stream, yeah. But, yeah, they pretty much, the entire team doesn't believe that Zacharias lied to them, because, Zacharias saved Alfonse before, and Zacharias also saved Hybrid before. So they're like, someone like that could never lie. You know? He could never do that. Ain't no way. And like, they're like, maybe the enemy, maybe Surtr and the gang got the info from somewhere. Maybe they got the info from a little, I don't know, from a, I wonder who could it possibly be? I wonder who could possibly be the spy? Anyway, I wonder where Surtr's getting his info from. Yeah, and while they're too busy rubbing two stones together trying to figure out as to who the spy was. Big red circle around Loki, yeah. Exactly. Well, they're still trying to figure out who could it possibly be that the spy is. I literally have zero clue who'd actually be spying on us the whole time. Yeah, they're like, I wonder who could it be? And they're like, clearly someone here. So Hyrule starts playing Among Us and tries to find a traitor. He's like, I feel there's a traitor here. Like, one of you guys is lying. He literally starts saying like, one of you guys is actually a traitor. He starts like pointing fingers at everybody. He's like, okay, fess up, who's lying? And obviously everyone's like, what? Like, you kind of just like join us and then you start pointing fingers at people? Like, what even, bro? So everyone is just like, I don't believe this. Like, you're actually thinking there's a traitor in our ranks? Yeah, he started trying to find the imposter here. He's like, I think one of you guys is actually the traitor. One of you guys is the imposter. I know you. And like, they pretty much, he starts pointing fingers. And obviously, everyone gets visibly upset. Are you playing Among Us with the party? Yeah, everyone's visibly upset about this. Because, like, Hyrule just straight up pointed the fact, you know, a very obvious fact, because we do have a person that can shapeshift. So, it's not as far-fetched as they think, but they failed to realize that Loki can shapeshift. So, everyone's just like, Hyrule, how could you suggest such a thing? How could you, like, think that one of us is the traitor? Like, there's no way. But he's actually, you know, actually being reasonable. And, like, being like, I think there's a traitor among us. Like, I feel like one of you guys is actually the spy. And, like, Fjorm is like, no, it can't be. That wouldn't be possible. And basically, chapter 11 ends with, like, Alfonse just like, maybe he's onto something. It basically just ends with, like, Hyrule just proposing there being a traitor. And, like, everyone getting upset while Alfonse is actually entertaining the possibility of a traitor existing. Yeah, they really do just forget Loki exists, even though they know she keeps causing issues. I know, it's actually crazy. They like, forget Loki exists so often, even though it's not, like, just once. It's, like, more than once that she causes issues. I was just going like, hold up, let him cook. He's like, hold up, he might be onto something. So, yeah. Chapter 12, which is the last... I think it's the last chapter of this book. It kind of starts with everyone just kind of like still reeling in from Hyrule just pointing fingers and saying that there's a traitor. They're like, oh, do you guys believe that there's a traitor? Like, I honestly think Hyrule is kind of crazy. She has done this several times. This story just be like, nah, it couldn't be her. This whole thing could have been solved if they had interest in more than just geography. Exactly. Yeah, this isn't like the fourth time Loki has caused issue with her spying. When are they gonna finally learn? Exactly. Like, pretty much Anna brings it up, like, do you guys think that Hyrule is onto something? And like, Shireena's like, no, there's no way. No one would ever do something like that. No one would ever betray people in this household. Everyone's nice. Everyone's like full of hope and dreams. And they would never do something so evil like betrayal. And Alfonse is just like, Sharina, ... But like, Anna is being
My
a
money
bit
is
more
on Nifl
reasonable.
being the traitor, even if she's not, she must be.
She must be. Are you sure about that? It's unlucky being the traitor. I wonder. Not the dot dot dot. Yeah, not the dot dot dot. I take you for the tip, If not, even if she's not, she must be. I mean, it's obviously Loki shape-shifting as somebody. But yeah, Anna is like actually considering the possibility. She starts like narrowing it down. It's like, okay, like I wouldn't be the traitor. And like Kieran / the summoner wouldn't be the traitor. And like Alfonse wouldn't be the traitor. And Sharina wouldn't be the traitor. So that leaves everybody else. So that basically leaves Fjorm and Ilger and Hyrid. That's pretty much. Nah, it's totally the summoner. Like Anna starts like narrowing it down. Pretty much among the group. She's like, well, I couldn't be it, Alfonse couldn't be it, Sharina couldn't be it. And she's like, well, Fjorm, nah, Fjorm couldn't be the traitor. It's not like she's had her really weird outbursts about Surtr and kind of like acting out of like, you know, out of the blue sometimes. Ever since the Rite of Frost, it's not like, you know, that could be a sign or anything. Like, she's like, nah, she couldn't be. So our only options are the literal child or the man we just brought into her group. Pretty much she says like, we can accuse the literal child that is Ilger, or I don't know, the man we just brought into the group. That the first thing he did was start to accuse, you know, people here of being traitors. I don't know, you know. Pick your poison. Which one could it be? A little baby or the sus guy that we just met. My money's on Ilger. Say we boot her out of the airlock. Never believe in the baby. But yeah, Fjorm is like, yeah, it's not me. Like, it's not me. And like, Anna's like, oh, it's not like we mean to like distrust your family, even though we're kind of doing that. But it's not like we mean that, you know? And like, Fjorm is like, no, I agree. Like, my brother may be onto something. Yeah, Hyrum is also the one to bring up the idea of the imposter. Exactly, he was the one that stirred the pot. So it's just like, if anything, I would think he is more suspicious. And like, Fjorm is like, oh, like, no, I think my brother's into something. But, you know, I think my siblings are fine. None of them would betray us. So she's kind of like eliminating all possibilities at that point. Like, so it's not the baby, it's not your brother. And Anna said it's not Alfonse and Sharina, and not herself. So at that point, who is it? Yeah, I kind of self-reported, yeah. You're saying it was us, yeah. And she's like, no, my siblings would never do that. We made an oath. And apparently, she mentions that her siblings couldn't be the traitor, because they made an oath to the Dragon of Ice, which was the one that she was trying to summon back at the Rite of Frost. And this was an oath that they made that they would all fight against Múspell if their homeland ever got invaded, which, you know, it did. And it can't be us because we're actively summoning for battle. Exactly. Nah, my siblings wouldn't lie to me. They promised me they would. Yeah, they're like, they promised me that, you know, they wouldn't because we'll fight Múspell. If we ever got invaded. So, you know, that's her argument, which, you know, doesn't hold a lot of water, but you know. And even like everyone kind of like looks at each other and they're like, I don't think that holds a lot of water. But she's like, no, you guys may think it's just like pretty words and stuff, but like for me, for my family, like breaking a promise, it just can't be. It just can't be. Like you would be considered like dirt, a disgrace. Like, you know, you'll be lowered to something below than dirt. So she's like, believe me, that like, if any of my siblings were the traitor, they would be lower than dirt, pretty much. Yeah, and at the end of the scene, Ilger smirks at the camera. She's just like, hey. Yeah, the pinky promise gonna be them, but one of them isn't her sibling. Exactly, one of them is not her sibling. She doesn't. We did the secret handshake, exactly. And like, Sharina's like, I buy it. Sharina just gives a thumbs up and she's like, I believe her. I believe the power of promises. And like, Alfonse is like, sure. He's not really buying it, but he's just like, okay. Sure. Like, he's not really, not really buying it. So we pretty much end up at square one because everyone's just saying like, no, I didn't do it. And like, my friends wouldn't do it. And like, my siblings wouldn't do it. So like, we go back to square one because no one, they pretty much just said like, no one could do it. So square one, we found nobody. It was just a back and forth. It was pretty much just a back and forth because we got nothing out of this entire spiel. Everyone was just like, no, it couldn't be me. Like, no, it couldn't be me either. So we got nothing out of that. Absolutely nothing. But after that entire spiel of playing a round of Among Us and failing to find the imposter, they kind of just like go back to the topic at hand, which is figuring out how to stop the Rite of Flames. And Hybrid mentions that Surtr is not planning to sacrifice one, but two girls. So Ilger was also gonna be a sacrifice because he needed not one but two. So that's why he originally also got Veronica. But now that Ilger is gone, he's gonna need another girl. Because the Rite of Flames is a little demanding. It's a little too high cost. So he kind of needs another girl. So now that like that is out and he lost one of the girls he was gonna use, Hybrid also mentions that the other girl was gonna be Veronica. And like Alfonse is like, nah, Surtr wouldn't go that far, right? He wouldn't actually sacrifice one of his allies. He underestimates Evil MacBad. But yes, obviously, Alfonse is like, no way he's gonna do that. Surely. Yeah. And Ilger is just like, oh, like I knew I was gonna be a sacrifice, but who was gonna be the second one? I mean, apparently she wasn't paying attention because like Hybrid just mentioned it was gonna be Veronica. Because she's like, oh, there's two girls, but who was gonna be the second one? It's like, were you not paying attention to the conversation or? But yes, apparently they're still deciding as to who the other girl's gonna be now that Ilger's gone. Hybrid mentions that Zacharias thinks that it's going to be one of Surtr's daughters. Ilger pull an Amin, if through Hybrid's hallucination. Yeah. So now that like pretty much what Surtr lost one of the girls that he needed, Hybrid mentions the possibility of Surtr sacrificing one of his daughters to complete the sacrifice. To complete the rite. And like, despite Veronica being evil, Sharina feels bad. And like, they decide to go to stop the sacrifice because Sharina feels bad and she can't have it in her conscience that they willingly let Veronica die. Even though Veronica kind of like caused the entire mess in book 1, but still, she couldn't have it in her guilty conscience that she let Veronica die. So they go in and like interrupt the rite. She's too nice. Yep, she's too nice. Also, hi Hanmayo, welcome. She may be an evil villain, but she's our evil villain, pretty much. But yeah. So they go there. They pretty much like go back to they pretty much go to the area where they're gonna sacrifice the girls. And Helbindi and Lekyarn, they're kind of just like over there at the area. And like Helbindi's kind of like, he's kind of being conflicted on sacrificing the people for the right. He's like, oh, I don't. She's having second thoughts. Yeah, to be honest, he'll let Veronica die. Yeah, he's like, oh, I can't do it, but I have to. If I don't, like, I'll die. And like Lekyarn just kind of like interferes because he sees him being conflicted about this entire thing. Over here. Yeah, she kind of notices that he's conflicted about it. And she pretty much puts him out of his duty of like actually having to sacrifice them. But that really caused all the issues in book 1. Even brought Surtr for book 2, and Sharita still wants to protect her. Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. It's just crazy to me. It's crazy to me. But yes, so pretty much Lekyarn puts him out of his duty. He's like, okay, you're fired, you're out. Like, you're out. I'm gonna be the one that like kills the sacrifices. So out of here, out with you. And like, he thinks it's a little bit weird. It's a little bit funky. He's rubbing his 2 brain cells together, and he's like, now that's kind of weird. Because he's onto her. He's onto her that he's going to let Veronica escape. So he's like, that's kind of weird, because like, that's not the orders you gave me, like a while back. And like, Lekyarn is like, so you see, we spoke with Dad, and so the thing is that you're lost because you lost back at that battle. He's going to kill you. Like, Dad is going to kill you. And so I'm planning to let you go because they pretty much, like, he's gonna kill you. He already killed your family too, because he hasn't killed you yet because we saved you. So precisely because we saved you and you failed at that battle, he killed like your family, and your sister is also dead. So she was letting him go because like she was trying to save him from the dad killing him. Because like pretty much his loss, him running away at that battle after he got defeated, Surtr found out about that, and he's not very happy about it. So Surtr killed his family as punishment, pretty much. And he was gonna be next. And Lekyarn pretty much just tells him, like, go, get out of here. Yeah, how do you feel that Fire Emblem Heroes is canon to the Fire Emblem series? It's not canon. It exists in its own universe. Like, while there is cameos of the other characters, I feel like Fire Emblem Heroes is its own thing. It's its own little thing. I wouldn't consider it canon. But yes, so pretty much, Veronica appears in Fire Emblem Engage. Yes, but she's also DLC emblem. I wouldn't put DLC as, like, particularly canon. It's kind of like how Ash and Wolves are DLC, but they don't really get addressed as much either. But yeah, so pretty much Lekyarn just lets him go. Lekyarn is trying to get him to leave. He's trying to get him to go. Because like, you know, he has no reason to fight for anymore. The only reason he was fighting was because of his sister. Which is kind of sad. Like, surprisingly, like, Helbindi kind of has like a sad arc in a way. But yes, Lekyarn is pretty much just sparing him at this point. He's like, just go, just get out. Because like, if you don't get out, Dad's gonna kill you. The same way he killed your family, he's gonna kill you. So yeah, trying to pretty much get him to go. But yeah, back with the group after that sad boy hours section. Yeah, Vaike actually has really good writing. It's really sad. It's actually kind of sad, yeah. kind of sad that's kind of like how it goes down. But yeah, back with the group. They arrive to the area where the Rite of Flames is gonna take place. And Fiorm has like a little moment with Ilger. But Fiorm is getting worse. She's getting worse. Because Ilger was like, oh, I noticed like you're feeling ill, so like I wanted to give you some medicine. And guess what? Guess what it is? Guess what it is? Guess who was the traitor all along? It was the baby. Yes, that was the traitor. She did not give her medicine. But she poisoned her. So, yup. Okay, was the imposter. Yup. So, straight up just poisoned her. It was actually the baby. The Loki shapeshifted as the baby. So never trust the baby. The real imposter was the baby. So Fiorm's entire oath was a bunch of lies. So yup, it was the baby all this time. And Fiorm, even on her deathbed, she still tries to argue for Ilger, which is just like, girl, she literally just poisoned you. She's like, no, like, everyone's your ally. Like, no, you why are you doing this? And like, she's still arguing against her. So Fiorm's entire oath was a bunch of baloney because that amounted to nothing. As Fiorm is dying. So, Alfonse also kind of like... While Fiorm is kind of like low-key dying, Alfonse just kind of walks up to her. And she's like, Fiorm, I figured out the truth. Like, me and Kieran have figured out the truth. And like, she's like so confused because she's kind of like busy dying. Oh my god. And she's kind of like too busy kind of like dying, and she's like, what's going on? And like, she kind of like, I think whatever like Ilger gave her, is she starts like having like some weird dream. She's so confused because she was busy dying. Yeah, she starts having like this weird dream about like Hyrule just telling her like the truth that we already know, that Ilger was a traitor. She starts like having this weird dream where Hyrule just like appears and it's like, the traitor is the baby. And she's like, what? He's like, the traitor is the baby. There's no mistake. And she's like, no, that can't be. And he's like, I understand how you feel. I will explain to you. And she like follows Hyrule in her dream. And then like she wakes up after all that weird dream. And like, Alfonse is like, Fiorm? She's like, Alfonse, listen to me. Like the traitor, it's the baby. And Alfonse is like, I know. After like Fiorm starts having her weird like hallucination dream. Alfonse is just like, I know. I have my suspicions about your younger sister Ilger. I actually was kind of like really sure it was her. and like, Fiorm is like, what? Yeah. And then one point it was a nightmare she was having about Ilger being a traitor. Was it a nightmare or was it like the... Because like she got poisoned first. Like it mentions how she got poisoned first. And then like... I guess it turned... I don't know. I'm not sure if like this turns out to be like an entire nightmare. I was really just making her feel kind of dumb. Yeah. Oh, poison was a nightmare. I guess like she had like this weird... It's not very like specified if this is supposed to be a nightmare. Because like the first thing that happens in this chapter is that like Ilger tries to wake her up. And then like the whole poisoning happens. So like it's kind of weird. It's kind of like weirdly vague if this is supposed to be like a nightmare of sorts. or if this actually happens. We are starting with the weird dreams. Back in book 2. In book 4 they get worse. But even in book 2 they use the weirdly like, is it a dream? Is it a nightmare? But yeah. Could be a dream or hallucination of some sort. That she has a dream of her brother just looking her dead in the eyes, being like, the killer is the baby. This is his 90 Days of Wisdom come in book 4, yeah. And like, once she wakes up, even like, Viorm just tells Alfonse about her dream, about seeing Hybrid in like her dream. Seeing her brother in her dream, and the brother was like, looks her dead in the eyes. The killer is the baby Viorm. And like, when she wakes up, she tells Alfonse about this. And like, Alfonse is like, I know. And like, he starts explaining his thought process to Viorm. About like, when she started to suspect that Ilger was the imposter. I'm so glad you will recap this book. It's so funny. It's so funny. Yeah, it's like... yeah, because I feel like I started doing it for book 4. I started doing the 4 recaps for book 4. So I kind of like felt like it would be better to do like 4 recaps for like the other books. But yeah, I will try for next time to probably have like more detailed notes on these. So it's a little bit easier. And like probably we don't stay too much on like this book in particular. Yeah, getting this in because it's so pink, it's so funny. Alright, call Uger Lucky gets found out because she called someone she never met by their name when she first met them without hearing it first. Well, we're getting there. We're getting there. So pretty much Alfonse explains like his thought process of how when they went to Múspell. You repeat the entire series so I can be up to date? No. Watch the VOD! But also, hi, lock on. Yeah, definitely come for 4 and I would speak. I love the YouTuber for 1 and 2 now as well, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, we're having so much fun. If you took 10 streams to go through the whole lore, we wouldn't mind. I appreciate it. It's like you wanted me being a water watcher again. I'm not! I'm telling you to watch the VOD if you want to get the rest of the recap. I'm saying that you can watch the VOD if you want to get the rest of the recap. That's what the VOD is for. But yes. So Alfonse is going through like his entire thought process. He brings in pretty much the board where he has all his notes and all the connecting parts. And he's like, so you see, the first time we went to Múspell and we encountered your sister, Ilger. She actually mentioned Kieran. And she shouldn't have known Kieran. She shouldn't have known who the summoner was. And you see, she actually recognized him. Which I thought that was weird. Had they met before, that wouldn't make any sense. So I thought it was very, weird. So I spoke with Kieran, and he told me that they didn't meet. Yeah, and turns out, I was not wrong. She in fact had not met up with Kieran before. So that's how I found out. Yeah, she basically slipped up, yeah. The Ace Attorney music, yeah. And like, Hybrid is just like, he's listening to this entire thing. He's pretty much sitting there in his little chair while Alfonse is like pointing out the notes and all the connections he made on his bulletin board. And like, Hybrid just kind of like raises his hand and is like, you know, if you knew all this stuff, you probably should have like, I don't know, told us sooner? It's like, I don't know, if you kind of knew this, maybe you should have, I don't know, told us sooner before we brought the baby on the team? He's kind of like calling him out on this because it's like, I don't know, like, you know, that was a couple chapters back, so maybe if you knew all this stuff and you were so big brain, you should have told the entire team sooner about this. Alfonse is too busy filming his 2-hour video essay. Yeah. But so Hybrid is like, okay, I must actually go get Ilger, because I think that's actually kind of weird. And Alfonse is like, no. I think something's up. You don't get it. He wanted to get rid of Fjord. Yeah. So you see, Hybrid is like, okay, then let's go get her. Let's get Ilger. You know? So Hybrid is like, okay, fine. If she's the one, then let's go get her. And Alfonse is like, no, hold on. Like, pause. And like, Fjord is just like, what now? I can see her like throwing her arms in the air and just being like, what now, Alfonse? Like, what is it now? Like, is it the baby or not? And Hybrid is like, okay, fine, what is it? And Alfonse just kind of like gets up from his chair and he's like, you seem to agree that Ilger's behavior's kind of weird. But that doesn't mean that it has to be her. Because right now, I think you're also suspicious. And he points at Hybrid like, Fjord is so done. Just tell us if it was the baby or not, Alfonse. Exactly. So Alfonse is like, no, wait. Like, you, Hybrid, seem to think that, like, Ilger's behavior was suspicious. And, like, you see, you agreed pretty quickly. Which I think that in itself is suspicious. And, like, Fjord is just like, what are you talking about? Like, Alfonse is just, like, playing the sus game of just, like, pointing fingers at everybody now. So he's like, no, you see, we've seen this trick before. I'm not gonna get bamboozled again. You can assume whatever you want about your brother and the baby and, you know. But I think we should get that guy. We should get Hybrid, tie him up. Like, he's not gonna leave. Hybrid, you already throw the baby under the bus, and that therefore makes you a suspect too. Yeah. So yeah, Alfonse is a bit deluded with all this right now. Yeah. Yeah, he's like, no, I'm getting bamboozled again. And gather everyone up. Hybrid, you are gonna leave the room. And then Alfonse starts like pacing around the room. He's like, so you see, I do think that Ilger's suspicious. And she's kind of like dancing in the background with the answers that we need. But I feel like you're trying to bamboozle us. I feel like your brother is trying to bamboozle us. I feel like he's trying to shift blame. And Fjord is just like, my brother? No way. See, it's good to Hybrid out tied up and get. Yeah. And like, Alfonse is like, listen, Fjord, I think your brother is trying to throw the baby under the bridge because he's trying to get suspicion out of himself. And like, Fjord is like, no, that can't be. Like, my brother, he wouldn't. Unless. And like, Fjord and Hybrid is like, trying to fight to like not be thrown out the place and considered guilty. And Hybrid is like, don't fall for his trickery. You gotta believe in me, Fjord. We're like siblings. Like, our blood is the same or something like that. Giving like some nonsensical spiel about like, you gotta believe in me. And like, Alfonse is like, Fjord, get away from him. Yeah, Hybrid is fighting for his life. Yeah. Is it Hybrid? No, it's Hybrid. Pretty much the name you see on the screen right now. Yeah, Hybrid. We're like siblings, our blood is the same or something. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, so Hybrid is like, no, believe in me. And like, Alfonse is like, get away from him. And like, Fjord is having a mental breakdown right now. She's like, I don't know what to do. Like, she looks at Kieran at the summoner. He's like, what do I do? She's like, what do I do? Like, At first, Alfonse was throwing the baby under the bus, and now he's throwing Hybrid under the bus, and now she's like, I don't know what to do. What am I supposed to do? And then Alfonse notices someone in the middle of the room that's currently shapeshifting. It's Loki. So Loki turns into him. And like, Fjord is just like, what's going on? Because out of nowhere, there's another Alfonse in the room. And she's like, what? She's just like, what? What's going on? Now there's two Alfonse. So Fjord is just like, what's going on? Oh god, Fiora's going through so much this book. First her sister dies and her magic blue starts acting up, and now her whole family is imposters. Yeah, so she's going through it. And then Alfonse notices the clone, and he's like, I see. So you went that way, huh? You tried to impersonate me now, huh? Like, come on, Loki. The game's up. We already know it's you. And like, Loki's like, aw, man. And obviously she stops shapeshifting. She's like, okay, fine. You figured it out. I guess the game of Among Us is over now. Look, you're really running out of tricks, yeah. So, man, unfortunately her trickery didn't work. And Alfonse is like, okay, fess up. What's the deal, huh? What's the deal? She'll just ask Loki about geography. She'll crumble immediately. What are the geographical features of Nifl? And she'll be like, And then Alfonse is pretty much has her sit down, and he looks at her dead in the eye, and he's like, so you see, I figured out that you posed as the baby at the very beginning, and that's how you infiltrated our group. And in reality, the real baby, the real Ilger, the real baby is actually at the site where the Rite of Flames is going on. So they never actually rescued the baby, but instead Loki was pretty much transformed into the baby. Ever since they went to the place where she was being held, Ilger was no longer there. Because as you remembered, at the beginning of the before the group rescued her, Helbindi told her to go to the castle. So the real Ilger was in the sacrifice spot because Surtr took her to the sacrifice spot along with Veronica. So yeah, Ilger was never rescued. Loki was just lying in wait, transformed as Ilger in the place where she used to be, where the original Ilger was. And Alfonse pretty much somehow figured this out. He was like, oh, you see, in reality, the real Ilger is just at the site of the Rite of Flames. And I know this because, you know, Zacharias told me the name of, like, the other person you're gonna sacrifice somehow, allegedly. And so reality Helbindi was babysitting a full-grown woman. No, he was babysitting Ilger up until the point where he told Ilger that he was to go to the castle. He was to go to the castle because it was the orders of Surtr, and he sent the intern to do the job, and Ilger was like, no, I don't want to go if you don't go. So the change was after the Helbindi fight, yeah. Because at that point, Ilger was already taken to the castle. Yeah, the switcheroo was last minute, yeah. Switcheroo happened around that point. But yeah, so Loki, having seen Alfonse's detective Gigabrain at work, she kinda just does a slow clap, just like, oh wow, you figured it out. But it's far from over. So tell me, how do you plan to defeat us, huh? How do you plan to defeat me? You know, pretty entertaining to see your thought process on how you figured my little switcheroo up. But you know, now that you're here, how are you planning to win? She's just like you know, she looks at him like, well, smart guy, how are you planning to win this one? And of course they fight. Like, he was really such a gaslight gatekeep girl boss. So yeah, obviously after that challenge, they fight and they win. Loki is defeated. And she's finally out of the way. Except she didn't die, but you know, she's out of the way. And she's like, okay, fine. Since you guys won, I guess I will entertain the idea of giving information. And she pretty much tells them the temple. She pretty much tells them about the temple, where the rite's gonna take place, since, you know, they won fair and square. They're like, okay, fine. Guess I'll tell you where the rite is gonna be held. So you gotta go to this temple, but the only way you can get there is through a secret entrance. And don't worry, Loki totally won't come back and cause problems. Literally every book after this, she does. Oh god, I guess she becomes relevant in the other books, huh? And since apparently she was so nice, at least she kind of like stuck to her deal that if she lost, she would tell them how to get there. So she's like, okay, here's the map. Here's the map of the temple. And this is where the secret entrance is. And good luck. Just gives them a thumbs up, and she's like, good luck. If you want to get there in time and save Veronica, well, you gotta hurry up, or else she's gonna die. So they book it. But Alfonse is not without his doubts of like, why are you helping us? He's like, you know, that's kind of weird. I thought you worked with Surtr. Why are you helping us? Yeah, just good luck, thumbs up. Save Veronica, the baby can save herself. Yeah, it's just like to save Veronica. So Alfonse is like, that's kind of weird. I thought Surtr was your boss. And she's like, well, yes, but also like, no. And to be fair, I think Veronica's kind of nice. So that's kind of like what she says before she leaves. Man, I come back to see it's already so confusing. This is just the plot of how this game is. But yes. So pretty much she kind of just like wishes them good luck, a pat in the back, and leaves. She's like, well, time for you to finally fight Surtr. Good luck. And they do, and pretty much just sends them on their way. It's like, okay, goodbye. Bye-bye. We'll see if you guys win. But yeah, there's just so many chapters. I think chapter 13 is the last one. There's the epilogue, but yeah. Chapter 13 plus the epilogue should be the last one of the book 2. Yeah, book 1 is much simpler to explain than book 2, unfortunately, because book 2 is when the story arc started being a little bit more elaborate. It's just how Heroes is. Doesn't get less confusing. In fact, this keeps getting worse and worse. One for one. Makes sense. Yeah. Next time I'll try to have like the summaries ready so I don't have to write things as we go, because I feel like that might make it easier to explain. That might make it easier to explain, and at that point we won't take forever to get to the other books. Yeah, that's Combat's charm. But yeah, I feel like at this point it's gonna take forever to get to the other books. Yeah, not much she can do considering Heroes Lore is almost unexplainable. He did a really good job. Aw, thank you. I don't know, I feel like I probably should have had these notes ready so I didn't have to write them during the stream. Because I feel like at this point we're not gonna get to the other arcs until a very long time from now. But yeah. So we are currently on chapter 13 with our favorite guy of the hour, that's Surtr. It's a really fun recap. Thank you. The fact you went through this Surtr's experience is enough. Gotta make sense of this other nonsense. That works out on Xander. Yeah. But yes, so we have the chapter 13. It starts with Surtr telling Leviathan that she has to kill the sacrifices. She's like, you're gonna do this and you're gonna kill them. You're not gonna fail. But like she finds herself unable to like kill them. And Surtr decides to punish her. So unfortunately Leviathan is not having a good time. Surtr is trying to do his favorite pastime. I wonder what that could be. So yeah, he's back at it again. And Lekyarn is trying to stop him. Not the underlay. Yeah. I wonder what the favorite pastime could be. So, yeah. Lekyarn is obviously trying to stop this because, you know, that's her sister on the line. And Lekyarn's like, stop! Like, if you do that, she's gonna, like, you know, what people would, you know... Like, I would feel he would know what happens if he keeps doing this, considering, you know, he happens to have a lot of fun trivia about this in particular. But Lekyarn is like, no, stop! Like, don't do that! And yeah, Surtr's like, what? She'll die? Like, is that it? Like, he's very unemotional to this entire thing. Naturally, yes, he is. Lekyarn's like, people die when they're killed. And pretty much Lekyarn just kind of like pleads with her dad to let Leviathan go. And it's like, okay, fine, I'll let you go. But in reality, not really. Because like, the way for you to redeem yourself is to jump into that volcano you see right now. That's the way you redeem yourself. And like... Lekyarn is just like, bro? Like, Lekyarn's just like, bro? Like, what? It's just like, you know what that means? And Surtr's just like, yeah, I do. I know what that means, yeah. I'm telling her to, like, just do it. Just do it. And obviously, like, you're just like, she's baffled that, like, her dad just literally just saying that, even though he was like, oh yeah, you can redeem yourself. If you go into that volcano right there. This music is quite something. But yeah, it's quite something. Things are definitely going places. As you can see. Yeah, Surtr is on way to the Father of the Year award. This music's not fitting. Yes, this calm music is definitely very fitting for this very this quiet moment that's going on. Yeah, this all the music, yeah. Sorry, we just have this sort of BGM instead of like sad BGM momento. But it's a serious topic, it's not a story. Yeah, obviously she's trying to like plead with her father. She's like, no, like I'll go instead. Like, please don't kill my sister. And like Surtr's just like, oh, okay. Surtr doesn't care. Surtr doesn't care. He's like, okay, whoever goes, goes, I guess. So he's like, okay, fine. Go. He's like, okay, I see. But yes, it's a serious topic of the story. So she's just like, very well. Yeah, gonna have to have BBC also just say Leviathan to jump in, okay. Once you have been abused though, it's play. I've read it multiple times. I think it was like Zelda music. It's like a random playlist. But yeah, just as that entire thing is happening, our favorite group of heroes arrives. The very smart heroes that definitely don't do silly things at times. Ever. They arrive! They finally made it! They made it to the entrance. And they're like, man, if it wasn't because Loki gave us the very convenient secret entrance, we wouldn't have arrived here in time! And they find Lekyarn. They find Lekyarn not having a good time and about to go straight into the lava. They like kind of just like walk in on that and they're like, huh? She's doing like the She's pretty much telling the incantation. She's gonna do it. So it's quite something. It's definitely quite something. Oh, hold on, I gotta be BRB. Sorry, I had to go BRB for a little bit. I kinda lost my point because I got called for a bit. So I lost my point of I was mentioning. Where was I? Okay, so Ato, thank you so much for the super. Raps, thank you so much for the super. Reaper, thank you so much for the super. Andrew, thank you so much for the super. And Star, thank you so much for the super. Thank you. I'm trying to figure out where was the... We're getting close to the end. Yeah, it's already been 5 hours. But yeah, next time I'll try to have things ready so we actually get to the other arcs. I didn't think this was gonna be as long as it ended up being, because I at least had the first arc ready, but I forgot that it gets convoluted on the second book. Lek Yarn and Lava. Okay, yeah. Lek Yarn and Lava. We were on that point where Lek Yarn is about to sacrifice herself because she was doing the incantation when Alfonse and the others kind of like walked in. And unfortunately, I don't think they're gonna be able to save her. Oh, for example, Alexia, you have been having so much fun tonight. You've been so entertaining. Aw, thank you. Yeah, the story really does go off the deep end starting now. Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? It really, really does. But yeah, so Fjorm, because she's still nice, she tries to prevent her from doing it as she is, you know, burning. She's getting consumed by the flames. She's like, no. Like, I don't need your pity. Fjorm is still on the we could have been friends train. She really wanted Lek Yarn as a friend. But unfortunately, that wasn't gonna happen. She even like while Lek Yarn was like still burning, she was like, no. We can't be friends. Not gonna happen. And she pretty much, Lek Yarn tells Fjorm one last request, as she's the one getting sacrificed. She's like, find my sister. Those sisters are burning? No. Leviathan was spared. Leviathan was spared because Lek Yarn sacrificed herself instead. So Leviathan was spared, and pretty much the dad was like, fine, you'll take her place. But if she messes up, then she's also dead. That's pretty much it. And Lek Yarn just kind of tells her as a last request to go find Leviathan. Yeah, Lek Yarn is the only one burning, so she took Leviathan's spot. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much asks one last thing from Fjorm. To get her, to rescue her sister. To protect her sister, pretty much. And Fjorm decides to, you know, honor her wish. And that was the last thing. She starts pretty much like regretting the fact that like, yeah, maybe we could have been friends. If things had been differently, we could have been friends. Which is, man, they really just had to like drive that moment and make it kind of sad, but just kind of like being, her kind of like regretting things. And being like, yeah, maybe in a different life we could have been friends. Maybe if like Nifl had not gotten burned by my father, we could have been friends. Like she kind of like low-key starts like regretting everything as it is. Yeah, really telling your heartstrings when she's dying. Yeah, it's sad. I feel like it's one of like, I guess the early books had the more like emotional arcs, I guess. But after that pretty emotional, you know, arc, even though this music's not very fitting for it. But that's besides the point. Veronica and the baby. I just called her the baby because like her name's too complicated, and I feel like the baby. That's sad. That's sad. Veronica and the baby, Ilger. They're kind of just like trapped together right now because they're both gonna be sacrificed. So they're kind of just having, you know, just having a conversation. And like Veronica's just like, ugh. And Ilger's just like, oh, are you okay? Like how? Like, are you doing okay? Cause I know like this place is really hot and stuff. And she's like, eh. She's being very indifferent. I mean, cause like, well, she can't really do much. He really books to feel like they try to be a bit more grounded and more like regular FE. Yeah, just the baby. Just call her the baby. Yeah, she's trying to like have a conversation with Veronica. She's like, oh yeah, they're gonna offer us to the Rite of Flame and we're gonna die. And she's like, yeah. She's just kind of like not even trying to be reassuring to the baby. She kind of just like looks her dead in the eye and she's like, yeah, most likely we're gonna die. And she's like, I don't want to die. Like the baby's obviously crying because she doesn't want to die. And Veronica's just like, oh, well. She's very different. Yeah, she's so done right now. Veronica's really done right now. Well, Ilger is like, she's crying. She doesn't want to die. And like, Veronica just kind of looks at her like, will you shut up? She doesn't say it that way, but she's like, do you always talk this much? Which is basically the equivalent of like, can you shut up? It's basically the equivalent at this point. Because like, Ilger kind of like starts crying about like obviously not wanting to die and like being like, oh, my siblings will save me. And like Veronica just like, do you like ever shut up? Oh my, I say that to a baby. Yeah, she's so sassy. Like she's just like, oh my god, like just stop. And like then the baby obviously is like, oh, I'm sorry. Like I didn't like mean to make you like angry. And like Helbindi, even Helbindi hears like their entire combo. It's just like, both of you shut up. He's like, both of you just straight up shut up. Like Helbindi actually shows up. And he's trying to get them out. Early book Vero was just such a huge branch, really funny. Yeah, so Helbindi is here. He's about to actually get them out. He's pretty much like, okay, this place has a lot of guards. I'll sneak you guys out. He's saving them pretty much. He kind of had like a change of heart after Surtr pretty much like killed his family. Because at the end of the day, he was only fighting for Surtr because he was forced to. Because his family was on the line. He didn't want his family to die. But now that that was, you know, that happened, he didn't really have a thing to fight for anymore. So he was just like, you know what? Whatever. And he kind of just like freed Ilger and Veronica. So he decides to help them escape by distracting the guards. So the two escape. Ilger and the baby. Oh no. Veronica and the baby. They escape. They're trying to make it through like the maze that they're currently trapped in. Yeah, Helbindi has nothing left to lose at this point, so might as well just root everything for Surtr. Pretty much, yeah. But yeah, Helbindi tries to buy some time for them, for the baby and Veronica to escape. And he's doing the heroic thing of like sacrificing himself. Heroic in the sense of Fire Emblem, it seems. Because that always seems to be like the thing. And he's like, okay, I'll distract him. You guys keep running. And Ilger, as I said before, she's like, are you actually about to sacrifice yourself? And Helbindi, obviously, he's kind of, you know, he's not a very emotional guy. So he's like, just shut up, just leave. And she's like, okay. And she leaves. And like, Helbindi decides to fight Surtr. So, his chances are not looking very good. And, unfortunately, his odds are not in his favor. So Surtr doesn't take it very kindly to traitors. And he pretty much tries to get him to speak. To kind of like reveal as to why he betrayed him. But obviously he refuses. And he's probably going to die this time for realsies because Surtr doesn't spare people. But in the meantime, outside of Helbindi actually dying for realsies this time, the baby, I keep trying to say her name, Ilger. But I think the baby is easier. The baby and Veronica are still trying to figure out how to escape. And obviously the baby's getting panicked. She's like, how do we get out of here? Because they're trapped in like a little maze area right now. So the baby's getting like worried that Surtr's gonna come for them and kill them this time for sure. And Veronica's just like, you really do not shut up. So she actually said it this time. She actually said it this time. She actually really said, you really do not ever shut up. Like, she's actually done with the baby. So she's like, okay, fine, I'll lead the way. Because she got tired of, like, the baby crying. Veronica decided to lead the way. Unfortunately, they were intercepted. Not by Surtr, but by Leviathan, the remaining daughter. But Leviathan knows that Surtr doesn't care about her. And Veronica's like, oh man, we're gonna get captured again, aren't we? And Leviathan is like, yeah, sorry guys. Back to the cage you go. And Leviathan is like, yeah, I am here to capture you guys, but I also need to find Alfonse and the rest of the team. And it seems that Leviathan has changed her mind. Because Leviathan doesn't want to defeat Alfonse and the others, but she wants to aid them because it's the only way that they can defeat the Surtr. And well, Veronica's not very social, so she kind of just like, since she notices Leviathan's like demeanor has changed. About like her actually willing to fight her father. Veronica's like, oh, so your sister's dead now. Which obviously Leviathan doesn't take very kindly to that, because that's a very, it's a very touchy subject. So Leviathan's not having that. She's like, oh, you're probably switching sides because your sister's dead now. It's like, Veronica, please. So she's kind of just like taunting her, even though they should be getting out. They should be getting out of there. Like, they should be booking it. But, yes, pretty much she's taunting her because in a way Veronica feels jealous that Edelgard was actually willing to do something like that for her. Because she feels like her brother wouldn't do that for her. She feels Bruno would never do that for her. She feels that Bruno doesn't care about her. So she's like, oh, whatever. Like, even if you try to kill me because of what I said, it's not like my brother would save me. And lo and behold, as if the power of plot, her brother shows up. Her brother shows up. Her brother shows up to save her. It's Bruno's one contribution. He has one line. He says enough and that's it. But it's like, she's like, oh my god, brother, you're here? And Leviathan's like, get out of here. Get out of my way. And like, everyone's arriving at the scene. Everyone's like, oh my god. Like, everyone's showing up because they finally found Veronica and the baby. Theorem finally met up with her sister. And like, Sharita is like, hey, Veronica, like, I know we were enemies back in book 1. But like, considering the situation, And looking at how your odds are looking alike, I would say we could help you guys out. And she's like, tisk. She doesn't want their help. She's like, ugh. But yeah, that's kind of like how things are looking like. Veronica doesn't really want their help. She's like, ugh, you. But now that everyone's kind of like reunited, Leviathan decides to ask Fjorm, like, what happened to my sister? Did you guys kill her? And I mean, they didn't kill her. That wasn't what happened. Fjorm is kind of like, you know, uncomfortable to explain what happened because they were witness to what happened to Lekyarn. And Fjorm is not the best at words at trying to explain how it feels to see a sibling die in front of them because she already had to experience that with Gunthra. So she kind of is like, well... And like, she doesn't even finish the sentence before Leviathan just jumps up and she's like, okay, I didn't want to kill you initially, but you know what? I'm gonna actually do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna follow Dad's orders now. Because, not because of her dad, but because she thinks that Fjorm and the group actually killed Lekyarn, which wasn't the case. She kind of just like jumped to conclusions. Yeah, she's her mind as she breathes. Yeah, she's kind of like that. So much flip-floppy Leviathan. Yeah, she kind of like decides to attack them because she thinks they killed Lekyarn, which wasn't the case. And like, once they explain to her, once she loses again, she lost again after, you know, trying to take down Fjorm and the rest of the people. And, you know, if you remember what Surtr said, was that Leviathan got one extra chance because Lekyarn took her place as being a sacrifice. But since she failed again, Leviathan was just like, you know what? It's over, bro. So she does the same thing that Lekyarn did and does the incantation. And, like, Fjorm tries to stop her. She's like, girl, like, no. And she's like, stop. Stop. And, like, she tells her, like, this is not what your sister wanted. Like, why aren't you doing this? She's like, what? And, like, just when she's actually doing this, they get to explain to her that, like, this is not what Lekyarn would have wanted because they saw Lekyarn's final moments. Pretty much Fjorm explains that she witnessed Lekyarn's final moments and that Lekyarn told her to protect her as her final wish. So, and pretty much hoping that one day Nifl, even though Nifl kind of doesn't really exist nowadays because it got burned down, but I guess Nifl, like, reviving from the flames one day, and Múspell, one day they'll be buddies, and they wouldn't be hostile against each other. One day, someday, we don't know when that will be, but in her mind, someday that'll happen. And like, I guess Leviathan just kind of like zoned out at that last part of what Fjorm was saying, because she kind of like, the one thing she listened to was that her sister Lekyarn ordered her to live. That was the one thing she listened to. She zoned out at the end of the other thing. One day I wish her to be the best of friends. Nifl too, just like Texas too, pretty much. Yeah, she zoned out at the end of that speech. Pretty much was just like, oh, my sister actually wanted me to live? Well, she said order me to live, but more than order was more that Lekyarn told Fjorm to protect her. And Fjorm is like, no, it's pretty much what your sister wanted was for you to live your life, you know? And, you know, after that entire conversation, Bruno was just kind of like standing there. He was like the standing man emoji. And he was like, now I can speak, right? Now I can like talk with my sister. Right. Now it's my turn. Right. Okay. So, Veronica, hi. I know it's been kind of awkward. And like, I kind of like wanted to apologize to because I haven't really been there. Guys, when do I get to be cool with Bruno right now? Yeah. And like, Veronica's not having it. She's like, I don't care. Where's Xander? Where's my real brother? Honestly, I think Bruno just got replaced with Xander. But she's like, I don't care. Where's Xander? Where is he? And he's like, oh, he's safe. He's fine. You can like, you know, stop worrying about Xander. Yeah, like Veronica doesn't care. She's like, I don't care. I don't care. Where's Xander? Where's my real brother? And like Bruno's just like, oh, he's fine. Yeah, he's okay. Like he's doing okay. Like his burns are fine. You don't need to worry about him anymore. And then Alfonse is actually happier to see Bruno than Veronica is. We're about to start crying. He got replaced. Yeah. Yeah, like Alfonse is actually happier to see Bruno than Veronica is. She's like, oh my god, Zacharias! Even though he already told him that like he's Bruno. But Alfonse still calls him Zacharias for old name's sake, I guess. He's like, oh my god, you saved us yet again. You're so cool. And he's like, oh, if anything, I should be the one to thank you because you saved me back in book 1. You know, and I've been thinking about that moment ever since. And like, he notices that Zacharias is about to go into like some sort of like spiel about like that event in book 1 where Alfonse quote unquote saved him. And Alfonse is like, okay, stop. We can talk later. And he kind of like tells him to kind of like keep his sister safe. He's like, you should probably like protect your sister and the baby. Right, the baby too. The baby's also here too. But like, you should protect them because we're gonna go and like fight Surtr this time for realsies now. Because this time we know about the Rite of Flame, so we know he can be immortal. But we're gonna stop him. Anyway, give bro a chance to speak. Yeah, yeah. He's like, we gotta stop him. We gotta go. We gotta go. So sorry, Bruno. You're on babysitting duty. Please babysit the baby and your sister. I know that your sister doesn't like you right now, but yeah, you're gonna have to do that. Bye. And then they go and. They go and battle Surtr. We finally reach the Surtr battle. Everyone forgets about the baby. They just forget about the baby. Yeah, they just forget about the baby. The baby. And yeah, so everyone, they just march in. It's like, okay, Surtr, we're here. And your sister doesn't like you right now. Just like Bruno to be awkward with his sister. Yeah, sorry, Bruno. Gotta deal with that. They storm up to the final battle. They're like, toon. And obviously, Surtr's having his like, ha ha ha, evil man quotes or something. And like, Alfonse proceeds to recite his list of crimes. Because apparently that's the thing you do. Before you're about to beat a final boss. You kind of like bring your little like scroll full of all the crimes they ever did. You can't forget that. That's very important for the final battle. So Alfonse brings his scroll of like all the crimes he's committed. And he's like, okay, Surtr, you, the King of Múspell, you invaded Nifl. You invaded Asker. You stole the lives of innocents. You pretty much told your daughter to go into the volcano. As the Prince of Asker, I'm taking you down. That's pretty much what he does. Alfonse is now the international court and Surtr's sentence is death. Yeah, no wonder this game became his attorney. Alfonse, he wanted to be Phoenix Wright his whole life. Yeah, that's pretty much. He's like, okay, I got your list of crimes. You're going down. And Surtr is just like, well, you're challenging me. And it's about to get real. It's about to get real. But you gotta first do the bat mouthing, you know, that talking down your enemy and stuff before you fight him. Pretty much just calling him like, you're no king, you're a tyrant, and yada yada yada, going at it. Alfonse pressing charges. They're about to throw down, But obviously everyone's like, you're not a king, you're just a tyrant, and like they're just talking him down. As if Surtr actually cared. But you know, they're trying to go for his ego. I guess you go for the ego first, and then you actually like start beating each other up. I don't know. I guess they're trying to go for like the emotional damage, and then we go for the physical damage. They're trying to go for, you know, gotta go for the heart if there even was one in the first place. Gotta talk big, exactly. Gotta talk big, you know. And like, since they're calling him like, you're not a king, and he's like, what do you mean? I just do what I want. That makes me like, I have the authority, and I can do what I want. So that makes me a king, according to him. And like Fjorm is like, actually that's not what a king is. And he's like, what? Yeah. Yeah, gotta get it with the psychic damage. We're kingdom then. And then Fjorm is just like, well, you will no longer be able to like rule this place because we are gonna beat you. That's pretty much her argument. It's just like, well, by the standard that you say, well, you're not gonna be a king for much longer. And he's like, huh? Now if you would just be like, actually. Yeah, she's just like, actually. And like, they're talking each other down. Because Fjorm was the first hit. If we remember back in the other chapters, she said she wants to 1v1 him. And like, Surtr, he kind of feels the disturbance in the force. And like he's ready to rumble. He's ready to rage. He's like, yeah, boy, let's go. And he's very sure that he's gonna win. But he doesn't win. He's like, what? And like Fjorm, like, it's kind of funny because after she wins, she straight up talks him down, like looks down on him. It's like, well, I'll tell you, you're weak. Straight up just goes for the emotional damage after that. I'm telling you, that Rite of Frost plus 10 ego. Because like after she defeats Surtr, she looks down on him and she's like, well, I'll tell you that you're weak. And Surtr obviously is salty right now because he doesn't have the win. He doesn't have the W. He's like, no way, I actually lost. And she starts like looking down on him. Like, he already got defeated. He already got the physical damage. He's getting the psychic damage too. She's pouring salt on those wounds. And she's like, well, you may have actually like taken everything that matters to me. Like, you know, like my sister and technically my mom. And whatever happened to my dad, if that ever gets addressed in the plot. But you know what you can't take from me? My determination. No, she doesn't say that last part. But she's like, now that you've taken everything away from me, I'll take everything away from you. She actually does say that part. And she actually does say that part. She's like, you took everything away from me. And you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take everything away from you now. Which I thought that was actually kind of scary. It's actually kind of scary. I was like, oh my god. And she does the final blow. She kills him. And like, Alfonse just kind of like walks in and it's like, it's finally done. It's finally finished. He's not like remotely concerned about the fact that Fjorm just kind of said that, which I think that's very concerning. I think that's very concerning if you ask me. I think she went a little off the deep end back then. And Alfonse is just like, thank God it's over. He doesn't like acknowledge the fact that like Fjorm just went off the deep end back there. He's like, oh my god, thank God it's over. Let's go, boys. We finished. Let's do a roll on that. Roll credits, book 2. It's done. They never bring up how scary Fjorm is ever again. They don't. They really don't. Alfonse cares about us as the win. They won. It's like, that's all I care about. But yeah, everyone's just like, let's go. We're getting the W, guys. And after that battle is over, Fiorm is like, oh, Hybrid, thank you! Even though Hybrid didn't do anything. Even though the only thing Hybrid did was, I guess he revealed the source of, like, the Rite of Flames, right? He kind of, like, mentioned the Rite of Flames. And I guess he was the one that started the entire thing of, like, I think the baby is sus. So, I guess, like, he was the one that started that. So I guess that's his contribution to the plot. I mean, he did more than the baby, so I guess I'll give him that. So, yeah, Fiorm is like, oh, thank you, brother. Thank you for everything. And he's like, okay, that's cool. And, like, obviously the baby's like, no, please don't say you're leaving. Ugh. She starts crying again. Because, like, she doesn't want Fiorm to leave now that everything's done. The other person he did more than was little baby, yeah. And like Fiorm is like, well, like, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna tag with Alfonse now, even though she doesn't appear in the other books. But sorry, I'm gonna tag with Alfonse now and with Kieran / the summoner. I have to go. I have to repay my debt. Sorry. Hybrid, take care of the baby. So pretty much, she leaves whatever there is of Nifl left, which is not much, in Hybrid's hands. So he's gonna have to rebuild the entire thing. Oh my god. So, what we have remaining of the royal family in Nifl, we have Hybrid and the baby. So, that's not gonna do much for us. But wasn't your scare so sick or something? She is. We're getting there. Hybrid, take care of the baby. I was so expecting that. Just Hybrid, take care of the baby. Pretty much all the Fomortiis designated love interest girls say they're joining the party at their books and only to never show up in the main story again. Yeah, that happened. But yeah, she kind of just like looks at Hybrid and just like, you'll make a great king someday. My people need me. I'll never forget you. And like, then she starts, you know, dying. Because, you know, we had to beat Surtr before she could die. You know what Alfonse said? Hold on, Fiorm. You can't die until Surtr's dead. But since he's dead, well... we are your people, yeah. And like, she starts, her sickness starts, you know, kicking up again. And then Hybrid just looks at Fiorm like, do you ever tell them that, like, you're, like, literally dying? Like, Hybrid literally just looks at Fiorm while she starts, like, dying again. And, like, he's like, did you ever, like, actually told these people that you're dying? Like, I thought they were your friends. Like, did you never actually tell them? Yeah, the perps did die. She did, in fact, not tell them. And like, pretty much Hybrid pretty much like exposes it. He airs the laundry, as they say. And like Hybrid says like, did you actually mention about the sacrifice of the Rite of Frost? You know, something that Kieran already knew. Thanks to Gunthra, the pink lady of Kieran's dreams. That actually did tell him about the sacrifice and told him that like her mother died when she did it on the Rite of Frost. But, you know, Kieran kind of just, like, omitted that information, or he kind of just forgot about it because, you know, dreams and the like. He couldn't take his little notebook to his dreams, so he didn't write that down. But we already knew that. We already knew that you could die if you did that. It's like, you forgot to write it down in his dream journal. But this comes as a shock to Alfonse at this point, even though she's basically been coughing up blood and dying exactly. Whoops, teehee, my bad. Yeah, so Hybrid is like... So you see, apparently, since Kieran didn't bother filling everybody in, the Rite of Flames, much like the Rite of Frost, comes with the cost of a life, so... Yeah. Pretty much, it's not like the Rite of Frost didn't require that much, you know, it's not like it didn't require anything valuable, but it did, it requires your life. Yeah, and like... Then Fiorm apparently seems to remember. Fiorm is like, well, Mom sacrificed herself to protect me and so did Gunthra. Even though Gunthra didn't really sacrifice herself, she got killed. That's a lie. That's actually a lie. That's not true. Bjorn basically gaslights them. She's like, oh yeah, Gunthra sacrificed herself, but she didn't. She didn't actually sacrifice herself. She got killed. She just used the last bit of her power while she was already dying to kind of like give them the artifact they needed for the Rite of Frost, but she didn't willingly sacrifice herself. Gunthra got killed, so I don't know what this girl's talking about. Because that's not true, that's straight up lying. But I don't know, she straight up like gaslit herself that Gunthra sacrificed herself, even though that's not true. And she's basically saying like, oh, it is thanks to Gunthra that I'm alive. Even though that isn't really true, because she gave you the thing that allowed you to do the Rite of Frost in the first place. But, she straight up just gaslights herself into believing that, Gunthra somehow allowed her to live, even though that's not really the case. Because, Gunthra didn't sacrifice herself. She was killed. She was originally gonna meet the party over at the sanctuary, but since they were being spied on by Loki, they kind of had to like think of a different path. And even then, that didn't work because Surtr was 5 steps ahead of them and just killed Gunthra anyway. So yeah, that's straight up a lie. That's straight up a lie and a half. Gunthra didn't sacrifice herself. She was murdered. She just happened to use the last bit of her power to give them the artifact that they needed. But Fjord, in her weird mind that she gaslit herself, she's like, oh, since like my sister and my mother sacrificed themselves, I guess it's my turn now. But it's fine because nothing would make me happier than to, you know, aid the summoner, aka the player, aka Kieran. Even though I guess she did help in like getting the Rite of Frost in the first place. Gunthra sacrifice yourselves like me sacrificing my dinner in order to manifest Soxa by eating it. It's time for non-appearance of the main plot is to pure benefit. Well, she cops something in side stories. She actually seems fairly guilty all the way up until her special side story. But yeah, while she's dying, Hyrule is just like, oh man. So everyone's kind of like grieving at the fact that she doesn't have very long to live. They're kind of just like, oh yeah, it's very unfortunate, but like it's fine because I know that Surtr is gone now. So even if I'm gone now, I know that at the very least, the kingdom or whatever remains of Nifl is fine. There isn't much of Nifl, but Hyrule has a big load on his shoulders of fixing this entire kingdom now, because the baby ain't gonna do anything. The baby ain't gonna do anything, so it's all on him. And while she's dying, she wants to be with Kieran, aka the summoner, aka the player character, because you know the waifu momento, I guess. She doesn't want to be with her brother. She wants to be with the summoner instead. So if I were Hyrule, I would be angry. The baby ain't gonna do anything. He's just like, bruh. Romance had her shipping loan before she dies. Yeah. And Hyrule is like, okay, fine. And he leaves. And Fjord has her moment with the summoner. Yeah, but I should pick the summoner for a literal brother. It must really suck for Hyrule. It kind of sucks for him really badly, huh? It must really suck for him. Like, it's actually kind of crazy. But yeah, the chapter kind of ends with that. Like, the book ends with that. There's like an epilogue, but I think the epilogue is, it's like something extra, technically. And the epilogue's pretty long, too. It's, the epilogue is, it's way after. I think this doesn't usually happen in the original book. It kind of just, like, got thrown later. Because it's pretty much, added a couple of characters, but yeah, it pretty much adds the god of the land. They add the god of Múspell and the god of Nifl. So Yes, they pretty much just added that to kind of justify Fiorm living, I guess. Because originally, by the end of the book, it kind of like implied that she would die. But yeah, pretty much, long story short, yeah, her magic disease is gone now. Yeah, Nifl and Múspell are actually gods, and they make Fiorm not die and Lechiorn revive. Yeah! Fiorm actually lives, so we cried for her. Yeah, they made this epilogue just to justify that they're alive now. Yeah. The extra story, the epilogue, was added way later. They pretty much revived Lechiorn. Pretty much the god of Múspell revives Lechiorn. And Nifl heals Fiorm. But they turn on Múspell and they fight him together. Yeah, they kind of just added this because probably people were upset that Fiorm was, gonna die because she still goes with Asker. She still goes with Alfonse and the others because she's still on a time limit. She's still in a time limit, but she's never gonna actually die because of, yeah. So those deaths were useless. Like, you're a sacrifice to your sister. Yeah, on the epilogue, they revive Lechiorn, yeah. But, canonically, excluding the epilogue, because the epilogue came, like, way later, and it's, like, a side thing anyway. By the end of book 2, Fiorm just joins, Alfonse and the others. And, like, she's on a quote-unquote time limit. But in reality, since she never appears in the other books, she's fine, I guess. I think it's even supposed, though. It says she's supposed to die. She was fine for almost 5 years before adding the epilogue. Even though it says she's supposed to die, she was fine for almost 5 years before adding the epilogue. Yeah, that's kind of like the thing. It's between books 3. That's basically just teasing hell by saying I did Surtr. I would honestly, if it's just like a little side thing, I wouldn't really just... I'm not gonna really cover side stuff because I feel like if it wasn't released when the book was originally released, I'm not gonna go out of my way. Fix your story. But yes, that was the end of book 2. Fiorm joins the team even though she's allegedly on a time limit. Allegedly. My god, look at all these notes. All this. All this. Oh my god. Yeah, fix your story. Just fix your story. I've done it to the other books too, by the way. Yeah, I figured. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. But I'm not adding anything that wasn't initially added to the to the books, like to the main chapters of the books. If the epilogue was added like way later, I'm not even gonna bother. I don't know, so there could have been even more of them. Yeah. The boys who gets betrayed almost die still makes me laugh. Yeah. Well, this beyond the test. Will you remember the entire plot now? The entire plot of book 2. I mean, book 1 is easier to summarize than book 2, to be fair. Yeah, the epilogue's so much later on. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother. I'm not bothering with that. The other books are now yearly getting additional story. God. I feel like instead of fixing it, they're probably doing worse. But yes, there you go. If it wasn't released originally, I'm not even gonna bother. Oh, I forgot I had this. I had the Lechiorn picture. There you go. I'm saving this mess. Save. What's the message of the story? I don't even know. I don't even know. It's almost 6 hours. My god. Okay, I didn't even get to actually reach the fairy arc because I didn't think I was gonna go this much into detail because I didn't finish the summary for chapter 2 in advance. I forgot how over convoluted it is. But yeah, I guess if we do a next time, if you guys want a next time of actually getting to the other chapters, this time I'll try to actually have at least this thing ready so it's easier to explain things and I don't have to like write it as we go. I don't have to write it as we go. As I feel that that's also like a thing. Since I write it as I go, as I explain, that also takes a bit of time. Yeah, the additional stories get weird, especially because they add a bunch of new characters that are apparently super important, yet we never meet during the books. Book 3 introduced a new heir of hell. That's what I'm saying, man. I feel like they're just throwing extra stuff at that point. You were doing this recap chapter 1 and 2. It was a lot of fun and would really love another stream of this. Like, seriously, you were so funny, entertaining. Dude, apologies for doing an amazing job. Aw, thank you. Yeah, this is a blast. I'll love more. To be fair, there was stuff that was needed to be written while explaining. Yeah. Look for business stream. It's cute how deep you went into Fire Emblem. I mean, I did this stream because you guys wanted me to like explain the Heroes Lore after we kind of like briefly went over it on the Tangent stream. And I was like, okay, I'll do like a dedicated like Heroes Lore stream. Just because I think the lore of this game is like, oh, it's kind of wild. And I thought maybe it'll be kind of funny trying to like explain what goes on in this. I forgot to mention the hay from the old man. The hay from the old man is because of Surtr threatening Alfonse. I think I mentioned it briefly. He threatens Alfonse with the with like I will burn down Asker if you get in my way. But I can save the village in Asker if like you kind of just don't bother me anymore. Basically, Alfonse does neither. He goes to Nifl. This is way before he goes to Nifl. And he straight up tries to... He saves the villagers by informing them that Surtr's gonna show up by using the hay. He kind of like signals them using the hay about when to evacuate. And that's how he basically manages to get into Nifl first to start looking for the siblings. So yeah, Surtr's plan got messed by funny hay. Because he pretty much was gonna... He was pretty much gonna... Yeah, it was to evacuate, yeah. He got foiled by the funny hay. His plan pretty much ended up getting foiled by the funny hay. That's where the funny hay comes in. But yeah, the funny hay really is a plot point of all time. Yeah, that was like technically Sharita's like only big plot contribution here was like the funny hay, honestly, because she doesn't really do like other big plot stuff other than the funny hay. So yeah, that's pretty much what happens with this. But yes, for book 3, because I think book 3 is also pretty convoluted with the whole like hell thing. And then there's Alfonse's curse. Oh god, not the curse. Oh god, I kind of mentioned it briefly when we did the side canon, because we kind of briefly went over book 3, but it was a bit messy how I tried to explain it because I didn't have the information. Yeah, on the Tangent stream, I kind of briefly went over book 3 from the little things I could get from that. So book 3 is very convoluted. It's the book where Alfonse gets cursed and that entire mess. So yeah, the later books are quite something. The ice one, I did play. I didn't fully play the other one, so I'll have to do a little bit more research on that. Yeah. On top, there's barely any info on the wikis. There isn't a lot of info on like how the events go down. I pretty much have to get this one, to get the book 2 one, I had to pretty much use a pretty much dialogue by dialogue from each chapter, because someone did at least compile all the conversations that happened each chapter. So that's pretty much how I'm able to do these. I'm able to do these by compiling the dialogues of every chapter and putting together everything that happened. That's pretty much how I'm able to like compile this. And compile this explanation, the silly goofy explanation. The fact you were so funny entertaining while I had to reread the entire dialogue of the entire book, that's crazy. Yeah, book 2 is complicated but still has some reasonable to some degree, but from book 3 onward they just said, nah, we're going to be really weird with it. Yeah, I would say like book 3 onward, it's where it starts getting more convoluted, especially book 4, because we did cover a little bit of book 4. So yeah, book 4 definitely is a book. Yeah, I started zoning out after book 2 with FE Heroes. Yeah, I don't blame you. Book 3! Like, Book 3 was... I don't know. It didn't really catch me, which is kind of like why I ended up dropping Fire Emblem Heroes after Book 3. Midway through Book 3. I don't know. It started getting really weird. So, yeah. It's... After Book 2, it's when it started getting kind of... Book 4 is one of the messiest ones. Oh, yeah, the fairy one. Yeah. More convoluted? They do. They get more convoluted. They only get more convoluted from here onwards. But yeah. Can't wait for the dad. I told you, sir. Just like I told you, sir. But yeah, if you guys would like more of these silly little like I don't know, I guess lore. I don't know if lore deep dive is correct. Lore explanation of like what took what happened in these books, excluding obviously like information that got released later because they just decided to info dump it later. I swear, from last week and the plot from book 3 just sound pretty weak. Literally on my knees, they have been so much fun. Please, they're super fun. You know our answer is a yes, please. Okay. We want us if you haven't been asking you for this since almost 2 years. Always up for it. I love more lore streams. I love more of these. It was a ton of fun. You really have been super entertaining. Ah, thank you. It makes me happy because I really enjoy like explaining like the lore of like these things. Looking into like the stories of like games and stuff. So I think I really enjoy doing stuff like this, but I wasn't sure if people were gonna like it. So when we kind of did like a little test of it during like the Tangent Satsu, and we somehow ended up like doing something akin to this. And it's been fun. I had a lot of fun. Do you know anything about Hamtaro? I do. I love Hamtaro. It's my favorite. I think it's the most fun I've had for anything Fire Emblem Heroes related in years. I'm so immersed into it and love the lore. Ah, thank you. It makes me happy. It makes me happy that you guys like my very silly, goofy, lore explanation stream. Hamtaro lore stream 1. I feel like it kind of varies depending on like what source are you looking at. If we're talking about the games or we're talking about the anime. Because anime and games have very different stories. Chiaki's lore dumb Fridays are my favorite. It'll be kind of funny to do something like this for Fridays, but I don't know. Like, I actually really have a lot of fun making these, but obviously, it depends on, like, you know, people like them. Yeah, Tangent Satsu test was already great, and then this was just good. I love getting to hear about Book 2. It was really a trip. It was. It definitely was a trip. I'm looking forward to tonight's stream literally a week, and it did not disappoint one bit. It was absolutely peak. Ah, thank you. You look like you have fun doing this. I have a lot of fun doing like these little silly deep dives, like lore explanation, little deep dives. I always wanted to do something like this. It doesn't say you want to do more deep dives, and if it's something you enjoy, the better. I guess so. Oh, and quite fitting that it's Fire Emblem music what's playing right now. Not the right game, but still Fire Emblem music nonetheless. Three Houses music. What can I say? I love video games, and I love the storytelling of video games. Even if it's as ridiculous as this, but it's still funny at the very least. It's still at the very least funny. So I'll give it that. And that with Three Houses is so peak. Sometimes you just want something silly goofy like this. It's kind of weirdly. This song feels weirdly nostalgic, but yes. I like your recaps. Ah, thank you. Makes me happy. Makes me really happy. Oh my god, it's almost 7 hours. Jesus. Okay, so it's... Oh wait, never mind. It's 6 hours and 6 minutes. I thought for a second it said 7 hours. I was gonna be really concerned. But yeah, I should probably go eat.
Thank you for the absolutely peak stream, Chiaki. This was so much fun. My cheeks literally hurt because I was laughing so much. Don't apologize for not having everything summarized, because the stream that we got was one of the most fun ones you've done.
It must give me a heart attack saying it was 7 hours. I almost thought it said 7 hours, but no, it's like 6 hours. 7 hours and 2 books on a healthy pace will be 1 nook per stream. If I have everything ready, we'll have like, we'll make it through it much faster. Today it was kind of like mostly like testing how I wanted things to do. Because I wasn't really sure about like the format that I wanted for these. So yeah, there was also kind of like that. This kind of was like also a little bit of a test for me, because I wasn't sure what format I wanted to kind of like have like a visual for people to follow while I was also explaining things. So, because I wanted to have like the pictures, because I know like me just saying random names, it gets kind of hard to like keep track of all the names, especially because some of these names are kind of hard to pronounce. So I was like, I feel like I need a visual representation. And that's why I pretty much put like a picture of like the person I was talking about, and kind of like put like little bullet points of like their, I guess, the important things that they mentioned throughout the plot. But yeah. Yeah, it's your first time officially doing this, so lots of stuff you had to test. I'm sure it'll go faster as you get the formula down, although we don't mind taking as long as it needs. And every deep dive longer than an hour needs some sort of pictures. Well, yeah, needs like some sort of visual representation, but I wasn't sure how I wanted it to do it. Especially if I'm having names from all over the world. Yeah. It's a Chiaki, this was so good, and I really can't wait for the next one whenever you decide to do it. I love getting to hear you during this recap. The recap was a lot of fun. Thank you. I'm happy. I'm happy that you guys like this. Happy that you guys like my silly, goofy little recap. Yeah, all the Nordic names makes it not easier. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. And my very long format for this. I don't know how many characters there's gonna be for the other kingdoms, but I think the fairy book has a lot of characters, so I feel like this is gonna become even longer. It's gonna be a very wide canvas by the end of it. But yes, we'll see. We'll see once we cross that bridge. But for now, I should probably eat. I should probably actually get some dinner. Take your time to prepare. Don't have to make it next week if you don't want. I don't know if I'll make it next week. Probably not next week. Maybe the week after the next, but I don't think next week. Because I already have like some other stuff scheduled for next week. So probably not next week. But maybe the week after the next. If I need to like get I need to organize myself to kind of like I guess format this in a way that will make it easier to explain. Book 3 has less than this one, but book 4 has just as many. Yeah, I feel book 4 has a lot. Make it bi-weekly sounds good. Yeah, maybe bi-weekly. I think maybe a bi-weekly thing would be good. I think on Fridays would be good as well, because at the very least, that gives more time. If it's a Friday, then it makes it easier for me to be able to like go for longer, because it's also nighttime. Like, it's also the weekend, that's what I mean. So I feel, yeah, maybe a Friday. Maybe a Friday would be good. Effie Fridays! Effie Lore Fridays! No, I'm kidding. Or am I? No, I'm kidding. I'm actually kidding. And go eat, else you're gonna sleep late again, never sleep again. Yeah, I mean, I need to go eat and then maybe eat soon after. Happy Fridays, my beloved. At this point, I would just become an FE channel. So it's all Fire Emblem. Let me see who's live right now. Live. I could rate Mamie. Is she not ending? She started at 5? Oh my god, it's already 11 over here. It's already 11 over here. I don't know if she's live anymore. She is still live. Oh wait, I actually clicked. Oh, okay, she's still live, it seems. Okay, she's still somehow live. Yeah, she's been streaming Monster Hunter Wilds for all this long. She's been going for 6 hours. I mean, I can't say anything. I've been going for 6 hours too. Here is our raid message. And I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow, because I do have an early stream tomorrow, so haha. Probably shouldn't have stayed up up that late. But yeah, so hope you guys have a good rest of your day, night, afternoon, whatever time it is for you, and I shall see you next time. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Ciao. Goodbye.